Okay, are we live? I think that we're live. Hello everybody and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today we're doing another episode of, I don't know, whatever the hell this is. That's right. I'm so excited to get started. With that being said, I hope you're all doing well today. We may do primarily some just chatting type stuff, or we might cover some drama stuff if you guys are up for it, depending on what you guys decide that you want to be the case. With that being said, hello random animator, and congratulations on being the first person in chat. Hello, totally not Carson. Congratulations on being the second. You're starting early. You better believe I am, Union Pacific Rail fan, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. Now, my hair is an absolute mess, so I'm going to be doing it on stream. Don't you worry. Hello, Orion Cat. Welcome back. Welcome back. Good to see you again. Hello, Just Here for Fun. It's good to see you again as well. Hello, Stacy Smith. Saying, hey, Miss Femyoz, why hello. I've missed you, Femi. I've missed you too. I've missed you too. It's good to have you back. Hello, Lexi. Saying, early. I am early. I know. You know, I miss the olden days when, you know, a 7:30 stream was considered a late stream. You know, that was, you know, those were the days. You know, we gotta bring that back. We gotta bring that back. Hello, Luck the Great. Hope you're doing well. Otherwise, I'm gonna be very sad. I have a lollipop. Well, that's good news, I guess. I hope you enjoy eating it or whatever. You know, cold showers keeping Femi on time. No, fun fact, we actually got warm water back. So, yeah. We actually have warm water again. So that's good. So I actually am not in a terrible mood, if you can believe that. You know, I actually got like a real shower that's not freezing cold. And that's good. Yeah, oh snap indeed. Oh snap indeed. Lag, it better not be lagging. I'm gonna be very sad if it's lagging. It's 1:30 a.m. right now, so not early for me. Yeah, for you, it's a late stream. But then again, for me, it's an early stream. This is like an early time for me to be streaming. What can I say? At Femyoz, hi. I can't stop my neck from twisting. It keeps happening. It's compulsively twisting. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. I've never had that issue before. Yes, I had no hot water for a bit. It was very unfortunate. It was not ideal, to say the very least. But it was a thing that happened. And, you know, I'm over it now, you know? We got hot water again. What can I say? You know, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Now, chat, I may or may not end up talking about something depending on how you guys are feeling. But approximately maybe a half hour into the stream, I'll do a poll where it's either more just chatting, the iDubbbz released a content cup on H3, so that's an option to go over that, or at least part of it. Or we might go over something else, who knows? You know, we'll have to see, we'll have to see. That happened to me before and it sucked, cold showers. Dude, I hate cold showers. Cold showers are literally the worst. But yeah, we had no hot water. It was actually, like, horrible. It was one of the worst things ever. But yeah, nah, dude, cold showers are horrendous. But yeah, no, we have warm water once again. And you know, unlike yesterday, I actually feel relaxed. I feel very relaxed. I feel good today. Today's a good, relaxing day, you know, for no particular reason. Just, you know, it's a good day. Hello, Mackie Vals. I hope you're doing well. Otherwise, I'm gonna be very sad. But yeah, I'm just sort of chilling, existing, and yeah. I don't know. If you guys ultimately want to watch the H3 content cop, which is a real thing now that iDubbbz made, we can do that. If not, we could avoid it. I don't know. I want to do it at some point. We don't have to watch the entire thing, because it is an hour long, so we'll see, we'll see. I've not been able to watch the live because my internet was gone for like a year. Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Damn, that sucks. I don't know what would cause that, but damn. Anyways. I might get a BF in a bit. Lol, I've entered a situationship. Well, those can go wonderfully or terribly. You know. Depending on who it is. But, you know, hopefully it goes wonderfully and not terribly. You know? Because, oh man. If it goes terribly, then that's no fun. What can I say? If it goes wonderfully, then that's good. Then that's good. You know? Did you see my comment on your last stream? I just commented an hour ago or some shit. Yeah, if it's an hour ago, I didn't see it. I don't know what it is. But maybe it's something really good. I have no idea. Hello, Leo. Hope you're doing well. I'm doing alright. Definitely a lot better than yesterday when I didn't have any warm water. You know. But, we have warm water again, so yay! Yay. You know, who knows? Maybe I'll take an extra shower after stream, just so I can enjoy the warm water. Just out of curiosity, by the way, what are your pronouns? She, they. Once again, I find you streaming by scrolling into you instead of getting a notification. Yeah, YouTube has a tendency to just, you know, not send people notifications for literally no reason. It's one of the worst things ever. But yeah. Oh no, is it lagging? It just, like, looked like it lagged on my end. For no reason. But yeah, hello, Randy S. Yeah, it's now just observing the person to see if they're worth my time. So far, it's going very, very good. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear that. Ooga booga indeed. Ooga booga indeed. Hello, beautiful. Thank you for actually being a sweetheart. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. Heat up some water on the stove and take a bath. It's a good classic. You know, I thought about doing that because somebody did suggest that. I thought about boiling water and then mixing it with, like, whatever some amount of cold water in order to get, like, decently warm / hot water that wouldn't, like, burn me or whatever. But yeah. Lamau, the timing was hilarious on my end. YouTube has a tendency to just, and then lagging. Yeah, it does have a tendency to do that, and I can assure you that was not intentional. I didn't have my hands on any buttons. That's literally just, that wasn't even what I was talking about. I was talking about YouTube having the tendency to not notify people. But yes, YouTube also has a tendency to lag. Though that might also just be my Wi-Fi, so, you know. I don't know who Tara the android is, or why they need to be set free, but, you know. I guess that's a position that you hold. Hello, Fixie Pixie. Good to see you again. Anyways, let's see here. Dude, why is this person saying, I got a 6-pack. Anyone want to get lucky tonight? Who's up for a golden shower? Yeah, okay. Great stuff. Yeah, I never get a notification for your streams anymore. Yeah, you just gotta, like, check to see if I'm streaming, I guess. Which sucks. You know, I mean, ideally having notifications on and being subscribed will be sufficient for YouTube to tell you, hey, by the way, Femyoz is streaming, but I guess it just doesn't do that. Me either? Is that so? Is that so? You know, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. For some reason, I was walking with my friend and some random person said, y'all emo? Not only he said it to us, he said it twice. Wow. I see it. Weirdly, I usually find your streams only minutes after you begin. Yeah, fair. Pissed roar? Dude, that's so true. Dude, we love the pissed roar. Don't worry, we're checking for you anyway. Well, I appreciate you guys supporting me. Despite what the YouTube algorithm might try to do, you know? It's one of those things where the YouTube algorithm just, you know, doesn't like me very much. It's very sad. Very unfortunate. Do you have any cans you can take and put paper or wood in the can and set it on fire and then sit a pot of water on top? Can't say I have that. Pissed roars are my heaven. Okay. Chat, why are we talking about piss? Why is this the conversation we have within the first 10 minutes of stream? It always goes... Dude, my chat is like the most degenerate chat imaginable. Like, I swear to God. Like, I'll just be talking about whatever, and then my chat just starts talking about, like, piss or, like, diapers or some stupid shit like that. And it's like, damn, bro, you can't just talk about something normal? I see. A MAGA weirdo I watch sometimes is streaming, but he's a little too boring for content. Sometimes he'll casually drop info that indicates he's being scammed by multiple people. Damn. I mean, if there's any good clips of him, then feel free to send them in the server, and then I'll cover them if you let me know about it. Yeah, pheromone maxing. Hi. Why, hello. Hope you're doing well. So I might make a comp of weird moments on a stream someday. Fair enough. Fair enough. Because we're childish? Dude, I thought I was fucking immature. Y'all are worse than me. Y'all are worse than me somehow. And that's impressive. Anyways, silly trans stream, I'm 2 of those things and actively participating in the 3rd. Let's go, yes. Who are you? I am Femyoz. Who are you? Mr. Lincoln Online, Yeah, that's what I thought. How do I get a shout out? You don't. Unless I really want to. Or you could pay me money. And then you absolutely get a shout out. Are you a biological male? No, are you? You know, I'm just gonna start lying. You know, I think that'd be a good business model. Just say nah. No, I'm like a I was assigned female at birth, actually. I'm actually a biological female. I'm actually just a cis woman. You know, I think that'd be kind of based. Anyways. Hi, mommy. Wow, Kimmy, you're being bottomy tonight. That comment I made earlier about you doing a makeup stream, not that you need it though. I mean, I'd be interested in doing a makeup stream once I learn makeup, but yeah. God made you a guy for a reason, really? Why'd he give me gender dysphoria then? Like, he could just not do that, you know? But he chose to do that if he exists and is all-powerful and all-knowing, you know? But, I digress. Vagina maxing? Yo, let's go. Hello, Asami. Good to see you again. God is a bitch. I believe in flying spaghetti monster. Yo, let's go. Why does he give people autism? You know, good question. As somebody that has autism, I'd love to know. You know, why did God give me autism? Well, I don't believe that God is real, but, you know, if he was, it's like, you know, that's a good question. Like, why would he give somebody autism? You know, he could have just, like, not done that. He could have just, like, made me, like, not like this. I'm 36, still have ADHD. Well, yeah, I don't think that ADHD is something that ever goes away. I think that's something you just have, no matter what. I mean, I'm 20 and I still have it, which is to be expected. I don't think that you can cure ADHD or grow out of it, I don't think. You just might get better at managing it over time. It's not that simple, Femyoz. Okay. If life was easy, you have no reason to turn to him. Huh? No, it'd be the opposite. It's the opposite. Like, if life is hard, then it's like, oh, well, why would I turn to him? Like, clearly something's not adding up here. Like, oh, okay, so, like, this being that's, like, supposedly all-loving, like, wanted to make my life as miserable as possible. Also, thank you, Sausage Roll, for the 79 cents, or, not 79 cents, the 0.79 pounds. Anyways, let's see here, devil's work? Oh, it's the devil's work. Okay, well, why doesn't God just remove the devil's power? You know, that's the thing that he could do. But that's, you know, that's an option. But what can I say? Anyways. Read the Bible! Bro, I wipe my ass with the Bible. I'm non-binary. Dude, no, you know what you should have done? You should have made, in order to make fun of the religious people, you should have been like, I identify as non-binary, and my pronouns are you/s/a. You know, that's what I always say. You know, I too am non-binary. That's my gender, dude. I just owned the libs. Hey, how's life? It's doing alright. Use the Bible as rolling papers? Yeah, I do that too. I do that too. You are just rage bait? I don't know what you mean, okay? I am non-binary, okay? My pronouns are you/s/a. That's not rage bait. That's just my gender identity. Anyways. Why do you hate God? 'Cause he's like a poopy head. Anyways. This kid at my school, my friend who was trans, told my friend who was trans that being trans is a sin. I looked this kid dead in the face and said, Why are you telling us that? We're not Christian. Dude, that's so real, though. That's so real. Like, yeah, because, like, there's so many people where it's like, did you know this is a sin? And it's like, okay, well, even if you're right about that, like, I don't give a shit. I'm not a Christian. Anyways. Hey, Femyoz, how do you feel about being a little... I'm not one. Shut up. What do you mean? I would never, okay? I'm like... Not that. You know? That's a lie. Anyways. Little Yos, diaper maxing. No, I would never do that, okay? I'm not doing that. That would be crazy. I would never. You know, that's all just satire. She's stuttering. I am not stuttering. Okay? I don't stutter. You stutter. What if I pay you 5,000, what is that, euros? It's too small to see. You're really pretty. Thank you. Thank you. Stop giving these demons attention. They are trying to attach you. In Jesus' name, he rebukes these demons. No! Don't rebuke the demons. No! Don't rebuke me. I'm the demon. I'm gonna $5,000 for a diaper stream, lol. You know, if somebody were to donate $5,000 on the stream, you know, I'd do it. I'd do it. You know, I'm just saying. I'm just saying. You know. Anyways. How much to twerk? That's a great question. Is your hair naturally that color? You better believe it is. Anyways. Transition is life-ruining for most of the unfortunate people that go that past. Okay. Right. And this is based on what exactly? It all stems from early exposure to degenerate media in most cases, which is even more tragic. Not too late to stop. Nah, dude. I'm sorry, but transitioning has made my life better, so you're just wrong. You're just, like, objectively wrong about that. Anyways. Femyoz, what's your nicest fit and why? I don't know, I guess it depends on the day. Because, you know, on different days I feel different. The lips? I mean, hey, that's just what they sound like, okay? That's just what they sound like. Nice shirt, thank you, thank you. Yeah, LeBron saved us for our sin- Dude, LeBron died for our sins, okay? Have you ever heard of LeBron James? And the Holy Bible of LeBron James? Okay? LeBron James died for our sins. Femi, guess you signed a form for HRT, parentheses this girly. Yo, let's go. What's it like never having an orgasm again? What? I had one, like, earlier this week. What? It's crazy. Damn, I just overshared. I just overshared to own you in the free marketplace of ideas. Wow, you tricked me. You tricked me into oversharing. It's fucked up. I can't believe I fell for that. I'm guessing that was your goal, right? I'm guessing that was your goal. To be like, actually, I did it earlier this week type of shit. It's like the dumbest bait ever. It's like, oh, wow. Say if you're having a lazy day, what would you wear? Probably pajamas. Well, it depends on if I'm streaming or not. I guess this is like a lazy outfit. You know? Fave part of transitioning? Probably, I don't know. Like the fat redistribution. Making my face look less horrifically masculine. You know. Why you choose LGBT? You could achieve a lot while being straight. This will limit you a lot, and you know it's a sin. Okay, well, I don't believe in Christianity, and no, it's not gonna limit me at all. But yeah, anyways. I think that, like, pretending to be straight was what limited me in the past. Cute choker, thank you, thank you. But yeah, anyways. I like Buddhism. Can't spell shit, don't worry. They support trans people and Buddha is a chill guy. You know what? Fair, I agree with that. I brought my binky to school today. And I got called to the principal's office because I'm too old to have a binky. That doesn't sound real. That sounds made up. How high can your voice go? I'm curious. I actually have no idea. But yeah, anyways. How much to get you to meow? I don't know. Probably like a normal amount. I just joined the love and OMG. You look so pretty. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm an atheist, but if I was religious, it would be Buddhism. Yeah, that's fair. What's your preferred name? Well, on the internet, I just go by Femyoz usually. Though some people call me Kai, spelled K-Y, which is what I go by. But generally on the internet, I just go by Femyoz. Because, like, that's just, like, my username. You know what I mean? I wish I was blonde like you. Well, I mean, if you dyed your hair, you'd be, right? Though, I guess I'm, like, a natural blonde, so, you know. Do you like my hair? I don't know. Your profile picture's too small on my screen to see. Forgot I was a mod. Lamau hi chat. Hello, Game Walker. How you doing? I haven't seen you in ages. It's good to see you back here. This happens to so many people. You get the confident AGP phase, and then you touch grass and that fades away. Then you try to be normal, only to realize you burned that bridge. Oh no, what will I ever do? I'm so terrified. I don't give a shit. Get a mohawk? Yeah, dude. That's how I'll blend in. That's how I'll pretend to be straight, is just get a mohawk. Anyways. Let's see here. What made you become, transgender? I think it was the estrogen in the water, personally. Anyways. We should low-key watch the Kardashians. I don't think we should. I feel like that's not a good use of time. I wanted a mohawk when I was, like, 6. Yeah, fair. I feel like we all wanted, like, wacky-ass haircuts when we were younger, right? I feel like that's fairly common. Like, yo, I want this, like, crazy-ass haircut. Because that would be cool. You know. I don't know. They're putting estrogen into the water now for free in this economy? Yeah. Yes, I wanted a rainbow hair. Dude, I remember there was a point where I wanted a mohawk, because I thought that people would think that I'm cool if I got one. But I never did. I don't even know if I would have actually liked it, though. And then there was, like, a part of me that, like, secretly wanted, like, either emo hair or scene hair. But, like, I always, like, decided against it because, like, I didn't want people to think that I was cringe. So I just never did that. But, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Sorry if this sounds ignorant. Are you male to female or female to male? I'm male to female. You're really pretty. Thank you. Let's see. Don't worry, Femyoz. I have another bridge for you. What does that mean? I'm so confuzzled. Mohawks with spikes or just a strip? I would have wanted with spikes. I remember I wanted to just be, like, as obnoxious as possible. So, like, that was like, part of the plan. But I never ended up getting that. But yeah. I'm so tempted to get Liberty Spikes. Dude, I probably would have, like, I don't know. Given the opportunity, I might have done some shit like that. Someone said you burned a bridge? Oh, did I? Who did I burn a bridge with? I'm so confused. I'm sure it was a really important bridge that I would never want to burn. I guess. I don't know. Dude, I'm gonna scroll up and see. Oh my god. I can't believe you burned a bridge with Glup Shitto, and it's like somebody I never heard of. Anyways. Yeah, I don't see them. I don't just be so real. It's not worth scrolling up. Anyways. Fast forward like 5 years. barcode arms, and daily drug use. Yeah, okay. Careful, edgelord. Don't want to accidentally manifest a barcode onto your arm, now would you? Watch out. Anyways. Damn, that's a cute peanut. Okay. Great stuff. Great stuff. Okay. Why is this chat so gross? I don't know. It's just like that. You should do a middle part. I really shouldn't do that. You know? Why are all the transphobes here? I don't know. I guess this is transphobia central. Or something. I guess. You make my day. Founding, you want to know why? Huh? I'm so confused. Your hair is cute. It makes me want to grow out my bangs. You know, fun fact, I've thought about going in the opposite direction and just getting bangs. You know. But maybe that's just me. Estrogen, yeah? Dude, I love estrogen. It's my favorite substance. It's like the best one. I found your streams a week ago and think they're chill. And you look cute. Well, thank you, DMV. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Attention seeking at its finest. Why don't you have some cool skills to make you interesting and special? Instead of wait, fuck, where'd the thing go? Oh shit. Somebody like an interesting by being trans. Okay. Incredible comment. Dude, what if I just want to like chill and talk to my chat? Like, have you ever considered that that's just like my most popular content for like no reason? Like, I don't know, my low effort content where I'm just talking to chat the whole time is unironically more successful than anything else I do. Like, I don't know what to tell you. Like, I just get more viewers. I don't know why, but I just do. Anyways. Let's see. This is a great time to respond to everyone that being a content creator requires some amount of attention seeking. That's true, that's true. I feel like in order to be a content creator, you have to be like mentally ill and a little bit of an attention seeker, right? Like you have to thrive off of attention. Like regardless of the type of attention almost. I don't know. Like you gotta be able to capitalize off it. Hey, thank you, cool guy, for the $2 saying, Femyoz, do you think I could do a backflip? Yeah, I don't see why not. Anyways. Can't donate tonight, sadly. My details got stolen and someone tried to buy $20 of Candy Crush shit with it, so I had to lock my account. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks. Damn. Anyways. Let's see here. I meant you made my day when I found you. When you were alive. Wanna know why? Sure. What's your voice sound like? Probably something like this. Anyways. Someone's grandma is stealing your info. Damn, I hate when that happens. Anyways. All these degenerates need to behave. No, I could describe a lot of people. How do you do voice training? I guess I started from watching videos from a channel called Trans Voice Lessons. Your chat is so icky. Yeah, a lot of it is. Did you ever have childhood trauma? Jesus Christ, what a weird question to ask. Anyways. Dude, what are these comments? Hello, little boy. Dude, you're fucking weird. I accidentally scrolled and saw a guy oiling himself up. Damn, that's some riveting content. That's some great stuff right there. Damn. Awesome stuff. So many more transphobes than other times. You're a girl. Well, thank you for being, like, the one reasonable person. But yeah, anyways. Ignore any negativity, keep doing you and inspiring others. Thank you. Short streams can be wild. Yeah, I don't understand the shorts algorithm sometimes. Like, it's just, like, I don't know why it recommends it to the people that it does, but, like, it does. I have some idea. Like, I think it's just like, oh, these people engage, so that means that the content is good. I guess. Hello from Australia. Hello, I hope you're doing well over there. In Kangaroo Land. Yippee. Yay, Kangaroo Land. Love you. Love you too, chat. Love you too. Show tits is crazy. Trans streamer, let's go. Represent Heat from for fire from Heat. Let's go. Do you have balls? Boy, wouldn't you like to know? How was your day? It's been alright. Been an interesting chat today. How do you get VGG? What do you mean by VGG? Are we talking about Vosh.gg? I don't know. Forgot about Vosh. I just remember he had, like, some nasty-ass shit in his hard drive, and then I stopped watching him because of it. I can't believe that you're still awake. It's 8 p.m. What do you mean? What do you mean still awake? This is, like, usually, like, at this rate, because of how lazy I am, I haven't even started stream yet. Do you like Hello Kitty? No, I hate it. It's the worst. Wasn't Vosh the horse guy? Yeah, pretty much. Dude. Twerk is crazy. Dude, I don't know, dude, people trying to, like, investigate, like, do you live here? Do you live there? Dude, shut the fuck up. My god. No. And I'm never gonna tell you where I live. This shit's fucking weird. Like, I should not be somebody that you think about outside of, like, well, I mean, you could think about me outside of YouTube, right? But, like, I don't know, like, I was just thinking of, like, oh boy, I really want to meet up with Femyoz, and it's like, we've never even talked before. Like, that shit feels weird to me. That shit makes me uncomfortable. Like, that's, like, the easiest way to get a 24-hour timeout is, like, being like, where do you live? Do you live here? Do you live there? It's like, no, we're not playing the fucking guessing game. Yes, I live in Kabul, Afghanistan. That's true, that's true. You're not real, you're simply a girl inside my silly internet box? Yeah, I don't know, like, I feel like for me, it's like, I don't know, like, once I turn my computer off, like, none of these people, like, none of the people that I watch exist, you know? It's just like, you know, I watch a Nicholas Diorio video, and then, you know, I turn my computer off, and then he just, like, stops existing. Or, like, I'll watch some other person, I'll watch, like, maybe in this case, an iDubbbz video, and then it's, like, outside of the context of talking about him on YouTube, it's like he stops existing. Or, like, outside of the context of, like, me either watching or engaging with his content in some way. You know what I mean? You live at the North Pole, don't you? Hey, don't be revealing my location. People don't need to know that I'm secretly Santa Claus. Mods need to work faster. Hey, my mods are doing their best, okay? My mods are doing their best. Alright? They're doing this shit for free, alright? Don't be too hard on them. Oh, it's a fucking loop? It is. Really? I didn't know that. Dude, that's news to me. Remember when Olive Oil Run said you can't be friends with someone unless you know their exact address? You know, I don't remember that, but that sounds like something she would say. Oh, I think I do remember that. Yeah. I actually do remember that now. Or was that- no, that was Deckard Tea, right? Was that Deckard Tea or was that Olive Oil Run? I don't know, I could see both of them saying that. No one saw the Femyoz leaks on Reddit? There's no Femyoz leaks. Dude, okay, now I'm getting scared. Are there Femyoz leaks? There better not be. What would be leaked? My fucking nudes or something? I feel like that's like the only thing I could think of. Kill myself, if that's the case. Let me name search on Reddit. Dude, something tells me this is a load of shit. Because I'm careful with who I, like, send shit to. New... Yeah, no. I don't see anything. You fucking liar. Anyways. 4chan leaks? Oh, now there's... Okay. Dude. Wait, who timed them out? They... Oh, you lied? Okay. Or somebody deleted their message, I think. I don't know. It just... I have no idea. I may have lied. Yeah, no shit, no shit. Wow, you may have lied. No, really? Yeah, I don't know. Hi, fellow trans girl listening in Michigan's UP. Well, hello. Hope you're doing well. Anyways. Y'all are so weird, bro. Asking these weird questions, misgendering her. If y'all really have that much of a problem with her, then leave the stream, dog. It's not that hard to do. Apparently for them it is difficult to do. I guess. You know. I don't know why. It should be a fairly easy task. But, I guess it's not. Anyways. Yeah, people be like, get a job. Don't you have anything better to do? And it's like 8 p.m. Like, what? Okay. Yeah, dude, let me have a, like, what if this is just like a side source of income, maybe? Ever thought of that? Your choker is cute. Thank you, Harrison Spencer. I appreciate that. You know, I'm thinking of, what do I do here? You know, I kind of want to cover potentially the, what do I do next? Hold on. More just chatting. iDubbbz. Content cop. On H3. Yeah, and then other parentheses comment, and then not sure / see results. Here, wait. Let me make the capitalization consistent. Okay, let's see what this does, because I do kind of want to cover the content cop that iDubbbz made on H3 and see, is it any good? I don't know. But yeah, it's up to you guys as to what we do. I think eventually maybe I'll cover it. I don't know, we'll see. But yeah, it's up to you guys to vote and decide. I mean, I might cover the iDubbbz thing eventually no matter what. I might just like do it when I get like bored. But, you know, we'll see. I cover all dude, I don't know if Olive Oil Run has done anything interesting lately. Like, I don't know. Has she? Oh, I think you did just, like, or somebody showed me something that, like, was, like, worth covering, and I just forgot about it. Maybe? I don't remember. Anyways. Do you like Vocaloid? I don't know, do I? But yeah, I kind of want to cover... Dude, it's, like, kind of close. It's kind of close. But yeah, do I do iDubbbz Content Cop H3? You know, I'm wondering if I do that. But yeah. I guess vote in the thingy to let me know what you want to see. Do you have a Discord server? Yeah, but it's like a semi-private, invite-only type server. Are you wearing a dude? What do you mean, are you wearing a diaper? Jesus fuck. Where are these questions coming from? Why would people be asking them? Send the invite, yo. Early stream. Yeah, are we allowed to talk with family? She's wearing boxers, apparently. Yeah, I don't know why chat keeps talking about, like, weird, like, diaper stuff. That wasn't a no. Okay, Dude, I can't do this anymore. Dude. I should just quit. I'm just gonna be the person that's known for having a chat that, like, asks about fucking... Dude, I don't even know. Because it's become a meme here, I guess. The diaper stuff is hella weird. I don't know. Ask my fucking chat why they think that that's, like, a... W diaper stir. Dude, we're not doing this. Dude, I can't do this. Dude, dude. The content cop was so lame. Yeah, I don't know. We could watch it. It seems like more just chatting is winning at 43%, and then iDubbbz content cop H3 at 28%, and then other parentheses comment at 13%. So, I think we'll do at least a bit more just chatting, and then we'll do the content cop in a bit. Gamer diaper, don't have to get up to use the bathroom. Dude, that's so true. You also featured a whole video about diaper stuff on stream. Yeah, because it was funny. Pyro went from faking a deep voice to faking a girl's voice. Okay, that's pretty fucking good. That's a good meme. I'll give you that. Alright. Because, dude, people unironically used to say that I looked like Pyro Cynical. So that's a good fucking bit. Okay, that was funny as fuck. That shit was goated. Alright. That shit was fucking incredible. What's your address? Dude. Oh my god. I can't. Dude. I don't know if that deserves to get timed out. Because I think that one was a joke. I'll give them a 10 seconds timeout. I don't know. But there are people that are like genuinely weird about it. Oh, just delete. Okay. I wasn't sure. I don't know. There are people that are like weird about it. But I think that they were like making fun of that. You have pretty hair? Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Motherfuckers be like, what's your address? What are your exact coordinates? Yeah. Oh, on God, I was joking. Well, yeah, exactly. That's why I wanted to make sure you weren't timed out for it. Because I knew that was a joke. Pyro would love to collab. Your chat should spam. My chat should not spam him. That's a bad idea. That's how I get content creators to really not like me. Not that I'm liked by other content creators, but I don't want to be, like, more disliked. Do you live in the United States? I live in Kabul, Afghanistan. There you go. Yes, my daily Femyoz. Hello. Yeah, where are you right now? So I can stalk you. Good question. Does the carpet match the drape? Dude, I should have just done I shouldn't have done a poll. I should have just been like, you know, we're gonna do the iDubbbz content cop segment. Can't get by without the daily Femi? Yeah. Are you good at debate? Nah, probably not. I don't know, I don't really do much debate anymore. I was like, I was okay, I guess. I don't know. Let's see here. Leak the webcam brand. The tracking is awesome. Yeah, so the webcam that I have is a Tiny 2 OBSBot webcam. It's, yeah. OBSBot Tiny 2 webcam. It's 4K resolution. Good stuff. Very good stuff. I like it a lot. Did you hear what happened in the UK Supreme Court today? I did not. Did you watch Gagachella? No, I don't know what that is. I'm gonna be so real. I think people want you to say hi to someone, but I don't remember who. Oh. Wait, who do I need to say hi to? So humble? I don't know. I wouldn't say that I'm, like, humble or, like, overly egotistical. I'd say I'm, like, somewhere in between. Actually, no. I could be both. I didn't either. Queenman mentioned it, but covered iDubbbz instead. Wait, what? Oh, for the UK Supreme Court? Or what? I'm confused. I don't know. I think I'm probably gonna cover the iDubbbz thing in a bit. Oh, the UK? Yeah, because, like, isn't he a Britbonger? Like, isn't that, like, the #1 thing he should cover? Then again, the iDubbbz thing is probably gonna do better than the algorithm. Anyways. Let's see here. Have you ever farted on your balls? Yeah, that's like my favorite thing to do. If Femi is live, it's a good day. If Femi doesn't stream, I have to find other euphoria. Real. Anyways. Bro's illiterate. This generation is cooked. That's true. Would you fart in mine too? Yeah, dude. Hey, thank you, Batel Crafter, for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying, hi, Fem, sorry I'm late. Yeah, no worries, no worries. But yeah, anyways. I guess I'll do a Skirt Go Spinny for the 5. There's no sympathy for men. Sympathy is for women and children. I think that sympathy should be for everybody, by default. Unless they've, like, done something, like, fucked up or something. Oh, I forgot to backspace. Lol. Wait, what? Yay, fit check? Yeah, fit check. But yeah, I'm like... I see a man with a kink. No, you don't. You don't see shit. What if I'm asexual, then what? What are you gonna do then, But yeah, this is my fit. Hope y'all like it. I think it's very, very based. Very, very based and, outfit pilled. You know? And, yeah, it's like... There you go, I guess. I have that shirt. Yo, let's go. Anyways. Alright. Bro, what am I doing with my life? Bro, I'm kinda just chilling today. Stop masturbation. Yeah. Stop it right now. Stop. No masturbation. No masturbation for you. That's, like, bad. That goes against God and stuff. Poop on my balls is crazy. She is trans? That's true. Anyways. Republicans are obsessed with others' sex lives. Yeah, true. How often do you stream? I try to stream every night. Horseshoe theory moment, but hear me out. Lock emoji. What, hold on a minute. What is the lock emoji referred to? What are we talking about here? What do you mean, lock emoji? I'm so confused. I don't know what you're saying. You know, you gotta be more specific than that. You know? Ugh. Anyways. I'm gooning into paintings of God. Some unhinged nonsense in this chat. Props to you for putting up with it. Real. I like potatoes. Lock up, Femi? What do you mean lock up? Why would I lock up? I'm confused. What does that mean? What you guys gotta be more specific than that. I'm so confuzzled. But yeah, anyways. Someone big game over and emoji's brother. You know what that means, bro? Nah, I have no idea. Put on the cage, Femi. I don't need a cage. I would never need a cage. Hold on. I guess I finished that poll. Have you liked the stream yet? Question mark, and then we gotta have the 2 genders, which is yes, and also yes, of course. If you ever don't feel like doing the reward stuff, don't worry about it. For me, I'm just supporting you. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. Oh, wait. I need to press the start poll button. This gen is cooked. Oh, is it like lock in? They're telling you to stay focused? Yeah, that's exactly what it means. I feel like J. Robert Oppenheimer. Put on the cage, Femi. I would never put on the cage. I don't need one. But yeah, anyways. Oh wait, I think I already read that message. Let her be who she wants to be. Ain't y'all people problem anyway? Y'all cry harder? True. True. Dude, people get so upset over nothing. You know? It's one of those things where, like, I don't know, man. People be weird and stuff, I guess, for no reason. Like, I don't know. People are like, people get angry over, like, the biggest nothing burgers ever, I swear to God. Anyways. Don't tell me what the lock means. I genuinely don't know, and now I'm scared. I mean, you know, I think it's just better if it's remaining one of those things that you just don't know about. Blue Wrench named people remember me? Well, I guess technically I'm not Blue Wrench because I don't remember you. I guess technically I'm like... what would I be? If I just, like, type the letter H. I'm, like, yellow rectangle. I'm yellow rectangle. I don't have a wrench. I'm just yellow rectangle. You have nice teeth? Thank you. I said N-word yesterday. Really? Good job. I'm gonna be so real. I don't remember that. But, you know. Yeah, H. Dude. She is very beautiful, isn't she? Oh, well, thank you. You're too sweet. Nice hair? Thank you. Thank you. Very much appreciated. The fucking zoom in? Dude, that's so real. That's so real. What is on your neck? That's actually secretly my, cock and ball torture device. That's right. Anyways. You're so complicated? Am I? I mean... Sometimes I feel like I'm a complicated person, but, like, I also think that people in general are complicated. And more so than what we see on the surface. I think that basically everybody is going to be more complicated than we think they are. Generally. Maybe not necessarily, not always, but... It seems to be the case that, like... I don't know. The more you get to know somebody, the more... Well, that's not entirely true. There have been times where somebody has seemed, like, really complicated. But then you realize, no, they're kind of, like, just as simple as everybody else. Which is still pretty complicated. But, I don't know. Hey, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the $2, saying, you're a mega bottom and I want to impregnate you. I'm not a bottom. What do you mean? Watching your streams gives me hope for my transition. Well, I hope that it goes well. If cute means complicated, then sure, yeah. I'm not... Ugh. Okay. What the hell? How did bro get mod? I think through donating and being here a long time. Anyways. Why are your eyebrows so far apart? I think it was just from me, like, trying to make them even. But, I guess I could grow them out again. But, yeah. But, yeah, I do have difficulty making them, like, even and whatnot. Why does everyone fetishize us? I don't know. I guess I've just accepted that that's a, you know, a thing. Would I rather watch the growth of a knee or of a tree? Probably a knee because, like, I feel like that would take less time. Also, thank you for 100 likes, everybody. Thank you for 100 likes. How are you doing? I'm doing alright. How are you later? Hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. You are sexy AF. Incredible Riz. Great stuff. Awesome. Awesome job. That's how you get all the bitches. Actually. Do not talk about the growth of knees. Why not? I don't see what the issue is. You're fucking weird for not believing in God or Jesus. I think that you're weird for, like, giving a shit if, like, some random live streamer that you know nothing about, like, holds the same religious worldview as you. Like, who cares? Like, could you imagine if I just, like, went onto, like, some, like, random, like, Christian YouTube channel? Just, and, like, unprompted was like, you're delusional, God isn't real, lol. I don't know, maybe if I just, like, wanted, like, a reaction or whatever, and, like, they were, like, the type to rage, but, like, I don't know. It just seems like a waste of time. I wasn't trying to riz you, was just stating a fact. Well, damn, I see. Trying to strike the balance between no transphobia in chat, but also letting them up the engagement is difficult, not gonna lie, lol. Yeah, it's like, you wanna, like, you don't want it to be, like, overrun by shitters. Because, like, we don't want to scare away other new viewers. But, have you considered doing ASMR? You're very calming. I actually have considered doing it. I might. We'll see. But yeah, Game Walker spitting facts. Because, like, there'll be people that are, like, newer viewers, and they're like, what? Why aren't the mods doing enough? And it's like, first of all, they're working hard. And, like, secondly, like, come on. I don't know. We need the engagement as well. Girl, your eyebrows are fine. Well, thank you. I think you might be behind in the stream, though, because that was something I responded to a little bit ago. Hey, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the additional $2, saying, are you being fetishized, or are you just sexy? I don't know. Beats me. I mean, who knows? Any song recommendations? I don't know. Who knows? I have no idea. But yeah, thank you for the $2, Felix. Say meow, please. Meow. Yeah. Anyways. How y'all doing? Hello, Ashlyn, Jezisek. Good to see you again. The United Kingdom isn't real. That's true. That shit is a psyop, actually. Alright? British people don't exist. There's no such thing. Alright? Double tap the smash like, if you agree. And, yeah. Do you watch baseball? No, because I'm not a psychopath. I would never have such bad taste. Piss cult? Yeah, that's crazy. Growth of knees? Is this another thing that I shouldn't look up? No, it's just like a... No, the reason people say that, well, they word it differently. Because, Hey, thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the $2, saying, show tummy. I don't know if that's a good idea. I don't know if I want to do that. I feel like that's not the best idea today. I don't know. I'm just not in the mood to do that right now. Maybe a different stream, I'll do it. But I'm not in the mood right now. It's bait for people to say dumb stuffs. Yeah, it's a troll and trying to get her to say, yeah, a specific word. It's the Spanish word for black. Or at least that's how it's spelled. You know, I hope that helps. But, I just, reorder the way that it's, I just reorder the sentence a little bit, and then, like, they basically, they're the ones that really get trolled. Because I'm just, you know, I'm just, 2 steps ahead, I guess, as a wise man once said. And by that, I mean, like, a crazy person that, like, everybody thinks is a genius. And it's like, yeah, kind of smart. You know, made some good business moves, okay? Like, I think we all agree that Nikocado Avocado is, you know, very good when it comes to, like, the art of maximizing audience retention. But, I don't know. Like, I'm of the opinion that, like, he, like, played it up for the camera, and, like, one of the reasons he decided to gain a bunch of weight, like, I do think he, like, decided to gain a bunch of weight on purpose and whatnot, because, like, not just to, like, gain weight, but, like, you know, to, like, get more content. But I don't think it was, like, but I don't think that, like, his end goal was to do the 2 steps ahead thing. I do think it's something that he, planned ahead of time, but I think that it was, like, one of those things that, like, he spent, like, a couple years planning, like, 2, maybe 3 years. He knew he wanted to do it. Like, he had, like, a vague idea, and then he just, like, sort of went through with it. But I think that before then, like, when he was, like, gaining a bunch of weight, like, I don't think he was, like, like, planning on doing that. You know what I mean? For the uninitiated, I used to make the same jokes about Femyoz being a bottom and pregnant, but I haven't been around for a while. Yeah. Yeah, fair. Anyways, Felix stroking his me right now. I give you the pat. No, I would, look, here, I would say it, but, like, I want to keep my shit monetized. Oh. Uh-oh. Did I just lag? That's fun. I just, like, lagged for a sec. But yeah, no, I would be fine saying it, especially with, like, the pass or whatever. But, like, I'd rather keep my stream monetized, so, you know, I don't know. Money is, like, a great incentive for me to, like, I don't know, not say as much unhinged shit. So, you know, maybe that cucks the content a little bit, but, like, at the same time, you know, I have a tendency to like money, so, anyways, let's see here. Have you seen anime, if any? It's okay, guys. She says it off stream all the time. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I'd be saying it off stream instead. Because I don't need to say it on stream. Money is an incentive to show booba. I'm not sure. Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's true. But I don't know if I want to do that. I mean, I thought she said she was trans. I am trans. I am. We fucking with Jesus or nah? You know, I do fuck with Jesus. You know, people saying they want to, like, deport him and whatnot, but, you know, personally, I think that Jesus is a really cool guy, and you just gotta get to know him a little bit, you know? And, you know, people are calling him a border hopper and stuff, you know, because of his ethnicity, but, you know, I think he just, like, you know, wants to give to the poor and whatnot. Hello, Eli, so crazy. Hope you're doing well. Anyways. Just some guy said to me, you want to debate, lol? Wait. Joey Shantz, your name is familiar. I think I might. Wait, are you like... Wait. Wait. Are you like the Yankee Tanky guy? Is that you? If so, I'd be down to do it, but just like... Not right now, because I'm like tired. I'm just kind of chilling. And if I'm gonna cover anything today, it's gonna be, it's gonna be like the iDubbbz content cop. Formally. Alright, yeah, Joey, add my Discord. My Discord is Femyoz. Femyoz. It's just the same as my YouTube. I'll add you back after stream. Just say who you are. And we'll set something up. We'll probably, like, debate, like, I don't know, fucking trans issues or some shit. I don't know. Whatever the fuck. I'm probably not gonna disagree with you as much when it comes to, like, some of the other stuff. Like, I'm pretty sure you're pro-Palestine. Trans issues? Aren't you, like, anti-trans, or am I thinking of some other tanky person? I don't know. I remember that, I don't know. I know there's, like, some tankies that are, like, socially conservative, where it's, like, I agree with them on, like, economic shit, but I disagree with them on social shit, if that makes sense. I don't know. Oh, you're pro-Russian, pro-China? We could debate the pro-Russia thing. I think that'd be good, because, like, because then that would, like, I don't know. I feel like that's something I'd have to, like, research just, like, a little bit to make sure I've got, like, some sources to cite and whatnot. I used to be. I don't care about trans issues anymore. Okay, that's valid. Because, like, I'm guessing we agree on, like, Palestine. I'm pretty sure you're pro-Palestine, if I'm not mistaken. So we'd agree on that. We'd probably agree on some other shit. Like, I don't know. Economic policy. I guess I'm, like, I don't know, kind of a market socialist. But I also am not, like, against other economic policies. I just don't know enough about it. Yeah, I'm more pro-Palestine than you. Yeah, to be fair, I don't know. I just haven't, like, spent as much time researching it. But based on, like, what I do know, I'm pro-Palestine. It just seems like there's no justification for, I don't know, say, for instance, the IDF bombing innocent civilians. So, like, there's gonna be a lot of positions where we have, like, shit in common. But then there's also gonna be, like, you know, you're an anarchist until I touch your pro state. Thank you, Felix Chaplin, for the $2. Oh my lord. Thank you, thank you. Do you remember me? Unfortunately, I don't. I'm very sorry to break it to you. Is where the axis of resistance? I'm not too familiar with that. Maybe that'll be something I have to look into. Axis of resistance. I don't know. Like, if you're wondering what my stance is, I think that imperialism is generally a bad thing. And that includes when Russia does it. I think imperialism is bad. Parentheses, regardless of who's doing the imperialism. It doesn't matter if it's the West or Russia, right? Imperialism is just like a bad thing, right? So like, I don't know, just to let you know, don't do like the weird like, yeah, but like America does it too. And it's like, yeah, I agree, America's like bad when they do that. Or it's like, yeah, I never said that America was great. So, I don't know. Russia isn't doing imperialism. Imperialism is an economic system, not win a war. Yeah, but it's going to be the case that, like, I mean, why do you think that Russia decided to go to war with Ukraine in the first place? I don't know. I think this would be a good thing to talk about during the debate. More than anything else. I'm the one that kept saying my dad died as a pilot in 9/11. Wow, what a tragic loss. Tragic loss indeed. Dude. Poor dad. I don't know. He'll say NATO encroachment, probably. Maybe. Fair, I use X. So what app did you say, Twitch? Just add me on Discord. You got Discord by any chance? If not, get Discord and then add me. My username on Discord is just the same as it is on YouTube. It's just Femyoz, F-E-M-Y-O-Z. And then I'll add you back and just say who you are. And then and then like I'll be streaming on here. And I'll like have you call in at some point. We'll have to set something up. I'm banned from Discord. Just make an alt. Just ban evade. Anyways. Also, how do you even get banned from Discord? Like, how do you even... Anyways. How? Do you have to use a phone number? What? Wait, you do? If that's true, you can just, like, use a fake number, probably, from, like, Text Now or whatever. Like, so it's not that difficult. I don't see why you wouldn't be able to do that. But yeah, anyways. This is something to worry about later, I guess. I'm not in the mood to debate right now. I'm just, like, kind of chilling. I kind of want to do the, I want to go over the iDubbbz content cop on H3. My account used to be named Soren. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. I'm gonna be so real. I'm sorry. Maybe I have a shit memory and I should, but I just don't. So, my apologies. But yeah, anyways. You don't know what you're talking about? Really? Based on what? What specifically don't I understand? Because there are some things where I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, anyways. Anyways, let's see here. Majority of those numbers get flagged by services like this. I don't fucking know. I'm sure there's a way to do it. I don't know. I'm not somebody that's ever had to do it because I don't even know what the fuck you have to do. Like, what do you even have to do to get banned from Discord? Like, isn't that, like, something that requires effort? Like, don't you have to be, like, I don't know. Like, it's not- I don't think that they, like, really enforce... I mean, like, I don't know. Racial slurs? Really? I mean, I don't know. That's a fantastic head of hair. Thank you. Dude, why is this person asking if I'm a minor? Why do you want to know? Why? Do I look like one? Hello, you lovely, lively lady. Hello, Emma. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, are you a minor? Yeah, in Minecraft. Yeah, good question. Let's see. It's very easy to ban evade on Discord. I have a stalker since 2016 who banned multiple accounts to talk to me. Yeah, I don't know. I've no idea. I've never had to do it. But chicken jockey? Real. Well, like, I don't know. I know that there are people that ban evade, like, a bunch of times. So, like, I don't see why Yankee Tanky over here wouldn't be able to do it. It shouldn't be that hard. Hey, Femyoz, I'm dating my coworker. Well, congratulations. I'm doing well. You seem much happier than last night after the cold shower. Yeah. Yeah, I was doing awful last night. But we have warm water again. So yay. She's super cute. She's trans too. Well, that's good. I'm glad that you get to enjoy dating your beautiful transgender coworker. Let's go. Based. Will you jockey my chicken? Hey, yo. Hey, yo. Do you have a coin or a coin slot? What a great question. W warm water game? Yeah, warm water gang on top, for real. I just found out I'm dating my cousin. What do I do? Good question. What happens when you become too old to be cute or pretty? I don't know. I just, like, keep existing? I don't know. It's kind of scary to think about. I will say, aging is quite scary, you know? But yeah. Yeah, twink death happens. Well, it depends on who you are. You know, I get to avoid twink death, personally. I never have to worry about it. Because, you know, I'm somebody that's on HRT. Your hair? Dude, everyone's like, yo, nice hair. Everyone's always talking about my hair. They always either really like it or really dislike it. I guess. But I guess it's something that stands out. Existential dread from a young age is a sign of childhood abuse. I don't think I'm abused. We all love your hair? Well, thank you. How could you dislike it? Creepy people liking your hair. I'm creepy people. Dude, let's go. Just wanted to drop in and say chicken jockey. Support from one trans girl to another. Let's go. Your hair is objectively beautiful. Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Have you seen what Madonna looks like at 65 years old? Nah, what's she look like? Does she, like, look younger than that? Or what? You are so pretty and you seem like you would be an amazing person to hang out with. I hope so. I hope so. Do you play GTA? Nah. Stop talking about her hair, it's creepy? How is it creepy? It's creepy to talk about somebody's hair? How good does anyone look at 65? I would presume not very. Anyways. I've returned, and I'm currently working on how oh, and thanks for the links. I'm currently working on how I figure out, on securing it. Let's go. Do you play any games in general? I sometimes play Minecraft, but, you know. I had this friend who liked to sniff hair. Damn, that's not strange at all. Let's go. Good stuff, good stuff. Chat, do we do the iDubbbz content cop? Do we do that? I think we're gonna do iDubbbz content cop. We're at least gonna watch part of it today. Alright. Yo, just released it. And, I guess it's kind of a controversial video. For whatever wacky reason. Yeah, anyways. I gotta change the title. Alright. Because I did say we're gonna... iDubbbz... new H3 content cop. Is it good? Question mark. Okay. That's probably a good title. I'll have to include timestamps. So last night, I think it was, yeah, I think last night I mentioned the fact that iDubbbz was releasing a new content cop because he made an announcement on both his YouTube and YouTube Shorts and on his Twitter saying that he was making a new content cop. Now, I guessed, and I guessed incorrectly, that the content cop was going to be of himself and that he was going to be going over his old content and talking about how bad and harmful it is. And that's what I thought it was going to be. My next guess was it was going to be on some sort of political pundit. Now, I don't remember who, but I think that at least one person guessed it was going to be on H3H3, and whoever guessed that, congratulations, you got it right. I didn't think it was going to be on H3. I just thought that iDubbbz was going to stay out of that drama or whatever, because I do remember he talked about Ethan Klein on the podcast and was like, yeah, I don't know, I'm just not going to get involved or whatever. And I guess I'm mistaken. He has gotten involved, so let's see what this is about.
Destination, the beach is surprisingly
All right,
dangerous.
let's see.
Consider the
Okay, what's he doing over here? Okay, he's in his underwear.
In our defense,
Oh, he's
actually
drinking beer.
Actually, accusing
Yo.
Ethan of killing his dog is maybe too,
Let's go. We got the close up.
too far because they have
Oh, let's go.
such an insane harassment group.
Okay, genuine advice for iDubbbz. Grow your hair out and stop with the facial hair. You look better with longer hair and no facial hair. All right, you gotta start twink moding again. All right.
That anybody who says any fucking thing, they will attempt to ruin their lives. And once again, I'm the crazy one. It's not bad enough that I have this group.
Yo, no way. Still got the police officer. Yo. Let's go. Hey, yo. Okay. You know, I wish he was doing the skit with, like, another person. At least. Because he always used to include at least, like, one other person, if not multiple people, in these skits. Like, he'd always have, like, anything for views. Maybe Max Mofo. You know. It doesn't feel the same if it's just him by himself in his room. Alright, it's, like, feeling a bit drawn out. Okay, smoking 3 cigarettes at a time. Alright. I don't know where he's running to. I feel like there wasn't much of a skit there. Oh god. Oh god, it starts out with Hassan.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan Broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive, and I hope all the boys grow up.
Dude, I don't want to watch Hassan, dude.
I'm having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. I have a very important announcement. I finally done it.
Okay.
I watched Ethan Klein's content nuke.
Oh, are you gonna, like, respond to the points that he made?
And I'm not going to call it context puke, as I normally do.
Context puke? Aw, dude, that joke is fucking hilarious. Holy shit.
Because the reality of the matter is, it was brilliant. Nothing was out of context. Everything was correct. I am an Islamist, fundamentalist, radical terrorist. I am a...
You see, chat, the reason it's funny is because he's saying, like, the opposite of what he thinks. And that's, like, the joke. Is, like, it's the opposite.
vicious anti-Semite. It's...
Yeah, I feel like I'm shitting on this way too quickly. I mean, I don't know. Just... I mean, Hassan's not a comedian. And it shows.
true. Most importantly, Ethan is more attractive than me, both physically and also mentally. I've been lying about everything, including my glasses. They're fake. He was right about that. That's not even in the content nuke. And he was right about that too. How did he know everything? How?
Dude, I'm sorry. This is just strong. I don't know. Dude.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan? Okay. Trust me, it gets worse from here.
Ethan, Wake up.
Ethan, wake up. Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan.
Oh shit, what the fuck?
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up. Time to be awake, Ethan.
Wake up, Ethan.
This is no longer a dream. This is a nightmare. Wake up.
Ethan, the dumb bitch is telling you to wake up.
Wake up.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
Ethan, wake up.
Wake
Bro, I don't know who any of those people are except for Hassan and Frogan.
up. Since anyone? Just wake
What is that?
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up.
Wake up, Ethan.
I'm not gonna do a react.
That's okay. Wow, they're doing the Fortnite dance. That's some riveting stuff. I mean, at least they're having fun. At least iDubbbz is having a little bit of fun.
Content, yeah, chat.
I'm the same. Nobody's told you to wake up, Ethan.
Yummy,
Okay.
love Sabramos.
Wake up, Ethan. Wake up.
Ethan.
There we go. Deep throating the mic. Let's go.
Wake up.
Has a little bit of energy. Nah, dude, he should have had Lunchly in Prime. Okay. Let's see here. Other girl is Denims? Oh, is that who that? Dude, I'm sorry. I don't remember any of these people.
All right.
Damn, he was just
I've
butt
been
ass
planning
naked.
on making a content cop on H3. It sounds very stupid even saying that.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta agree with that. I watched this earlier. I couldn't finish it. Damn, that's unfortunate.
H3
We're even at 2 times speed.
content cop, iDubbbz. Ethan Klein's out of control. And then you should do a content cop on Hassan Piker. Content cop on
I mean, at least he's doing an accent. It's not the accent that he used to do. Like if this was OG iDubbbz, he'd be like, please, iDubbbz, do H3 production content cop. Do Hamas Piker content cop. I can't do it, but you know what accent I'm talking about. You know what accent I'm talking about. He's not even doing that. Dude, I got fucking nostalgia baited. It's not as bad as I thought it would be. Yeah, I'd say it's better so far than I thought it would be. I watched it at 2 times speed. Oh god. I think that would have dude, this might be the first time I watch an Ian video at 2 times.
Sargon of Akkad. If I would imagine
Dude, Sargon of Akkad, let's go.
this
That was amusing.
in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan. He's the one who fucking attacked first.
To be fair, I think that you've both lost the plot in your own special little ways. I don't know, the way that I feel about it is iDubbbz has just lost the ability to be funny. I think his politics are better than they used to be. But like, I don't know. He doesn't come across as confident the way that he used to, and maybe his confidence was faked in the past and he just doesn't want to have to like play that character anymore, but I don't know. I miss when he came across as confident, like someone that just doesn't give a fuck. Like he'll say whatever he wants type of shit.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up.
So go fuck yourself.
I agree.
All right, guys, I'm going to tell you a story about Ethan
Okay.
Klein. I know
Alright, we get a story. Let's go.
some of you have been following him, but there's a lot
What did Ethan do wrong other than being betrayed by Hamasabi and having CPS called on him and his wife? I forgot about
people
that. Yeah.
who might not be familiar with the background, with his podcast,
Oh, let's go. We got H3 without a shirt on.
with what's been going on over the past couple of years. So Ethan, as you know, is a content creator who has a podcast where he says all sorts of outrageous stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fucked up. He's had shows with
Wait, is that... Wait, hold on.
stuff. Sometimes it's fun, sometimes it's fun.
Dude, we've got the Bo Blacks plushie. Let's go. Dude, we got a Mr. Miss Manchi reference.
Up. He's had shows with all sorts of different controversial characters. He's had a show with Trisha Paytas. He's had a show with Hassan Piker.
Okay.
In doing so, he's gathered a ton of different audiences. Now, in his
Dude, am I gonna have to speed this up already? I'm getting bored.
podcast with Hassan, Leftovers, they would mostly talk about surface level progressive shit and make fun of right-wingers.
And you're telling me
Okay.
he didn't flick their dick once at least?
Yeah, Sonic Josh made it. Let's
as
go.
Hunter Shavers use trans women, I say, oh no!
And it was mostly
It's some riveting stuff.
Until they actually had to reckon with a very serious topic. I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Okay, so is he gonna be sucking off Hassan the whole time? Like, I want to see your criticism of Ethan.
Palestinian people living in the West Bank are
and like, I guess you could have the position that Hassan is like well equipped with whatever. I mean, that's like a fine position to have.
subject to these horrific conditions, horrific living conditions by the state of Israel, America's greatest ally and the only democracy in the Middle East, if you ask Republicans and even liberals.
Well, the dancing invented was so kick-ass.
Dude, I gotta prefer Ethan's coverage here, alright? This is way more entertaining. You know, he was having a good time.
Israeli settlers are trying to evict Palestinian families in occupied East Jerusalem. The United Nations says that may be a war crime. It literally is.
I was just eating the toppings. And the pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
Let's go!
I don't know if you can make that joke in 2021.
Dude, wait, this is making Ethan look good. This is meant to be Content Cop H3, but you're just making him look awesome. Like, oh, dude, this guy's still entertaining.
Why?
He's insensitive to burn victims.
I think it's a good analogy. It's a powerful image.
Ethan
Hell
was not
yeah.
prepared for this. Ethan, the whole time, is more of the goof guy. And that's fine, you know?
Yeah, I agree. That makes him, like, more entertaining.
We don't expect Ethan to be an expert on the topic. Ethan was obviously caught in this tricky situation where he is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife is Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously...
I'm late to the stream, welcome. Femi, do you, like, hate religion or just not believe it in yourself? I don't believe in it. I'd say that I don't know. I mean, I'm like, I guess I dislike religion. I don't dislike religious people, if that makes sense. I generally have a negative opinion on, like, religion itself as, like, a concept. But, like, it's not like one of those things where, like, I'd view somebody as any lesser for believing in any religion, right? Unless they have, like, religious beliefs that are, like, harmful in some way. But personally, I don't like religion. But that's just my take.
The state of Israel. On the other hand, he's just got done capturing a massive progressive audience who are very politically savvy. They follow...
Are they politically savvy? I don't know. I'd be reluctant to call any audience of a political streamer politically savvy. But keep in mind, most people that get their news from streamers aren't going to be doing their own research, right? They're not going to have their own analysis. They're just going to get their news from a streamer. I don't see that as any different from someone that watches, I don't know, CNN, MSNBC, or Fox News, other than the political leanings are different, right? That's going to be the main difference. And sure, there are going to be some streamers where they're more reliable than news networks because, you know, let's say they're more likely to give a more, like, balanced or fair perspective, right? But that's generally not going to be the case, right? Like, if I'm going to be real, I don't see it as any different from saying that somebody that is politically savvy because they watch the news on TV. Like, no, you got to do your own fucking research to be politically savvy. You're not politically savvy because from watching fucking Hassan Piker and agreeing with all his positions because he says things that sound good, right? I feel like that's a bit absurd.
Hassan.
I'm mainly religious because it brings me comfort. Yeah, and that's a fair thing, right? And I respect that.
Hassan is strictly a political streamer, so this is something they're very keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just, like, not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna...
Hold on, I gotta replay that, because that's an interesting way of wording it.
Say things that are just, like, not accurate and it's just keyed into. So when they see Ethan say things that are just, like, not accurate and it's just propaganda...
Not accurate, and it's just propaganda. Now, what's interesting is Hassan Piker has described himself as somebody that makes propaganda for a living, right? Now, he uses a very loose definition of propaganda, but I think it's interesting that Ian is referring to Ethan's content as propaganda, as, like, a negative term. And I think it's very interesting because, on one hand, you're describing Hassan as somebody that's, like, really politically savvy and whatnot, and his audience is also like that. But if you actually watched Hassan, you would know that he describes himself as a propagandist, right? Now, I don't have to watch Hassan to know that. Like, there's clips of it everywhere, right? Now, I personally believe that, you know, if you're using, like, a loose definition, like, okay, you're, you know, if you talk about politics in this way, then yeah, it's, like, propaganda and it's based, right? I think that's, like, a fair position to have. But I would be careful to make this argument if you're siding with Hassan.
They're going to call it out.
From the river to the sea.
If it brings you comfort, that's good. Yeah, that's my position on religion. If it brings you comfort, good. I'm glad. Continue to be religious. You benefit from it. For me, it did the opposite. It made me really anxious. It just made me feel like shit about everything. But that was me.
Essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
So this massive progressive audience that Ethan has, adopted over the years, they're becoming increasingly critical of his position because now he's talking about it not on Leftovers, he's now talking about it on his podcast.
What I want to do is show you guys how I see Israel, because you don't see that. When you listen to Hassan and you hear all these fucking mega lefties talking about it like it's some super racist, crazy, like Jim Crow style of society. Like, I can't wait to show you guys.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
So Ethan is having this back and forth with his liberal audience, leftist people online, progressive content creators, Hassan, all of these different people. He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb. Frogan and Denims and all these dipshits. And everybody thinks this guy's awesome, apparently. Even though he looks like Millhouse, fucking dork. Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no? Not go there.
And it's all culminated, at least for my story, in Ethan burning bridges with people until he burned the bridge with me. Since Ethan and...
Did he? I don't know. I don't know who burned what
Hassan's
bridge.
falling out. I've been keeping to myself mostly. I don't have many nice things to say. Maybe...
I mean, didn't you talk about it on your podcast or whatever? Didn't you, talk about it for an hour?
Ethan's able to get some help. Maybe if he stops harassing other creators.
Okay, harassing other creators. This is a dumb talking point. I don't think that Ethan is harassing these innocent creators, right? And I'm not saying that Ethan is innocent either, right? But it just seems to be the case that it's more a back and forth. It's not like Ethan Klein is going out of his way to target these innocent, helpless creators that have never talked about him or anything. It's no, they take shots at each other, and I think that that's fair. Now, if you want to say that the things that Ethan is saying are unfair, and make that argument and explain how what he's saying is bullshit while the other people are correct in their criticism, then that would be fine, right? But I think that boiling it down to just, oh, Ethan is harassing these other content creators doesn't really do anything. That's not productive at all. You're just ignoring what's actually being said. And again, if Ethan is saying things that are wrong, right? Or he's going too far in some way, in a way that the other creators aren't, then you can cover that. But to just boil it down to, oh, well, Ethan is this evil harasser. I don't think that's a useful criticism.
Maybe if he does.
Did you used to be religious? What religion and why did you switch? I used to be a Christian, a Lutheran specifically. And I became agnostic, and then I became an agnostic atheist, essentially. And the reason I switched is because I found it to be incredibly illogical that there's an all-loving, all-forgiving God that sends people to suffer in hell for eternity, to suffer infinitely for their finite actions, and he's all-forgiving, but once you're in hell, he stops forgiving you. That seems a bit strange. Suffering infinitely for finite actions. Mathematically, it just doesn't add up. So I was no, this is illogical.
Does these things.
But that's just me personally.
Eventually, he'll find peace, and we can, rekindle our friendship.
As someone who's pro-Palestine, for the sake of the civilians, Hassan is an absolute nutjob who's been wrecking the movement. It is unfair for him to be the collectively appointed representative. I don't think that anybody should be a collectively appointed representative of anything. I think that's, stupid as hell. Unless they're, I don't know, in some way, good at representing it. Or it's, something that can be single-handedly represented. I don't know. It's, the same thing as, when people ask me if I, represent the trans community. It's no. Nobody represents the trans community single-handedly. It's such, a broad thing. Same thing with, I don't know, the black community. There's no one person that single-handedly represents all black people, right? That's insane.
So that's been my approach. I've occasionally thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like.
Okay.
Sweet, stupid.
What is this? Creator Clash 3 needs a headline fight. Here are the options. Ethan Klein versus Hassan Piker. Hassanabi versus H3 Productions. Vape Nash versus Hank Pecker. I mean, this seems like a fine tweet. I feel that would be an interesting fight. Though I don't know how fair it would be. I feel Hassan Piker would win because I don't know, he's more physically fit and I think taller. I don't know, he's built.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism. And also he's way out.
I don't think Hassan is evil. I think that's dumb. Like, do I think that Hassan can be cringe? Yeah. Do I think he's evil? No. Do I think he's anti-Semitic? I don't think so. I don't know. I haven't seen anything to suggest that he is.
In my weight class.
He didn't like
I don't know. Maybe I just don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe he's like the ultimate anti-Semite.
that, but
Hassan versus Sam Hyde, it is destined. Hassan versus Sam Hyde would be good, or iDubbbz versus Sam Hyde. No, I think Hassan versus Sam Hyde would be like a closer match. I think that iDubbbz would get pummeled by Sam Hyde, in all honesty. Like, Sam Hyde is like a massive dude. But Hassan is like really athletic, from what I understand, like just based on looking at him. So, like, I feel like Hassan versus Sam Hyde could be like a fair fight. Why'd you give me the HRT links? Was there any motive or what? Just wondering. Thanks, by the way. I think you asked for them. I think I, like, mentioned that, like, I don't know. You wanted, like, HRT or some shit. But you couldn't get it because you're in a red state. So I'm like, okay. Here you go, man. Be responsible. I guess.
fucking, sometimes you gotta just throw something out there. I used to work with...
Yo, classic iDubbbz burp. Let's go. Best part of the video.
This video editor named Froggy Tonic. I discovered...
Damn, every iDubbbz controversy involving somebody with the name Froggy. We got Froggy Fresh, then Froggy Tonic.
him because he was in the circles online that
in
I
the
was
circles,
in.
wow.
And one of those circles is an H3 fan. He watched Ethan's content. He liked Ethan's content until he didn't like Ethan's content.
Oh,
There
damn.
would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that, you know? Like, I'm not going to endorse it.
What is this? Ethan Klein, do you really think putting yourself, your crew, and your audience in a semantic competition over a petty year-old I'm right, you're wrong obsession you cannot get over is the right strategy? I don't even know what this is. Stop tormenting yourself, man. Listen to Hassan.
I'm not going to retweet it or like it, but fair enough.
I guess I just missed,
Okay.
my old friend. Some wings are too bird feathered colored.
Now that
okay.
brings us to February 28th of this year. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago did say some truly mean shit. He called Hila the C-word.
Okay. So, Froggy Tonic says, Hila Klein, how do you think you are morally above us all when you're just judging people based on where they're from? Okay, first of all, Yoav Gallant is not a good guy. Palestinians don't learn to hate Jews at 2 years old. And you know all of that, you cunt? Okay. I don't know why you had to censor that. Dude, you... Okay. I guess he wants the video to be monetized really bad. You know, we used to, like, not give a shit.
He said they're trying to kill their dog.
Just learned 2 years before Ethan's dog's death. Some H3 fans voiced concerns for his chronic vomiting, pointing to kidney failure, got shunned by other fans. Ethan declined the advice, stayed course, cheeses treats, fast forward, dog dies of kidney failure. Okay, so this is just like fucking lying about Ethan Klein. Just like making shit up. There's literally no evidence of this.
With cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure. Ethan, at some point, discovers that iDubbbz' former editor says this horrendous shit about him.
So somebody says, Creator Clash 2's editor doubles down, calling Hila a cunt, blames her for radicalizing Ethan. And then Froggy says, just CC2, and yes, I'll double down. I watched Ethan and Hila Klein for 10 years. I loved that show. No one else but them to blame for the current insanity. We all know Ethan is unchecked. We've seen it on so many episodes. You refuse to let go. You are in an abusing relationship with H3?
And Hila. But no one's asking the question, where does Ethan get this information from? You see, it would be very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by...
Dude, wait, okay, wait, hold on. What is this?
Very obviously a problem if Ethan was discovering this content by
Wait, why is he scrolling past a bunch of Hitler Sieg Heiling?
Twitter looking for something to upset himself with.
Dude, Wait, is this a real video clip? Dude, it's just a bunch of Hitler and then Free Palestine.
By very obvious...
I don't know if it's a real clip. Dude, if iDubbbz made this clip, that's really funny, okay? I'll give him that. That shit's funny as fuck.
A problem if Ethan was discovering this content by scrolling through Twitter looking for something to upset himself with.
I really hope that iDubbbz edited that in. Because if he did, then he's got his jig back. He's slowly relearning comedy, okay? Like, if he edited that in there, that is. I don't know if he did or not. I genuinely couldn't tell you, but
has maybe set it up in such a way where his employees feel the need to send him this information. And that would be horrible. They shouldn't be doing that. They should be sending you things that are entertaining for your show that don't fucking trigger the hell out of you. Why is there so much work?
I think that there is like a balance to be had, yeah. Like I think it's fine to like sometimes like cover stuff that like might be like, I don't know, triggering to you as like a content creator. You just have to like not do it too much. Otherwise you're not going to be a very happy person.
Being put into...
That's not that funny. It is kind of funny, to be fair, given the context of everything.
Discovering...
Like, from like a comedic standpoint, it would be a pretty good gag. Like, if that's just like if that's like not a real clip, it's just Ethan, like, scrolling something else, but it's like replaced with footage of like a bunch of like pictures of Hitler and then just like one post that says Free Palestine. I feel like that's pretty funny. Yeah. Silently scrolling past pictures of Hitler and then zooming in on Free Palestine is an on-the-nose metaphor for current discourse on anti-Semitism. Yeah. I'm gonna be so real. Yeah. I feel like that shit is clever. Like, I'm gonna be so real. I think he edited that in because it specifically stopped at like the Free Palestine part. I think that shit was kind of fucking genius. If that was like an edit.
This guy on Twitter.
Okay? Like, I'm not just gonna completely shit on iDubbbz here, right? Like, if he does something like that that's like fucking funny or base, like I'll like point it out, right? Like, I'm gonna be as fair as possible. Like, I don't dislike Ian or anything. In fact, I like him. I want to see him succeed and thrive. And I want to see, if anything, I just want to see him have fun again. I don't like seeing him depressed because it makes me depressed. You know what I mean? Like, I don't like seeing him being, like, exclusively serious and, like, low energy. Like, and maybe it's just I'm 20 and maybe I'm less mature and, you know, maybe I'll get it when I'm older, but, like, I don't know. He just doesn't have as much energy anymore. You know what I mean?
Twitter, who's barely getting any interactions, linking him to me and posting on the Reddit when there's no work being put into who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place. If you...
I mean, to be fair, not every post is going to be like, if you're looking through a bunch of posts, like, you're not going to be looking at, like, who made the post, right? Unless it's, like, a name that you recognize, right? You're just going to be looking at, like, okay, like, what's going to be the best content? And then sort posts that way, you know?
You do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before. This account has scraped its history, and it's now trying to make Ethan burn bridges. This is
yeah, that's
within
fair.
Ethan's own community. Like, this is the thing that he needs to be critical of. It's not me. So yes, I
hate anti-Semitism too, but I'm Arab. Yeah, fair.
I'm willing to admit that my former editor was being very nasty, uncharitable, and fucked up towards Ethan and Hila.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. I just don't understand why Ian didn't clarify that in his podcast with his Maximum Damage podcast, because he did cover the whole like calling CPS on Ethan thing, right? Like, I think he should have been like, yeah, obviously Ethan's not in the wrong here in terms of getting CPS called on him. Like, it's for a bullshit reason, right? Like, he wasn't doing anything that would warrant it. The person that called lied about being somebody that was within the vicinity, right? It was just some random shitter from the internet, by the way, right? Like, you should have addressed that and said, yeah, you know, while we're on the subject, yeah, obviously this is fucked up, right? Nobody deserves to have this happen to them. And, like, you could even, like, criticize Ethan and be like, well, I do think that, like, maybe you gotta, like, I don't know, like, chill the fuck out, stop, like, engaging in, like, all this, like, drama shit, right? It's not your fault necessarily that this happened, but you are reducing the likelihood of it happening in the future if you're not constantly engaging in drama, right? Like, making it clear that, like, oh yeah, you're, like, in the right here, but at the same time, just try to carefully, you know, you don't want to get hurt, whatever it may be, right? And I think that'd be, like, perfectly fair.
On Twitter. But Ethan and Hila are doing the same shit on their podcast, so I don't want to fucking hear it.
Doing the same shit on their podcast? I don't think that Ethan and Hila are, like, doing, like, bullshit, like, calling CPS on their enemies, which not only fucks with the person that they'd be doing that to, but, like, that just, you know, is a waste of time and resources from CPS. You know, at any time you make, like, a fake call to Child Protective Services, you know, that's time that could be spent actually helping and rescuing children that are actually in abusive environments, right? I think that, like, as a content creator, if you're going to talk about that specific situation for an hour on a podcast, well, the least you could do, which I think would be the responsible thing, is make it clear that under no circumstances is it okay to just make a false report like that.
Porter.
The CEO of Twitch.
Pedophile.
Now I'm going to watch and respond to the two.
Like, and it's just like your response just to like show like one clip of him saying the word pedophile. I don't know what the context is. I don't know why he's saying it or when, or if he clarifies, oh yeah, by the way, this is satire. I don't fucking know.
Podcast streams where Ethan and Hila call us spineless cowards.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she went on like, she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and iDubbbz feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
Now, keep in mind, I don't think that iDubbbz has to talk about it. Like, he doesn't have to talk about anything that he doesn't want to, right? The only reason I made that argument is because he was talking about it anyway, right? And he did like this weird, like, oh, I'm not going to give my position on it, but I will talk about it for an hour and then say that Ethan Klein needs to get therapy, right? I thought that was dumb as shit. Like, just say what you actually think. Like, make it clear that, like, yeah, like, no shit. Ethan does not deserve to have, like, bullshit, like, you know, like, I don't know, people calling CPS on him for, like, obviously bullshit reasons and wasting time and resources. Like, obviously, like, I don't know, you should have said something about that, given the fact that he was going to talk about it no matter what, right? Now, if he just didn't make a video or podcast about it, and then Ethan Klein were to have that sort of response, like, hey, why aren't you speaking up about it? Then I'd say, yeah, Ethan, that's bullshit. Like, he doesn't have to talk about anything he doesn't want. Like, maybe he just doesn't want to make content about it. He's just not interested in talking about it for whatever reason, right? And that's fine and something you should respect. But again, he chose to talk about it.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty. I'm just not gonna throw someone away because they're having a parasocial weird moment.
I mean, that's fair and all, but you chose to talk about it. Like, you could have given your position, like, hey, by the way, while I'm talking about this, yeah, I think what they were doing was bullshit, right? Like, that's all you had to do is be like, no, Ethan Klein's obviously not, like, a child abuser. No, he doesn't, like, have his kid living in literal shit. Like, no, that's actually not happening. I haven't seen any evidence of that. There's just, like, a baseless claim, right? Like, if you have a friend who has false accusations being levied against them and CPS being called on them, right? If you were going to talk about it, the least you could do is say, yeah, this is bullshit, right? Again, you don't even have to talk about it, but if you're going to, you should do that.
Like, I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
How many women I fucked?
But nobody is saying that you have to throw anybody away, I don't think.
Hassan, by the way, thousands. Yeah, thousands. Let me ask Galia. These shoes do not go. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Hassan's the type of dude who watches himself in the mirror when he has sex.
Watching me on a 30
Dude, Hassan Piker, AGP confirmed. Let's go.
second delay on your stream.
Wait, that's what I'm... Wait, how does he know I'm watching already?
Because you've been talking about it.
Probably because people in his chat would have mentioned it if you're talking about him. It could be people that are fans of both people, or people that watch you that are Hassan fans that just want to see if you're, like, talking about him, or vice versa. And more likely than not, there's also going to be people that just like watching drama. So, of course, they're going to tell the other person that, hey, this guy is talking about you. Like, it's no different from when people would go in my chat and be like, yo, Sabrina TW is talking about you, or yo, Olive Oil Run's talking about you. Even if they weren't, because at the end of the day, right, like, their goal was to get me to, you know, talk about that person and then thus cause drama. Because guess what they did, right? They also went into the other person's chat and said, yo, Femyoz is talking about you, right? And then as a result, right, we both end up talking about each other, right, if we fall for it, right? Now, me personally, I see exactly what they're doing, but, you know, given an opportunity for content, it's like, well, you know, if they end up talking about me as a result of this, then, like, you know, I'll take the opportunity for the content or whatever. But some people just want to see drama.
For the last 5 minutes.
It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like, this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism.
I don't think that Hassan is evil. I think that's dumb.
I'm sorry.
There are many people, I'm sure, who have unfollowed you for the things that you've said and done. And I'm sure there are even more people who have stayed following you because they don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. They don't want to throw someone away because they've had some hard moments. Well,
to be fair, I don't think that most people are saying you gotta throw anybody away. I don't even know if Ethan Klein has said that. Now, maybe he has and we just haven't gotten to that part yet, but that doesn't seem to be what he's saying based on what's being shown in the clips. It doesn't seem to be like a guilt by association thing.
All fucking human.
My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
And what you're saying to me is that I'm a bad friend and I'm a piece of shit. I'm spineless. I'm cowardly because I am following someone on Twitter.
Because they have...
Wait, did they say that?
Such an insane harassment group. It's not bad enough that I have this group of people harassing me and everyone in my life. It's that people outside of this group, journalists, creators, are actively participating in this gaslighting to make it seem like I'm fucking crazy.
Okay, but like, where does he say that like the problem is that iDubbbz is following the person that's lying about me? I don't think that Ethan is saying that. That doesn't sound like the actual criticism being levied at all. And given the context, he's most likely talking about the iDubbbz podcast episode he did on Maximum Damage, where he talked about the situation involving CPS being called on Ethan for a bullshit reason. In which case, if you're going to talk about it for an hour, like, you shouldn't pussyfoot around it. You should just say, yeah, that was like, actually, like, that was fucking bullshit and you shouldn't do that. And I disavow that behavior, right? Because given the opportunity, if you're going to talk about it, like, you may as well just make clear, like, hey, by the way, like, this isn't something that's acceptable by any means. Like, this is fucked up.
I mean, I don't know what he's...
Right? Like, hey, I disagree with Ethan on a lot of stuff, but also, I think this is way too far, right?
At here, like, yeah, people are gaslighting you. A lot of people gaslit me when I apologized. That was actually like the
Did they? Did they gaslight you? I don't know. Maybe they did.
Number one type of harassment I got was people gaslighting me and taking my newfound woke ideology to its extreme.
I will say that there are people that are pretty fucking schizophrenic. They think that like the reason that iDubbbz like it stopped being entertaining is because he's like a woke or whatever. But that couldn't be further from the truth. It has nothing to do with his political positioning, right? It has more to do with like the way he conducts himself. Like he's just not as entertaining anymore. You know what I mean? Like he's just not as entertaining. Right? You can be funny and a leftist. Hell, you can be edgy and a leftist, like me. Like you could still have an edgy sense of humor. And I don't know. Again, I'm not saying that iDubbbz should like force himself to be like an edgelord shitposter forever, right? That's not what I think, right? I think that there are other ways to be funny. Hell, like I don't force myself to be edgy. Like sometimes I just am, sometimes I'm not. Like this stream, I haven't really been very edgy, right? Like I haven't made any edgy jokes, right? So I'm just like not really in the mood right now, right? Whereas on other streams I might because I feel like it and I think they're funny in the moment, right?
Probably done and stood by iDubbbz and Anissa more than anybody. I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional.
Okay, I think that's a good point from Ian.
Like, you know, we're just meant to support each other online despite our own personal morals or principles.
No, I think that iDubbbz is correct about that specifically. Like, yeah, just because like somebody, just because you defended somebody in the past doesn't mean that like they like are now somebody that like owes you. They don't fucking owe you shit, right? Like I might defend somebody because I think that they're being attacked for a bullshit reason, and maybe I consider them to be a friend. But I'm not gonna be like, oh well, I defended you, so now you have to defend me for this other reason. And it's like, well, maybe they don't agree with it, right? Though I do think that considering the context of, you know, the Maximum Damage podcast, he should have just said, yeah, it's bullshit that they called CPS on
But I'll say this, I don't think they're fucking any friends of mine. And certainly I don't think they're any fucking friends of mine based on the text conversation I had with them too before I even talked about it. So I have no...
I'm guessing that Ethan Klein did burn the bridge technically, but...
I have nothing... Like, I don't need any fucking halfway friends, man.
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just said, like, I know you and Hila are experiencing a ton of harassment, and I essentially empathize with that, and I think...
I would like it if he included screenshots of the conversation, from his end, of course. I wouldn't want him to, like, I don't know, leak DMs from Ethan's end or whatever. Unless Ethan gave him permission, but...
There's something positive to get out of the conversation. But he refused to talk on the phone unless I was willing to publicly say something about my former editor and denims. As much as you don't want half...
I mean, if that's true, then yeah, L. Ethan. But I'd need to see evidence to have an opinion
friends,
on that.
I also don't want that kind of halfway friend. I don't want someone who's going to give me, like, an ultimatum to have a conversation.
I mean, yeah, if that's what Ethan did behind the scenes, then yeah. Ethan's in the wrong for that, specifically.
Could you not say something when this is like, imagine like one of you guys is like, Hassan actually wants to go to Israel, go to Gaza so he can strangle Israeli babies or some shit like that. I'd be like, you imagine me not saying something.
You're trying to make a one-to-one comparison where there isn't one. This guy that I follow on Twitter...
Dog, I'm sorry, but like Ethan had CPS called on him for a bullshit reason. Just because someone was like trying to fuck with him. Like, I think that's like a perfectly reasonable comparison to make. Right? Like, people were literally saying that he was like a child abuser with no evidence. So, yeah, actually, it is a perfectly reasonable one-to-one comparison.
Is not in the same relationship as you and one of your current employees who is streaming with you 3 days a week, 3 hours a day for the past 10 years. At one point during the stream, Ethan and Hila bring up Adam McIntyre. Now,
Adam McIntyre, I don't know. I don't trust Adam McIntyre. Comes across as a little bit of a skinwalker. I don't know. I don't know if he, just comes across as like a bit of a leech sometimes. I don't know. I'm not gonna say anything too negative about him because I just don't know enough about him, but, I don't know. Definitely a little bit suspect in that regard.
Adam does basically the same thing as my former editor. He's critical of Ethan and Hila, and he is sometimes uncharitable and nasty towards them.
Does he, like, lie and make false claims about, like, them being, like, evil child abusers and shit?
Adam McIntyre needs to just, like, disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like, of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him, like, the spawn of Satan. He was supposedly on our side. I would never even co-sign that. I was disgusted by that statement, too. I remember...
Well, did you talk about it when it happened?
When he called her kid the spawn of Satan.
I never said anything
And
like
I was
that.
supposed to be, like, cheering on, but I wasn't going to cheer that on. That's disgusting.
Why do you forget that he called her children, which is something we would never do, the spawn of Satan?
It's disgusting.
And I
piece
mean,
of shit of a human.
it's just incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story. You know, it's really something.
Unfortunately, they never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until...
Well, did they talk about it? Like, what was their position on it? Like, did they say, oh yeah, by the way, you know, I think that, we're just not gonna give a position, but we do think that, you know, the conclusion here is that Trisha Paytas needs therapy, and we're not gonna say anything else, because we don't want, to get involved in the drama. But then they talk about it for like an hour. Because, like, you would need that context to be a one-to-one comparison.
So it's useful? Like, what is it, 3 years later? Like, I mean, you're talking about it like you were aware of it at the time, and that there was some amount of pressure or enthusiasm for you to get down with that. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time, and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it, and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost...
Yeah, but did they talk about it?
Like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
It's just...
If they talked about it, but then didn't give a position on it, then yeah. Like, if they were just like, oh, I'm not going to give a position on it, then yeah, that'd be identical.
Incredible who ends up being the good guys in this story, you know? It's really something.
So yeah, the reason I'm bringing this up is because they're trying to, like, paint themselves as the good guys.
What are people feeling about iDubbbz over on this side? I guess I'm being heavily critical of him. I don't, like, have anything against iDubbbz, though. I guess I'm mainly criticizing him because it's, like, his video. To sort of, like, counterbalance him criticizing H3. If I was just watching H3, then I'd be criticizing H3 more.
Guys, and they're saying, like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves. Also, why the fuck does Olivia get the pass?
What a fucking asshole for putting you in that position, Olivia. You're friends with him. And you don't have to say anything, but like, what a fucking piece of shit. What a bad friend to put you in that position just for some fucking clout. It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit, okay?
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm against guilt by association. I think that's stupid.
Olivia did not do anything. And
I want the pass. Do I have to be an employee to get that treatment? Because then you'll just see me as an ally? Or is it because Ethan is afraid of wrongful termination accusations and lawsuits?
And also, I don't mind putting my friend Olivia, who's apparently my real friend, in a terribly weird, fucking uncomfortable situation where you end up getting hate for no reason.
Also, don't frame it as like other people making it hard on Olivia. You're making it hard on all of these people. Please acknowledge your role.
Yeah, I gotta agree with this criticism right here. I gotta agree with like the specific aspect. Like if that applies to Olivia, then why wouldn't that apply to iDubbbz? Like if they're making it hard for Olivia, then why wouldn't they be making it hard for iDubbbz? Why is that fundamentally different? Like obviously he's applying a different standard depending on who it is.
Role in this whole
No, I think Ian is correct on this.
thing. Like, it's crazy how warm Ethan is to Olivia and saying how Olivia is essentially just a victim in this whole thing.
It gets people angry at you, like, oh, how can she be friends with him? Which is total bullshit.
But me and Anissa are spineless. Ethan, your whole system is scrambled. My intention isn't to throw the employees under the bus. Like, you guys serve as the fucking foundation for calling out Ethan's hypocrisy on the whole subject. And I know that you guys have probably pushed back against Ethan over the years. How often are you supposed to do that? Do you have to do that every fucking week? It kind of seems like it. And that's exhausting. I don't want to confront my boss. It's not my fucking job to confront my boss and say, today's segment on rapists and pedophiles on Twitch was not like my favorite segment to be a
Yeah, not my cup of tea. Yeah, dude.
part of.
Yeah, friends like these.
Oh yeah, and are good
Ethan looks weird. Is he cutting through Ozempic? I have no idea, but he has lost weight, so good for him.
friends.
Yeah.
Anissa and Ian. Thanks, Anissa, for standing up for your girl. I actually stood up for you so many times, because, like, why would I not? It was crazy.
Yeah, why would you not? I mean, if that's truly what you believed and you weren't just going to use it later.
Of course I was going to stand by you. That's insane. It's absolutely insane and disgusting. But now you choose to hang out with people that would have a problem with you if you defend.
Oh, okay, now we're doing guilt by association. Yeah, this argument from Elo is fucking stupid. Oh, well, now you're hanging out with, like, the bad people. And like, a minute ago, Ethan was saying, oh, well, like, it's not Olivia's fault, you know? Like, people are like, oh, why would you be friends with this person? Which is a bullshit criticism. And I agree that that is a bullshit criticism. Ethan is right in pointing that out. But you'd have to apply that standard equally. You can't just be like, oh, it's okay when Olivia does it, but not when iDubbbz does it. I think it's fucking stupid.
Me.
I'm not going to assume that Ela knows, but I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
Okay. What relevance does that have? I'm confused.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received a lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So,
okay. What? How is that relevant?
Anissa is very well familiar with the propaganda and the shit coming out of Israel.
Maybe. I don't know. Okay. Well, what does that have to do with anything?
Now, out of all the times, to be like, please defend me. No, we're not gonna fuck.
What does this have to do with, like, the Israel-Palestine thing, though? Like, this was about, like, people making false claims, saying that Ethan was a child abuser, and that his child was, like, living in actual shit. And then somebody falsely called CPS and wasted the time of Child Protective Services and Ethan Klein over nothing. So that was what they were saying, that they wanted a defense over. They were never saying, oh, Ian, you gotta defend our position on Israel. That's not what they were saying. If that was the case, then of course it'd be reasonable to be like, no. Or hell, if you just weren't to talk about it, and you just like, we're like, hey, we're just not gonna talk about any of this type of shit. We just want to talk about these, like, other topics. We're not gonna talk about, like, I don't know, whatever the fuck beef between you and Hassan and, you know, other people on the internet, right? That would also be fine, right? But because they talked about it, it's like a little bit different, right?
Fucking defend you.
Rudy was saying that Palestinians are taught at 2 years old to kill Americans.
Do we have that one?
Man, like just the other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
He looked mean. I thought he was mean just because he looked mean.
No, it's not.
So yes, you caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one.
Yeah, but I don't think that's, like, the only thing. And I do think that the guilt by association thing is stupid. I think that was, like, a dumb argument from Ethan. But also, I do think that there is some credence to, like, the idea of, like, yeah, hey, by the way, if you're gonna talk about this, like, at least do it correctly, you know? Like, hey, we're, like, friends, and, like, these are, like, false accusations being made about me, so if you're gonna talk about this, then, like, maybe like make it clear that like, hey, by the way, like Ethan Klein isn't a fucking child abuser. Hey, don't call CPS. That's fucked up.
One fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
So
the problem.
Okay. If you
to be fair, I do think that minimizes the actual criticism being levied against iDubbbz. Now, you could make a different criticism being like you could make it like a different response being like, oh yeah, like I don't really have to give a position on the matter, or I just don't have to be involved, right? But I do think that like, I don't know, or like the argument that he made before, proving that like, okay, yeah, this is like a bit hypocritical, right? Or like talking about like how they're having this like weird standard of guilt by association, but also a double standard when it comes to different people, right? That's the type of shit that's good to point out.
You want to hang out with those people and have no spine and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you. Enjoy your new friends.
She's friends with people like Denim.
I know. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Now, see? Now iDubbbz is doing good again. By pointing out, hey, by the way, these are like bullshit arguments. And I think what he's going to do is he's going to prove, hey, by the way, Ethan's being a fucking hypocrite here. And that's good. That's a good start.
Yeah,
which I'll show. Denim is actually participating.
Because like that's what Content Cop does well, right? Is proving that people suck according to their own standards. That's what Content Cop is historically good at. Now, I don't know how good it's going to be. We're only 20 minutes in. We're not going to finish the whole thing on stream.
Protective service lie.
Yeah,
which I'll
and if
show
you're
you guys
friends with
instead.
them, then you're seeing what they're saying.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denim's character. Originally, the complaint was about my former editor. He's been chatting shit about Ethan and Hila for the past year at least. They only care about it now because I guess it was spoon-fed to them via their Reddit that's clearly looking out for them.
Or maybe it's because like they had CPS called on them for no reason.
Now I'm not going to sugar.
iDubbbz sucks. He's a cuck. Look, I don't know. Dude, I thought that like the whole thing with like, oh, iDubbbz is a cuck because his wife has an OnlyFans. I thought that shit was retarded. Like, I don't know. It was funny, but like there were people that unironically took it seriously. And the people that took that shit seriously were fucking weird. I will say that he's like mentally cucked now though. Like, I don't know. It feels like he's too restrained, right? I prefer unrestrained iDubbbz where it's just like, I don't know. He has like the ability to just say whatever the fuck he wants. And just like just shameless humor. Nah, it's just the way he acts. Yeah, he's cucked. Okay, yeah, fair. Then we agree. We agree. I don't know. Because, like, I always see, like, some people will say that shit, and then they'll be like, yeah, dude, it's actually Anissa's fault. It's like, no, it's not Anissa's fault. That's fucking stupid. Anissa didn't make him cucked. That's not how it fucking works, right? It's iDubbbz is different now, right? For better or for worse, right? And I think that in some ways he's better, right? I think that, like, okay, his politics are better, right? Because he's more left-leaning. But I think that, like, I don't know, his content is worse. He's kind of lost a lot of his humor. Right? Like, I think it's dumb that people blame Anissa. Right? Like, keep in mind that some of his best content was made while he was already with Anissa for, like, a while. Right? He literally made the Tana Content Cop with the help of Anissa. So, like, and, like, that was arguably his most controversial one. So, like, I think that it's fucking dumb that people are like, it's actually Anissa's fault. I'm like, no. He's just different now. Like, again, for better or for worse, depending on what you think. His politics kind of ruined his content. He tried shoving it inside of his content. That's not the issue. The issue isn't that he has politics in his content. The issue is that he doesn't have fun in his content. Right? Like, the issue is that his content is fucking boring. Right? He doesn't make jokes the same way that he used to. I think that if he were to be political, but make the same types of jokes that he always has, and he doesn't necessarily, like, he doesn't have to say slurs, right? Like, you don't have to say slurs to be funny. Just be funny. Just have, like, the same, like, absurdist comedy that you always have. But also, I don't know, talk about politics if you want. Like, do whatever you want. All he does is cry. Yeah, that has more, but again, that has more to do with his demeanor. That doesn't have anything to do with his politics. Keep in mind that, like, I'm a leftist, right? Like, I'm pretty fucking left-leaning. But my content hasn't suffered as a result of it. At no point have I ever had my content decline in quality as a result of me being fucking woke or whatever, right? Like, that's never happened. If anything, I've gotten more edgy the more left-leaning I've become, right? So, I don't know. I mean, like, I've been I've gone from liberal to leftist over the course of this YouTube channel existing. I mean, I don't know. I ended up being like a full-on leftist, like starting like maybe like a year and a half ago at this point. So it's like, I don't know. But at no point will I ever cuck the content. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm right-wing, but I watch left-leaning people occasionally to hear other arguments. Yeah, I feel like that's fair. I think that's fair. Like, yeah, and like I get some like... Usually the right-wing people that watch my content are like right-leaning libertarians. Like that's usually the type. Because like they don't really give as much of a shit about like, ah, dude, I can't believe that you're like transgender. Fuck you. You need Jesus or whatever. Like people that will get like overly upset over nothing. Whereas like, I don't know, like a lot of right-leaning libertarians are more like, you know, I don't give a fuck, but like, you know, I'm just like economically conservative or whatever. Like there are people like that. And those are usually the ones that watch my content. I'm libertarian. See, I figured that you'd be a right libertarian. OG Femyoz fanbase was just full of Nazis and alt-right femboys. Dude, we did have like a... My audience was too right-leaning for a while. Like, there was a lot of right... Because it was like... It was literally like, I don't know. The kinds of like femboy-obsessed right-wingers that you would expect to see on 4chan. Like, just like the really online types. I don't know. That shit was weird. That shit was weird.
We are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person, like we think Ethan and Hila are good people. Kind of a tricky situation. How?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think that you should have to choose between anybody. I want your content because you talked fast as fuck and it doesn't matter what you talked about. You have my attention. Let's go. I don't think I'm talking as fast as I was before. I think I slowed down just a little bit so that new viewers wouldn't be like immediately put off by the fact that I'm talking at 1.25 times speed or faster. So I think I'm talking at like 1 time speed right now. I think maybe 1.15 at most. I don't know. I'm trying to talk at like a normal speed. Not slow, but like not super fast. Oh God, I just like, what? Why did I press that button? That was
How
weird.
can you possibly think that they're both good people at their core? People can have crash out moments. People can say things that they don't mean. People can say things because they want internet clout and attention. I don't know. I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention.
Okay, I don't know why you would be like... I don't know. I guess it's not Content Cop Denim, so I guess he doesn't have to like criticize her or whatever. But like, I don't know. I do think it's funny that Content Cop started out as iDubbbz shitting on Jinx for his bad reaction content where he wasn't transformative, and it's like, oh, okay, like now you're like, now you fuck with like Denims and Hassan and Frogan, like, you know, the people that don't do transformative content, like they'll just let a video play and they won't give any commentary. As a new viewer, I like the 1.0 times speed Femyoz. Yeah, at least in my opinion, this is 1.0 times speed, I think. I don't know. It's probably still faster than the average person, but for a while I was talking a little bit faster, so I'd be talking like this, right? Where I would just sort of be yapping as quickly as humanly possible, just because, like, I don't know, this is more similar to the speed at which I watch YouTube, where it's like I watch everything at least at 2 times speed, right? Obviously, this isn't going to be 2 times speed necessarily, but it's like a lot of the time, it's just like very tempting for me to talk like this, right? It's sort of an issue that I've had where it's like, okay, this is not going to increase audience retention. It's probably too fast for that, right? 3 times, yes, yeah. No, there are a lot of times where I'll watch shit at 3 times speed. Xander Hall is shallow too, but I'll admit he's decent background noise. Dude, I just can't. I can't with Xander Hall. Is that your real hair? You better believe it is. But yeah.
Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that.
Well, you can't.
That's a retarded take from Ethan. Guilt by association is dumb.
So I already forgot about you.
I actually have a lot of friendships that are kind of that way, where it's like, you know, one of the friends doesn't fuck with the other friend, but there is someone in the middle who kind of fucks with both of them.
Hell yeah.
Separately. Yeah, there's a lot of friendships that are like that. I'm not gonna make you guys like meet up and kiss or anything. I get it. You guys are in fucking, you're either my best friend who's deep-throating me to the base of my cock, or you are Satan. You're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa...
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. I think iDubbbz is right about that. Keep in mind that, like, I don't know. There are some points so far where I've shit on iDubbbz. There's some points where I've agreed with him. So I guess that's interesting enough.
We were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a...
I will say, this is probably the most lackluster content cup I've ever seen, though.
Nobody, and, you know,
unfortunately.
Blah, blah, blah. I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? And then from there, the conversation ends.
Like, I don't know. I don't know how the reception is. I mean, it says 127,000 dislikes and 64,000, or sorry, 127,000 likes, 64,000 dislikes. Now, to be fair though, like, the dislike counter is inaccurate because it's based on data from people that have the dislike counter plugin thingy, and people that have that plugin are statistically a lot more likely to dislike a video. So this is probably an inflated number. It's probably closer to like, I don't know. I'm guessing this is more like 20,000 dislikes, in all honesty. Because this is always good, because like for a controversial video, or a video that's like at least somewhat controversial, it's usually gonna have like an inflated dislike count. Like I know that's happened with me when I had like drama with like a Cheeto or whatever. Like the dislike counter on my videos was like lower in YouTube Studio than it was looking at it from the dislike counter plugin thingy, right?
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that...
Hold on, wait, let me replay. Sorry, I was like zoning out.
Texting.
Satan, you're the devil.
The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never...
Yeah, I don't know. I think that's stupid. I don't think you have to publicly denounce anybody. Like, you just, like, not talk about it, and that's perfectly fine.
Replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't...
I mean, I don't know.
Make you sound like you're being coercive and shit.
I don't know. I don't know. Coercive is a bit extreme. I wouldn't say that Ethan was being coercive, but I do think it was, yeah, kind of shitty.
Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that...
Yeah, I think that's fucking stupid,
sound
yeah.
like a friend? It kind of...
Oh my god, dude. Did my ears just get raped? What was that?
Something a powerful...
Yo, is that my audio? Did anybody else just have, like... Did anybody else hear the fucking loud noise, or was that just my headphones being shit? I actually have no idea. I legit have no... Okay, you guys didn't hear anything? Okay, I'll also have to suffer with it.
Villain would say.
But it was so funny how she immediately went to comment everywhere, like on our subreddit. She immediately had to comment like, oh, it
I think Femyoz is losing her hearing now.
doesn't work with us anymore. But that was it. That's all she said.
But then say that you don't
Okay, do you have anything else to say for your friends, though?
One of the reasons Anissa was so quick to clarify things in your Reddit is because your Reddit was already talking about who this editor is, and they were spreading misinformation that it was our co-host on our podcast, Uncle Dane. So yeah, the last thing we wanted is this guy getting pulled into this mess, and you guys don't give a fuck. Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure. Like,
yeah, why didn't you say that? Like, if you're gonna talk about it, you may as well. Like, hey, by the way, like, this isn't Dane, and like, the stuff he's saying is bullshit. That's a thing you could have done. But I don't see why you didn't. Considering the fact that, like, okay, you would agree that Ethan is getting harassed for, like, a bullshit reason.
Like, yeah, that would have been a nicer thing to say. Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out.
What do you mean, until he figures this shit out? Like, what shit did he need to figure out? Like, people called CPS on him for a bullshit reason that they knew was bullshit. Like, that doesn't even matter what the status of your relationship is, right? Like, you should be able to just say, like, yeah, that's fucking stupid. Like, you shouldn't have done that.
And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the future where things are a little bit easier to broach. I don't think we need to do it right now, but you've insisted that this is an important thing to address. I would have been perfectly fine with you not blasting me on your Instagram story.
So, what does Ethan Klein have to say on the matter? Fuck you, you piece of shit. And fuck my quote-unquote friends too, who I've stood by all these years, who now can't find their spine. I don't need any fair weather friends. I don't know. Dude, I'm gonna be so real, like... Neither party involved looks very good. I don't know.
Been perfectly fine.
I'm not trying to be the enlightened centrist in this situation, but like, I don't know.
With you not blasting me and my wife on your podcast tour.
This just seems so fucking petty on both sides. It's like watching like two like, I don't know, like T channels argue with each other. Like this is just like the most dumb nothing drama. It's like, oh, well, guilt by association. Oh, well, actually, guilt by association is stupid, which it is, by the way. And I wouldn't have talked about this, but you really wanted me to.
Twice.
Like,
I would
okay.
be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast.
Brigading your comment section? How, like, did he tell his audience to, like, go to your comments? Like, what are these comments that are so horrible?
I would be fine.
Like, quote, empathy? Didn't know saying, quote, that house was really clean and their good parents was so hard? Creator Crash Out 3. Sorry we can't help you, Ethan. We like Hassan more. Like, I'm sorry, but I don't think that Ethan Klein was like, you better go into iDubbbz's comments in order to tell him that he's in the wrong. I don't think that's something that he did. I think he talked about you, and then his audience saw it, and it was like, yeah, I think that Ian is being shitty. And they came to the conclusion on their own to leave these comments, right? Now, you could say that, like, maybe Ethan should have, like, made it clear not to, like, I don't know, like, leave a bunch of, like, comments on his shit or whatever. Like, hey, by the way, like, don't, like, go out of your way to, like, harass him or, like, leave comments. Like, don't do that, right? Just say everything you want to say in this chat or in the comments section of this, of my stream or whatever, right? Maybe that would have been a better thing to do, but I don't think that this would constitute as brigading.
Fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000.
I thought you guys learned empathy at like 30. With quote friends like these, who needs enemies, honestly?
Views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead
harassment okay, we're getting into cuck territory.
Views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment
campaigns. What is this? My war against snark? Wait, hold on. This is when people were saying to call CPS on H3. How is that a harassment campaign? If anybody's doing a harassment campaign, in this situation specifically, it's one against Ethan. CPS was calling him for a bullshit reason. Like, I keep bringing this up because this is like the one situation where Ethan Klein is unambiguously in the right. Like, I don't know how you could spin it any other way. Like, my war against snark, what, is he harassing the snark subreddits? Yeah, copyright defamation, dude.
Campaigns and instead talk about vampires.
Dude, what are the other harassment campaigns?
Not to do harassment campaigns.
Noah Samson is screwed? I don't know what did Noah Samson do? I guess he's suing Noah Samson? What the fuck did Noah Samson say? I don't know. I think that suing YouTubers is stupid as fuck.
And instead talk about
Femi is unambiguously my crush? Dude, what is this? Dan Clancy must resign as Twitch CEO? Okay.
Vampires.
Dude, I'm sorry, but like...
Kiss.
Like they say something like...
Yeah, but you were also talking about the Ethan Klein stuff on your podcast.
He doesn't work for me, and I strongly disagree, and I support Ethan and Ila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually...
She thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
Do they? I don't know if they do. I don't think that would be a fair conclusion to come to.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about. This aggression that you're putting out into the world. What the fuck do you think we're gonna do? You think I'm gonna fucking sit on my hands when you do this shit? Like, this is nasty. We had such a fair response to what you guys were going through. We don't support harassment. It's a bad thing, but it happens, and you're perpetuating it.
You
What? It happens and you're perpetuating it? Dog, all you had to say is like, like, I don't know, in order to make that sort of argument, like, what you got to do is you got to be like, yo, by the way, like, yeah, it was like bullshit to like call CPS, and obviously Ethan Klein isn't a fucking child abuser, right? Those are baseless claims for anybody that's wondering. My advice to Ethan would be just like, I don't know, like avoid doing drama because like people are gonna fucking harass you, which is bad, right? As a result of it, right? And for your own safety, I would definitely recommend like staying away from that, right? Not because it warrants that type of response, but just in order to like keep you and your kids safe type of thing, right? And like if he had said that, I don't even think that Ethan Klein would have taken an issue with it, right? Now I could be wrong. I'm not Ethan Klein. I don't know Ethan Klein that well, and maybe he would have thrown a bitch fit regardless, right? In which case Ethan would be completely in the wrong, right? Rather than just partially in the wrong. But like, I don't know.
Propagandist, lying scumbag, terrorist supporter. He probably sets up a mirror and jerks off watching himself. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view of Hitler. Because Dan Clancy, the Nazi, fucking...
I don't think Dan Clancy is a Nazi, by the way. I think that's stupid.
Anti-Semite.
You can't expect other people...
I think that the everybody is a Nazi line of argumentation is fucking dumb.
...to stop harassing you if you continue to harass people.
What do you mean? What, like, who is he harassing? Like, he's criticizing people, and maybe, like, at worst, he's like, I don't know, at least based on the clips that you've shown, like, calling people Nazis without evidence or whatever. Assuming that that's the case. Right? Or just, like, calling people Nazis in general, right? Like, obviously, that's gonna, like, fuck with their reputation. But I feel like that's on a different level than, like, I don't know, like, falsely accusing somebody of being a child abuser and then calling CPS on them, right? Like, do you see why there's, like, a little bit of a disconnect there? I know I keep repeating the same point, but I feel like it's really important. It's, like, the key detail that Ian is missing here. That's what's so frustrating about that, is, like, this detail is important. Like, why is this not being included in the video? Why aren't you addressing it? Right?
Let's think about it on a micro level. Have you ever been in a comment section and found someone to argue with? It doesn't stop. It can literally go on forever.
Yeah, but I don't think it's just like a back and forth. If it's the case that, like, I don't know, Ethan is, like, having people, like, making false accusations about him being a child abuser and calling CPS, that's not just, like, a back and forth. That's not just people harassing each other, right? Like, that's somebody putting his life in danger, right? And that's a line that you shouldn't cross. Now, if it was like, I don't know, Ethan was talking shit about somebody and somebody talked shit back and then Ethan played victim, then yeah, I think that would be like a bit of a bitch move. Like, I would say, yeah, Ethan is bitch made for that, right? Like, don't dish it if you can't take it, right? But that's because that would be two things, right, that are on the same level. But that's not what we're dealing with here. That's the difference.
If you don't...
Right? Ethan didn't escalate it the way that the people that called CPS did, right? They escalated it, not Ethan.
Want to touch grass.
I mean, yeah, this was kind of like a line, what happened today, that should never be crossed, even by like the most cynical, toxic people. It's going to have ramifications in terms of how I conduct myself. In terms of these fair weather friends who are, you know, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say. Like, you're the H3 podcast, okay? There's a lot of friends of the show. There's even more fair weather friends of the show. Let's not get into this shit, okay? That is so bizarre and insulting to suggest that I was only ever being friends with you to get something out of it. No.
Yeah, I don't think that Ian was ever, like, I don't know. He never came across as somebody that's just doing a transactional relationship. I don't think that that's what he's in it for. I don't think that Ian is a grifter. I don't think any of that shit is true. I think that, like, he says things that he genuinely believes. I don't think that, like, I don't know. I've seen people say that he's a grifter or that he's changed his politics and content because what he was doing before is no longer profitable. I don't see that as being the case, right? Like, obviously, you know, what he's doing now is way less successful than what he was doing before, right? He didn't have to dramatically change his content style, right? He's not getting more money from doing this. I don't know. I don't think he's... say what you will about Ian, but I think that the last thing that he is a grifter, right? Is he boring now? Yeah, his content's not that entertaining. But I don't think he's dishonest.
Oh, I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend because it's been pleasant hanging out with you. I've enjoyed your content over the years, and as of late, it's gotten really fucking shitty.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I will also say that, like, when it comes to internet friends and online sort of collaborations and whatnot, like, people oftentimes think of content creators as being closer friends than they actually are, right? So there are going to be people in the audience that think, like, oh yeah, like, Ian and Ethan were, like, best of friends. It's like, no, they weren't. They weren't best of friends. Like, they were friends, yeah. Like, this was, like, a very parasocial mentality. Like, they made content together. That's what they were mostly friends for. And yeah, I do believe that they genuinely enjoyed each other's presence, right? And I do think that they were legitimate friends, right? But I don't think that they were, like, literal besties, right?
I agree.
Who else? Who else do we want to burn today?
Who else do we want to burn today? You're making it so fucking obvious that this is your, like, this is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are. There was a way to approach this.
Wait, how is it an emotional dumping ground? I'm confused.
Say, like, yeah, we feel hurt by you guys not saying something. You've decided to do the extra thing and attack. Now, in fairness, I am attacking back, but I feel very insulted, and I feel defensive, and I feel like I am speaking up for a lot of people who have problems with you. And
this is a very interesting segment. Not because of what he's saying, but because of how he's saying it. You know, I feel like in the past, rather than, like, I don't know, being like, this is how I feel type of thing, I feel like he would have been like, I don't know, he would have been more on the offensive rather than, like, the defense. It's not even that he's on the defensive in this particular segment. It feels more like he's, like, trying to open up type of thing. Like, he's talking about his feelings, right? And that's not something he would have done in, like, an old content cop. Like, he would have been like, I feel insulted, I feel hurt, etc., right? And some people might see that and be like, oh, that's kind of cucked or whatever. But I disagree. I don't think that there's anything wrong with that. I think that there's nothing wrong with, like, saying how you feel, or saying, hey, by the way, like, you know, I was hurt by this, right? But I do think it's, like, an interesting shift. But keep in mind, not every single aspect of him shifting his content is necessarily bad. I would argue that this is one of the better things in terms of how he's shifted his content, right? Like, I would say that him being, like, more open about that kind of stuff is good, right? I don't think it's good to be repressive. I think that isn't, it's not just that it's, like, good for his content. I think it's just good for him, right? And also shows, like, an audience, like, hey, by the way, like, you can be, like, more vulnerable in this way. And I think that's fair, right? I don't think that iDubbbz is trying to paint himself as, like, this invulnerable force of nature anymore, like he used to, right? Where he had, like, all of his defenses up. And I think that's, like, healthier. I just wish he found, like, the right balance between, you know, that and, like, still being able to have fun.
A lot of people who have been on the receiving end of your harassment.
It's so easy to be anti-racist. Everybody's anti-racist. Racism is the worst thing in the world, right? We fucking hate racists. Fuck racists.
Microaggressions.
The minute that they actually have to stick their neck out for somebody, the minute they have to actually risk something to put themselves,
I don't think they had to stick their neck out.
And under scrutiny.
Hello, Painter.
To sacrifice something personally to stand up for racism, then all of a sudden it's like, hey, I don't want to get involved.
And that's drama.
Huh? I don't think this was about racism, though. I think this was about, like, the, you know, like, the false accusations about, like, being, like, an abuser or whatever.
How much do you care?
I don't do drama.
How much do you actually care? If you're, isn't that the whole point? Like,
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
Okay, I'm glad he acknowledges that.
And it's not completely unjustified to be thinking about that sometimes.
Okay, I'm glad he acknowledges this. I will say, like, it is gonna sound, like, kind of corny, because it's like, oh yeah, Ian, he learned empathy in his 30s. Or whatever the fuck. But I do genuinely believe that he is, like, more kind and empathetic in this content cop than he has been in the past. So, I will say that, like, okay, he's genuinely, like, he's not lying when he says, like, oh yeah, like, I learned to be more empathetic. I do genuinely believe that he is trying to, like, express some sort of empathy. Like, he's trying to, like, come from a place of understanding. I think that's good, but it doesn't negate a lot of the criticism that I've levied towards Ian regardless. Right? But I will point that out.
You guys are just hurt, and you're kind of, like, dancing around and making very like loose, poorly thought out analogies for something that doesn't even apply to us. It's like me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you are being bad. You're behaving poorly. You're...
Another interesting note is, I guess to differentiate this from like his previous content cops, he's like saying like, okay, like you're not bad people, you're doing a bad thing. I don't think that he made this distinction in the past, right? So I will say that like, okay, I don't think that there's anything like fake or like disingenuous about Ian changing, right? Like these are signs of him genuinely changing. And I don't want to take that away from him, right? But I think that there are certain aspects that he's strayed away from that maybe he shouldn't, right? I think that like him being a little bit more carefree and him having more of like a bold sense of humor, I don't think those contradict being empathetic or more understanding or a leftist, right? I think he needs to find some sort of like middle ground or way of combining these things. I don't think he's there yet. I think he could get there, but it'll probably take a lot of work and introspection.
You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student, but I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult...
Wait, hold on. Wait, let's replay that. Is that his analogy? Kind of zoning out for a sec.
You're behaving poorly. You're hurting people.
I mean, go back to the civil rights. You think that the people who are like the white kids who are protesting with the black students, you think that they were just like not risking anything? Those kids who are marching with the black students and...
So in Ethan's
yeah, that is a stupid
analogy, he's the black student and I'm the white student.
Yeah, obviously it's more complex than
that.
that.
I'm the white student that's not, you know, marching by his side. I'm not doing the difficult thing. You're gonna have to march on your own, black student.
Marching with the black students and...
I mean, why is it inspiring? Why is it inspiring?
Well, and it's the same thing, to bring it back to the song just because, but it kind of is the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
It's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one. If anyone's been watching for the past fucking year...
I think that this, I don't know, the style of rhetoric is not effective. Oh, well, you're just harassing people. Like... I don't know, engage with the arguments being made. Like, Jesus fuck.
I'm pretty sure they have a good idea of your feelings about his...
For real, all the sniffing, then he has weight loss? I don't think that's what's causing the sniff. Doesn't he have Tourette's? I think that the sniffing is Tourette's. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that's why he's sniffing a lot. Because I did notice that as well. But I think that's just him having Tourette's. I don't think he's doing coke. I'm not gonna, like, make fun of Ethan for that. Because I do think that, like... That's, like... I don't know. Because if that is his Tourette's, then that's, like, not a good thing to, you know, make fun of him for, I don't think.
It's on.
Like, people like Anissa are the perfect example because she's friends with these people. She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story.
Bro, who cares? I fucking hate this dumb guilt by association shit. Like, you can be friends with whoever the fuck you want. You can be friends with people that hate each other. Hell, I'm friends... Like, I can be friends with people that hate each other. I've been friends with people that hate each other. Right? Like, I can do both at the same time. Like, I don't see it. I wonder if the eyebrow movements are connected to it then? Probably? I don't know. Yeah, Ethan has Tourette's. It seems to get bad when he's stressed. Like, when CPS went to his home. Yeah, that's what I've picked up on. Like, I think that the reason that he's sniffing is due to his Tourette's and the fact that he's stressed. So when he goes like... Like, I don't think that's, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna make fun of it, okay? Like, it's something I've noticed. I'm not gonna laugh at somebody for their, for, like, a condition that they have. I knew he had Tourette's, never noticed the sniffing before. Yeah, somebody pointed it out in chat. And was like, nah, he's doing coke. And I'm like... I could make that joke, but I'm not in the mood. I don't know, if this was a different day, I probably would have made that joke. But then I would have clarified, like, yo, by the way, like, don't go fucking overboard with that shit, you know what I mean? I don't know, I'm just not in the mood.
About our kid
I'll show that, yeah.
Getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this take.
I don't know, if I was, like, really trying to shit on Ethan Klein, then I probably would be like, yeah, he's sniffing coke.
Take this position.
You know, he's Keffel's Max.
From anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why?
Unfiltered reaction. Hold on a minute.
You have this position from anyone. I'm sorry, I'll accept this position from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming, which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would...
Huh? I don't see what the issue is. Oh, I mean, to be fair, at least, I mean, Ethan seems to be a lot more transformative than the other people on screen. I mean, I don't know, he pauses a lot more and actually gives his commentary.
Watching people shit and...
You know, I saw like some of Ethan Klein's coverage, not for very long, but he was getting like 65,000 concurrent viewers on his live podcast talking about like the iDubbbz stuff, which I thought was like fucking crazy. And he was like pausing a lot, and then I saw like him like respond to somebody being like, "You should just watch the video," and he's like, "No, I'm actually transformative, unlike these other people. Like, I actually make it into my own content," and I'm like, fucking based.
And giving your unfiltered reaction to it. Why would you expect Anissa, of all people, to say something to Denims? Okay, so by that logic, we should be saying shit to you guys all the time. But I have a feeling you guys wouldn't like if we said shit like that to you all the time. Yeah, we've been
Yeah, I don't know. If I'm friends with two people that hate each other or whatever, like, yeah, I'm gonna stay out of it.
You as
I think that's perfectly fair.
Independent content creators. You can do what you want. We'll treat you as adults. Maybe we shouldn't have been treating you as adults.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
Yeah, just for
but
saying
that would be commendable.
And by the way, it kind of
okay.
speaks for itself that saying, "Hey, their house is clean. They're, you know, they're actually good people." Like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have giardia or whatever.
Yeah, why didn't you say that, like, when you were talking about it? Since that's going to be relevant to the conversation. Like, you were talking about that specific subject matter. You didn't have to fucking pussyfoot your way around it. You'd have just directly said, "Hey, by the way, you know, here's the, you know, here's my position on it. No, he didn't do those things. You know, it's fine if you disagree with him politically. You know, I do too, or for whatever reason, right? Or maybe I have a different stance on like the Israel-Palestine conflict or whatever it may be. Or maybe I align more with Hassan than Ethan on this. But at the same time, you know, this isn't like a political thing. This is just like bullshit reason to call CPS on somebody, right? Like, you could have done that. I don't see why you didn't.
The prompt is. No one would care. The only person who would care is me, because I'm like, why did I tweet this out? I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out. I'm not saying it to my audience.
Yeah, but you should have, okay, like, you don't have to say anything. But if you're going to talk about it, then yeah, you should say that, right? That, like, seems like a reasonable standard. If you're going to talk about it no matter what. Right? And you did. You talked about it for an hour, and you just, like, refused to, like, give a position on it. Even though it's obvious that in that specific situation, Ethan is clearly and unambiguously in the wrong. Or, sorry, clearly and unambiguously in the right. And, like, the person that called CPS on them was clearly and unambiguously in the wrong. Like, I don't know how many fucking times I have to say it.
Because I don't give a fuck. It's not my business.
That's, in my opinion, doing something that...
But you were talking about it for an hour on the Maximum Damage podcast. Wait, what?
It's difficult, and standing by your principles. That's the whole point. That's what makes standing by your principles admirable, is that it's not always easy.
Why are you saying that I'm not standing up for my principles when you don't even know what they are? I get, like, we're a little bit past directly naming me, so we might have gone off on a tangent. If you maybe accepted the phone...
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck it has to do with standing by principles. Like, I think it's just, like, if you're going to talk about this, do it correctly.
...phone call, and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles? And I can tell you the way I...
Yeah, it's like a really normal conversation. Like... Hello, Ian Jomha iDubbbz. It is I, Ethan Klein of H3H3 Productions. Would you like to give me a detailed explanation of what your principles are so I can know what they are? Thank you so much, Ethan Klein, for your expositional dialogue. My principles consist of the following. It doesn't sound like a real fucking conversation. Who fucking talks like that? Hello, what are your principles? Yeah, okay.
have been behaving is exactly...
It seems reasonable that that wouldn't come up in, like, a random conversation. Like, why would he force that?
in line with my principles. Now we're going to talk about the BDS list. We're going to start off with Frogan because obviously this is like as bad as it gets. If you're following Frogan, that can only mean that you're anti-Ethan. Oh, this is not a good...
Well, I think it's just like following. I think it's like if you're friends with... Though to be fair, I still think that it's like a bullshit reason to, like, I think it's like a bullshit reason to, like, I don't know, be against somebody. Like, oh, well, you're friends with that person. Like, yeah, okay, who fucking cares?
Start love of the H3 podcast. You are following Frogan, so that means that you are anti-Ethan. Sam,
oh, damn.
Lord Pie, friend of the show. Olivia, Ian, Daily Dose of Internet is anti-Ethan. Jesus, this is fucked up. Pokimane, comment etiquette. Oh shit, Asmongold's in here? Asmongold follows Frogan? No, Asmon. That means you're anti-Ethan. That's fucked up. We're gonna want...
I think that this is like a... This would be a good point if Ethan's criticism was that, like, you're following these people on Twitter. I think it's that, like, you're friends with it. And again, that's like a shit criticism from Ethan, right? Who fucking cares? You could be friends with whoever you want, right? Like, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know.
want to avoid these creators at the top of the list, but one tier below them are the creators who associate with them. They're essentially endorsing all of their statements. You got me, you got Anissa, I think Hassan's in there. You'd think that Hassan would be on the top of the BDS list, but that's not the case. Hassan provides additional value for people. Ethan can turn a blind eye to people collaborating with Hassan because that's what he did. You gotta be the lowest of the low to be associating with the Frogans and the Denims of the world.
Yeah, to be fair, I think that's a reasonable critique from Ian. Like, okay, so like, why is it the case that like you hold like this standard for like people being friends with like Frogan or Denims, but like, oh, like when it comes to associating with Hassan, it's like different because that guy has more clout and that's like something you did, so you'd be a hypocrite if you were to call them out for it, right? I do think that he does point out an inconsistent standard that Ethan has.
To associate with Hassan, that just makes sense because he's famous and he's got a massive fan base. Also, Ethan still follows Hassan on Instagram, so Hassan is in his feed.
And that's showing up right up on Anissa's and iDubbbz feed.
It's important to remember that this is a living document and people can be removed or put onto it depending on how Ethan's feeling that day. You have this other tier of creators that exist below Hassan but are still anti-Ethan, but Ethan really doesn't want to bring your attention to these ones because it's kind of unpopular, you know? A lot of them are famous. It's not
I don't know who any of those people are. I'm gonna be so real. I don't know who Theo Vaughn is.
no coincidence that Ethan's
I don't know who Starvos is.
stay silent when these powerful, popular...
I mean, I'm sure that those people are like more famous than all of the people on YouTube or whatever. I'm guessing based on how they're being described, but I'm gonna be so real. I don't know who the fuck any of them are. But I also don't know who most famous people are, so like... Theo Vaughn is awesome. Yeah, I just don't know who any of them are. I'm gonna be so real. I just don't. Like, I'm gonna be honest.
Popular men are supporting Hassan.
Comedians? Yeah, fair. Yeah, I don't know. I never know who actual famous people are. Like, I'll know who every, like, niche commentary YouTuber is. Like, I'll know and be aware of, like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I know who fucking Spondyle is. But I don't know who these, like, actual famous people are. Kind of weird.
It's because Ethan is a coward. He's a bitch-made coward. I think Ethan has an unreasonable amount of respect for these comedians because they have power, they're quick, and I think he knows that they don't fuck with his ideology.
No, I think that's true. I think he makes a good point. Like, yeah, Ethan's going after easier targets.
But he's gonna keep that to himself because the last thing that he wants...
Though, in all fairness, I think that Frogan and Denims have talked more shit about Ethan than any... I don't... Like, have these comedians even talked about Ethan? Like, I feel like there's gonna be a little bit of a difference there, right? Like, it's not gonna be a one-to-one comparison. I do think that, like, yeah, Ethan could hold a more consistent standard here. But at the same time, like... Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the people at the top of the list that are easier targets have also talked shit about Ethan. So, like... It's not a one-to-one comparison.
Wants to discover is that people that he respects and looks up to, they don't fuck with him.
Bill Burr came on. It was like the worst fucking show. It was just horrible. That was like my lowest moment on podcast history. We could talk about Bill Burr ruined my life. Bill Burr made Ethan go on Lexapro. I was prescribed it and it was in my bedside. And then it was the Bill Burr episode that made me finally start.
When Stavros goes on Hassan
I don't know what the context behind that is.
Stream, and he mocks your content nuke.
I actually saw a really interesting video about you, man, and I don't know that I'm even comfortable being here anymore.
Oh no.
It really kind of shed light on you in a way.
Yeah.
You kind of like have leftist politics and stuff like that, and I actually feel betrayed.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually just here to let you know this is the last time I'm ever coming.
You don't fire.
Okay, yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay, so he has talked shit about Ethan, being like, yeah, I think it's like a dumb critique to be like, oh, I just didn't know that Hassan was far left. I remember seeing the content nuke. I didn't watch it on stream, but I saw it. I thought that was like the dumbest thing ever. Like, what do you mean you thought that Hassan was just like a social democrat or whatever that believed the same things as you? That's not true. Like, he's called himself far left for like a while. Like, he describes himself that way. Like, he's been describing himself that way for years. Like, what the fuck you mean you didn't know? Fucking liar? God damn. He's either a liar or retarded. Like, Ethan is actually a moron for not knowing that, for being surprised to find out that Hassan Piker is far left. You know, the guy that calls himself far left and says that he's a far left propagandist. Like, that's like about as transparent as you can get. He didn't fucking trick you into thinking you were more, like, that he was, like, more moderate. That was a fucking stupid position.
Back because you're coping, so you're just gonna tuck your tail between your legs and never mention on your podcast.
No, I do think that's reasonable.
That mentions everything. You're bringing up some fucking connection I have on.
To be fair, Frogan and Dems have talked about Ethan Klein more than that person. But yeah, I do think that Ethan is like picking and choosing his battles as well, like based on like how much clout or influence somebody has. Right.
Someone mocks you on a stream, you're not touching it. Fuck you, you're a coward. It's just his job. It's just what he does for his job. You know?
I do agree that it is a bit fucking cowardly.
You know, he doesn't mean it. We're actually good friends. You know, he makes fun of everyone. It's not just me, right? Oh, also, I can't forget about Matt Lieb. Matt Lieb is in this like middle tier. His valuable associate.
I mean, in all fairness, like you could also make the statement that like, okay, like they're like cool with each other. They don't have like an issue, but like, you know, maybe they have like some disagreements. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't hate Ethan Klein, I guess. I don't really hate anybody for the most part. Unless they've done some, like, really dumb, bad shit. But, like, it could be the case that, like, I don't know, like, I'm of the position, like I explained, like, I think it's dumb to be like, yeah, I had no idea that Hassan Piker is far left. Like, well, what? Like, how is this something you're not aware of?
Association is Rhett and Link. So Rhett and Link, conveniently, are also in this category of popular and powerful men who Ethan does not want to burn bridges with. Although, he's sniffing around.
This guy, Matt Lieb, he works for Good Mythical Morning. Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, who apparently is a producer for Good Mythical Morning. Well, this guy works for Good Mythical Morning, acting like he's wholesome, and he's bringing on somebody that wants to kill my wife, or in a video game. And I think he should be fired, frankly. And I hope he is fired. He's with
Wait, okay, well, this kind of makes Ian's point weaker, though, by showing this clip. Like, okay, so he is willing to go after these people that are, like, bigger, more mainstream, and, like, potentially burn bridges. Like,
and he interviewed basically a terrorist.
I think Ethan only respects...
Hassan is not a terrorist. You could say he's a terrorist sympathizer, and maybe there's some merit behind that position. But, like, he's not a fucking terrorist, right? He's not going out of his way to, like, I don't know, bomb buildings or fly airplanes into stuff. Like, he's not a fucking terrorist. That's dumb.
Power right now, which is one of the reasons I made this video in the first place, is because he thinks I'm weak. He thinks a lot of these other creators that he's gone out of his way to attack, he thinks that they're weak, and he...
To be fair, Ian, you kind of are weak. That's okay, though. But I mean, come on. Don't pretend like you're not.
Thinks they're a target that he...
Just be like, yeah, it is true that I'm weak, but, it doesn't make it right to target me. Be like, yeah, I'm at a weak point. I don't know, just fucking own it.
He can bully, he can
I mean, that's like stronger than what you're doing now.
Manipulate, he can send lawsuits to, and I want him to know that we're not going to be bullied. You're being...
I do think that I do think that suing YouTubers over shit they say is fucking dumb. I think that's like, even if they're saying some like egregiously bad shit, I don't think it's necessary. I don't think you should sue people, right? I don't think you should sue your critics. I think that's dumb as fuck.
Being a piece of shit, and we're going to call you out.
So here's the button. You've got a video and you've got an audio. We're hitting both.
Dude, what is this? Dude. Okay, we get it. He's hitting a fucking button. Who cares? Why do I care?
How pathetic are you? Like, bro.
Yes, he's hitting the button.
I want to be a good you.
Big a deal. Of all the things.
The button? Why does this deserve a segment?
It was that.
That was fine.
Big a deal. Of all the things. That
Anywho.
It always surprises me what you think crosses the line.
Well, I looked at Olivia and she's like, yes, do it.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button or kill switch as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he can change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Dan and Ela were like,
okay. Yeah, maybe that's not a good use of 20K. Like, I feel like you could... I don't know. Dude, he has fuck you money. Jesus Christ. He is the definition of somebody with fuck you money. If he spends $20,000 on a fucking button, that's the real crime. Okay, I think if that's like the segment is like... Yeah, I think that Ethan is dumb with his money. What an idiot. He spent $20,000. This guy's fucking retarded. What a moron. Then yeah, I think that'd be a fair critique. You know, you could just like mute your mic for a second. You don't have to press a fucking button. You already have a mute button. What are you doing? You could just like press a button to switch the scene. Or some shit.
Yeah, we would kill button that right now if we could. I can't change who I am.
I know. That's why the kill button is on its way.
That's it. See, exactly.
He uses the button for everything. If his jokes
Should've just for you hitting me hard right now? Sorry to hear that.
don't land, he's hitting the button.
It was being presented as if...
Why are you so mean and angry to this guy? I feel like I've been pretty fair. I don't know what you're on about. I feel like I've been like pretty level-headed in my critiques. Like I haven't really been shitting on anybody. I've just been pretty logical.
If the Jordan crying thing?
I hit the button.
Why?
I don't think I needed to, but...
It's been fair, thank you.
You guys were giving me crickets, so I panicked.
If he's insecure about getting something wrong, he's hitting the button.
But, okay.
What?
Like, I think that's just like a fun way of like trying to avoid, you know, like saying something that like would get him into shit, you know? Like, and I get it. Like, he's impulsive, right? And he might want to like he might be thinking about saying something, right? But he doesn't want to because he's not sure, right? So it allows him to say it while also not saying it in front of like an audience of thousands of people, right? And then saying it to like his crew first after pressing the button, or to like see like, okay, like, is this an okay thing to say before saying it? I think it's perfectly fine. Now, do I think you should have spent $20,000 on it? No, that's a stupid use of money. You could get the same shit for like probably $20 or less. Like you could get it for like less than $20, I'm sure. Like, there's no way that you wouldn't be able to. But other than that, like other than it being a waste of money, like as a concept, I don't see the issue with it. I love your choker. Thank you.
What on this frame could Ethan have responded to? Perhaps a country flag that he got wrong? Maybe. I don't know.
If he goes on a problematic tirade, he's hitting the button.
Before, look how sad. But yeah, it's not just that. Like their eyes are like big. I didn't think you guys are wrong.
Yeah, it's like he like says some shit, or he's about to say some shit, and he's like, oh wait, fuck. And then he does like a comedic, we'll be right back screen. Like, I feel like that's a good way of handling it. That's like a good way of preventing yourself from saying things that you probably shouldn't. Right? It's like a funny way of addressing the issue. I don't see anything wrong with that.
Wrong on this one. I think you guys are all wrong on this one.
I don't think he's unique in hitting the button. I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time.
Okay. Then what's your critique?
But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more.
Okay, well maybe that's difficult for Ethan. Now keep in mind that, and like again, I'm somebody that live streams, right? I'm not gonna be as professional as somebody like Ethan Klein, right? I'm not a professional. I do this as like a part-time job because I guess why not? It's fun. It's like a hobby / part-time job for me. Ideally, it becomes a full-time job one day, but it's not, right? But there have been times where I've said things that I absolutely shouldn't, right? And it's like after I say them, it's like, oh shit, am I allowed to say that? And I get mixed reactions in my chat, right? But at the end of the day, like a lot of it is all like in good fun, and nobody's actually hurt by it because people recognize, like, okay, Femyoz is like having one of those moments. Like we all say dumb shit, and it's reasonable that if you're talking in front of a camera for hours at a time, that yeah, eventually you're gonna say dumb shit. That's perfectly reasonable. But of course, Ian wouldn't have a good understanding of that because for his whole YouTube career, essentially, he's done pre-recorded, edited videos where if he says some shit that shouldn't go in a video, he can just cut it out with his editing software, right? But Ethan can't do that if he's doing it live as a fucking live stream podcast, right? So this is his way of editing that shit out live. And that's perfectly reasonable. Like, come on.
More. You maybe say, I'm not going to have my podcast be an emotional dumping ground for today. You instead say, ooh, it's important that we stay.
Emotional dumping ground? Like, that hasn't been your videos? Like, what? Like, you've used your channel as an emotional dumping ground. I don't want to hear this like, oh, it's an emotional dumping ground. It's like a dumb critique.
On topic.
This was probably the worst segment in Ian's video thus far. Like, criticizing him for using a button.
Also,
like, you even acknowledged that, like, yeah, like, if we had a button that did that, then yeah, of course we'd use it. And it's like, well, okay, well, there you go. That's why he has it.
The H3 community
is because it's fucking useful.
Ethan himself used the
his channel is literally that. Yeah, it's just like, I don't know why he's unself-aware about that.
Goblin mode all the time.
Hey, Femyoz, do you read chat? Sometimes.
To excuse a lot of his shitty behavior or make it...
To excuse his shitty behavior? Or maybe he's like, I don't know, doing something about it that makes it easier for him? Like, I know for me personally, like, once I start saying something or talking about something, like, sometimes, like, if I say something that, like, maybe I shouldn't, right? I find it really difficult to stop myself or to have the self-awareness that's necessary to stop myself from saying something, right? A lot of the time I just say whatever I'm thinking as a streamer, right? And, you know, that's something that I try to work on, right? But it's not something I can think about 24/7. Because my number one goal here is to be entertaining. Like, that supersedes all. I'd rather say dumb shit occasionally and be entertaining than not be entertaining and never say dumb shit. Because I'm just constantly making sure that I watch what I say. Right? It's not easy to live stream if you're constantly having to think about everything you say. That's why some of the most entertaining streamers say some of the dumbest shit. Right? We say dumb shit all the time because, well, we don't have time to think about what we're saying. Or else we're gonna have a bunch of dead air. It's streamers versus video essayists all over again? Yeah, kinda.
It seemed less bad.
I've been diagnosed with goblin mode, actually.
By claiming that what happens is he just gets into this, like, uncontrolled state he refers to as goblin mode.
I do not call myself goblin mode.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you did.
Goblin mode? Is that what you're calling Tourette's now?
To all victims of goblin mode, I would like to issue an apology.
Well, you got goblin mode today.
I don't even understand what Ian's critique is meant to be.
You're
like, I guess he has poor impulse control. I mean, yeah, same. I don't care. Maybe I don't care because, like, I also have poor impulse control sometimes, and I don't realize it until after the fact, but, like, I don't know, maybe that makes me more sympathetic to Ethan here, but I don't know, I just find it hard to care.
You're goblin mode. Look how many times you paused it.
It's the fact that he talks so much shit he needs a button. Well, I think it, I don't know, I'm sympathetic to it. I think it has more to do with the fact that, like, you know, in some cases, it's, like, difficult as a streamer to have, like, the ability to sort of, like, self-censor. That's, like, a very difficult thing to do. I don't really know how to explain it to somebody that's like a non-streamer. And hell, this is something that I've struggled with my entire life, regardless. It's just saying whatever I think. Like, it's like a really, really, really strong urge I have. And something tells me that somebody like Ethan Klein also has a really, 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 really strong urge to say whatever the fuck he's thinking. Now, maybe I'm just projecting my own experiences, and maybe he doesn't have that. But that's something that I struggle with, right? That's difficult for me, right? It's not as simple as, well, just think about what you want to say before you say it. Yeah, it's easier for some neurotypical person to say. I'm not neurotypical, though. Like, I don't know. Ooh, I accidentally pressed a button. These kinds of people shouldn't be public figures, though. I disagree. I think that you can be entertaining, and, like, maybe you're not perfect, right? Maybe you blurt shit out that you shouldn't, right? I don't think that should negate your ability to be a content creator, right?
I'm trying.
Like, I don't think the fact that I blurt things that I think out loud, in many cases, right, without thinking about it, I don't think that means that I shouldn't be allowed to be a content creator.
And I don't think...
Or that I shouldn't be a public figure, right?
There's no room for using the term goblin mode. I like the idea that you're defending yourself and the little guy by going goblin mode when a big corporation or a big entity is trying to attack you.
Okay, what if somebody that's, like, not a big corporation or entity attacks you? Like, you just can't fight back? Like, I hate this, like, stupid mindset of, oh, well, they're the big YouTuber. Or sorry, they're a small YouTuber and you're the big YouTuber, so you're not allowed to respond to the dumb shit that they say. Well, I think that's fucking dumb. Like, I think it's perfectly reasonable. And this is coming from somebody that has been the fucking shitter that attacks the big YouTubers, right? And then it's like, and you know, and it's like, I even got surprised when they like responded. It's like, oh shit, like people can just like respond to you even if you're like a random shitter nobody. Like, I just thought they wouldn't care. And then, you know, and I get like some content out of it, I guess. But if they do respond, then more content for me, right? And then I was like surprised. It's like, oh shit, like they respond and like their audience is like really angry, right? I learned that the hard way, right? But I think that's a good thing because it made me learn, hey, by the way, like maybe I shouldn't just be like a complete shitter that goes after large content creators thinking that like I'll never have to like suffer any consequences for it. Like, no, just because they're a large content creator doesn't mean that you should be able to like say whatever you want about them without them being able to respond back. That's fucking dumb, right? And guess what? I learned very quickly, oh, okay, like I better have some like really good, like I better plan ahead of time and have like a really good reason to attack a large content creator if I'm gonna do that, right? And not just do it on a fucking whim. I think it's like a perfectly reasonable thing.
Like, if you fuck me over, if you steal money from me, if you patronize me, if you do any of this shit like you're trying to do to me, to treat me like a fucking idiot, I'm crazy, dude. I've gone fucking goblin mode over way less.
But
let's go.
You not thinking about what you're saying, not, you know, reflecting on your behavior, not changing your behavior, that's not goblin mode. That's being a...
But the fact that he got the button in the first place means that, yeah, he was trying to change something. I don't think he realizes that destroys his entire argument. Like, him getting the button to do a cutscene when he's about to say some dumb shit, right? That means that in order to press the button before he says the dumb shit, right, he has to, you know, think a little bit more ahead than he would have otherwise. That means that, yeah, he is working on it, right? The button is just like a funny way of just like, I don't know, not necessarily showing that growth, but of like, I don't know, like stopping himself. Being like, hey, I really want to say something, but like, you know, I shouldn't say this publicly, right? I should say this to my friends, type of thing, right?
A child. Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for...
I don't know if I agree with that. I don't think they're in the worst working environment you possibly can be. I think that's an exaggeration.
Fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad. Like, to be around Ethan, period, would be a nightmare right now.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I'm standing by every fucking syllable of that, okay? What she did was abhorrent. And by the way...
Just don't. Listen, your critique of her is correct. It's just, you know, people are sensitive about women being called that word. And so...
Like, how pathetic are you? You know what I mean?
Well,
I'm not assuming his pronouns. And fuck all these people. Go ahead.
No.
And I'm
wait, is this about Boblax? Yeah, Boblax uses any and all pronouns. Like, what? Okay, like it's showing instances of him disagreeing with his employees? Okay. How does this make it so that they have it bad? Like, it's very clear that he's not gonna fire them for fucking disagreeing with him, right? It's obvious that you're allowed to disagree with them. They have disagreements. That's a thing that was happening in this clip. I actually saw this clip. Because they were talking about Boblax, and I thought, oh, that's kind of funny. They're talking about Boblax, Mr. Mismanshi. Okay, cool. Alright? But the thing you'll notice is, yeah, you're obviously allowed to disagree with Ethan. And criticize the things that he says if you want to. Like, at no point does he ever threaten to fucking take away their job, or else they wouldn't be doing that shit, right? Or else they'd just be, like, sucking off the whole time. But you'll notice it's quite the contrary. They're willing to disagree with him. Right? Which shows that, like, okay, this isn't just him running it like a tyrant.
I'm not yelling at you. I'm just... Kelly is a black woman, right?
Yes.
Maziel is a...
Korean.
Oh, Dan, come on. You're being such a buzzkill. Yeah, I don't know Korean. I asked if Koreans are POs.
Like, it's because he's saying you're such a buzzkill and then using the button? Like, okay. Alright.
God.
You know, Dan's in the bathroom. Let's just not do this right now.
I asked if Korean people are POCs.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it. It was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use, they get Ashley to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like.
What? Okay, so he's, okay, kind of bitching about it.
They get Ashley to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you doing?
I don't know what the context is.
Use, they get Ashley to cover most of it.
We're doing
So it's just like a random thing and then a jump cut.
it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not.
Just like, this is what I'm talking about when it's always like.
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like.
Huh? It's awkward and terrible? Okay, yeah, I guess Ethan's being kind of a dick here.
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I just thought about finishing Wednesday.
On Friday, maybe. Is it?
You guys, like...
Alright, I'm taking my hand off the. What? Okay, well.
Heard all that.
Thanks, button.
And he didn't want to take accountability for it. He immediately wanted to deflect, and he wanted to say that the button fucked him.
First of all, I appreciate.
Well, I don't even know what the context behind this is. Like, is Ethan coming across as a little bit of a dick? Yeah. I don't think this means, like, I don't know, it's like the worst working environment. Right? And it's reasonable to assume that, like, oh, okay, like, yeah, he's just, like, kind of being a little bit of a dick here. Doesn't mean that he's always like that.
The hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it. But it's like every time we do it, it's like the show is what it is, and
I know.
it makes it.
I was being selfish.
No, dude, that button f***ed me, dude. Can you imagine that button f***ing me over like that?
The button fucked you? AB fucked you? Who fucked you? You fucked yourself by being an asshole. He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
I mean, I will agree that, like, yeah, no, it's not the button's fault. Like, it is his fault. But I don't know if I'd say he's a tyrant of a boss. For most of it.
It's so awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I love
You're making it so awkward and okay, so the argument is that he's two-faced?
it, and I really enjoy it.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke, Ethan is being overly defensive, or he's saying things that are, like, not true and he's exaggerating.
People saw that. They thought that was what you.
I will say that I think that Dan does do a lot of heavy lifting for the H3 podcast based on what I've seen. Like, he's always making sure Ethan is, like, in check or whatever. Right? I think he's, like, a good balance. Like, he's, like, a good counterbalance, if that makes sense.
I did not type photo, so I'm just clarifying.
Thank you for clarifying.
Oh, let's go. We got the Boblax plushie in the middle of the desk. Let's go. We got the dude, he couldn't even be fucked to remove the neckbeard from the plushie. Not only can he not shave it in person, but he can't even shave it off the plushie. Where he can design it however he wants.
Fine, I appreciate you doing that.
I don't know what's with him and neckbeards, but he really likes them for some reason.
God forbid.
It's okay because I buttoned it.
Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
just
Like,
your
how
inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change?
Is Boblax doing anything better now? No, I don't think so. I think he came back to streaming, and everybody was kind of just making fun of him, and then he privated the stream. And he also banned me from his chat. You know, he got really mad at me. He got ass mad, because I literally DM'd him on Discord. Not even to, like, own him, but just because, like, there was, like, one thing that I thought was, like, kind of funny, and I was, like, legit curious about. Like, I wasn't gonna, like, leak it, you know, until he blocked me. And even then, I was leaking my own DM and not anything that he said. That's just sort of how I roll. But he, like, long story short, like, I noticed that, like, in his fucking Mr. Miss Manshi account, right, it had a bunch of emojis, and one of them was the baby bottle emoji, right? And I was, like, not sure why he had that there, so I went on to his Discord, because he had me added as a friend, and I asked him if, like, the baby bottle thing was, like, meant that he was, like, a little, or ABDL, or some shit like that, right? I made it clear, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm not, like, judging it if it is, like, just genuinely curious, you know? Like, I just want to know, like, this, like, I don't know. I think that type of shit is interesting. Right? And he fucking blocks me. So what do? Well, obviously I talk about it on stream. It's like, okay, well, that means the answer is yes. Because if the answer is no, right? All you have to be like is like, no, it actually means this other thing. But he didn't do that. Then, more recently, when I shut up in his chat and asked him why he blocked me on Discord, he's like, it's because you asked me if I was a pedophile. It's like, no, that's not what happened. I didn't go to your DMs and say, Boblax, are you a pedophile? No, what I did is I looked at something that was on your account that got leaked and said, does this thing mean this? If not, what does it mean? By the way, I'm not judging. A perfectly reasonable thing to say. And he bans me from his chat because he's fucking bitch made. But yeah, anyways. Anyways. Look at your back shit logic. Nah, you like to flame too much. I wasn't even flaming him there. Okay, I did flame him after the fact. Because, like, you know. Andy accused Nick Diorio of being comment cop on Twitter without any evidence. Yeah, I thought that was like a joke at first. I didn't think that was a real thing, and then I saw it, and then I'm like, oh. Oh, damn. Like, he's not joking here. Like, he actually believes that. Like, that's... okay.
Anything.
You said earlier, like to start shit for content? What? Oh, you mean like I used to start shit for content? Yeah, that was a thing that I did. And I realized this is dumb, and I don't get anything out of it. So, like, I stopped doing that. Because I wasn't benefiting. You know what I mean? Like, if I'm gonna punch up, right, I gotta have a good enough reason to do so. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. The same way that if I punch down, I have to have a good enough reason, right? Because, like, I used to have the mindset of, like, oh, I want to pick, like, a more difficult target, right? But a more difficult target isn't always going to be the better option. Not because they're more difficult, but because there might be less to criticize or less reason to go after them, right? When there are easier targets that have done things that are worse. The reason they don't have an audience is because, well, sometimes they're worse, right? I liked when Femyoz would start beef for content because I would come out and defend her. A big, strong alpha male husband. Yeah, I don't know. Well, I think that the issue wasn't that I, like, talked shit. It was that I went overboard with it, right? Like, I went overboard with it. Rather than just, like, leaving a few snide remarks. Because, like, if all I had done is, like, I don't know, like, talk about somebody briefly, leave a few fucking snide remarks. Like, if somebody were to respond to that, and I'm, like, some, like, whatever, less than 1K sub channel at the time, or, like, 1K, I think I had, like, 1K subs, right? Then, like, yeah, you look like a bitch for, like, having to respond to that, right? But, like, I went overboard, right? Like, I gave them, like, a reason to respond.
People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well...
Well, you just asked how it changed
Surprise them on your show.
Okay, all right.
You know, I understand that that's his role, and he's, you know, Ethan's made that his job, or Dan's made it his job. Ethan leans on it so heavily. In the same way that he leans on the button. Ethan is leaning on all of these people to be adults and look after his behavior and give all of this emotional and empathetic energy for...
Like, again, I don't see what the issue here is.
For Ethan, but Ethan refuses to give it back to them. Also,
I don't know what the fuck he's on about with
let's
that.
talk about AB and Lena, 2 Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict. Like they...
Dog, I'm sorry, but, like, whether or not they're Lebanese has nothing to do with whether or not they know about the conflict. That doesn't make any sense. Like, what is this weird identity politics shit?
Don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it. You're allowed to do that.
Hezbollah in...
Okay, it's his show. Like, it's his fucking show. Like, what? You could disagree with what he's saying, and that's fine, but then talk about the things that you disagree with.
And Syria alone killed double that much.
Like, don't be like, well, actually, he should shut up and let the Lebanese people speak, because they're Lebanese. Therefore, they're more correct about the topic and know more. Well, that's not necessarily true. Stop pausing and maybe you can listen. You can watch the entire video. I've watched the whole video. You know that, right? Like, I've already watched it in my free time.
All right, I'm gonna move on. I just want to play his...
Like, I can criticize something and pause it. If you want to watch the original video, if you don't want me to fucking pause it, go watch the original video. You just go to the iDubbbz channel and look up Content Cop H3, right? It'll show up. It'll be the one with 1.3 million views. Okay? Very easy to find if you don't want me to pause Andy yet.
Son talking about Bad and Banana.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him. Because he's putting
I don't think that's necessarily
them
true.
in this position every day, right? But it's more important that he gets this shit off his chest. It's more important that he dumps. We're all familiar with Goblin Mode.
Or maybe he decided to hire people as a collaborative effort in order to make sure that, like, oh, okay, like, make sure that I'm, like, not going off the rails, right? It's like we hired them to do. Like, I don't see what the issue is.
Well, Ethan debuted a new mode recently.
And by the way, my ratio is pretty good. Like, I'm looking at like 20 goblin modes to 1 too far. Demon mode, let's call it.
Okay.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one,
okay, so what is demon mode?
the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George. Like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
Ethan.
Who is George? I actually don't know.
The reason the internet got behind you when you were being sued by Matt Haas or when you were being...
Dude, he's got the Ethan Klein background music.
...sued by Ryan Kavanaugh.
From like 2016.
Is because people saw you as the underdog. They saw you as the guy who's defending the common man.
I'm suing and I cannot wait.
Yeah, that's fair. I think that, like, I don't know, suing other YouTubers is usually cocked.
For you guys to read it. At the moment, we are writing 3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, if people are saying things that are wrong, just, like, respond to them in your podcast. Don't fucking sue them. That's fucking stupid.
These publicly...
Like, suing people into shutting up is dumb.
Legal threats that you're making to fellow creators, these legal threats that you're making to people on Reddit, on...
Yeah, I'm gonna be real that, like, yeah, like, Ian is correct here. Like, legally threatening people is fucking cuck behavior. But just, like, make a response video. Like a fucking normal person.
Twitter, you're like, I'm hurt. These people are hurting me. What do I do to stop it? There's nothing I can do to stop it. I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. You have a ton of options. You have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich, is you can do all of these things.
I've never want to sue someone for defamation, but like at what point do you kind of fucking have to? I mean, this is like basically someone calling you a pedophile. Be like, yeah, no, Ethan's a pedophile.
Dan Clancy or whatever, like the CEO of Twitch, and being
pedophile. Dan KKK Clancy has a similar view on Hitler. Because Dan Clancy...
Alright, like, okay, here he is calling somebody a Nazi and a pedophile, I guess.
Fucking anti-Semite. There are certain things you can accuse people of that rise above to make it, like, actionable, which is, like, wrongfully accusing someone of being a pedophile, a sex criminal, a murderer, shit like that. Dan Clancy now, in other words, he is a pedophile.
What is Ethan being accused of in this context?
You have so much less to go off of saying that than anybody has about
based
Dream.
on his looks. Just on his based on his
looks.
At
least.
Oh, so that's the context. Is he made a fucking joke. And he, like, clarified that he doesn't actually believe that. But that's the context.
That's 100% a joke. I have no evidence to conclude that he is.
Dude, he literally clarifies that it's a joke. Just in case somebody takes it the wrong way.
One of the more notable legal threats that Ethan has sent out recently is against Noah Samson.
I have nothing but vibes to gain, and potentially your money as well. Don't worry if you don't have it all now. I'll garnish your wages. You're going to be living with your parents for a lot longer, buddy. 26, you know what I mean? Try 46.
Noah made a video that was critical of Ethan and other content creators when they're talking about Israel and Palestine. I mean, the way he's talking...
Dude, yeah, if that's what this lawsuit is over, then that's cuck
about
shit.
Noah on his podcast is so fucking creepy and weird.
Is this a new thing?
This is a new thing. This happened during the show. Upon initial examination, it seems to check out, and it's not great for young Noah.
Can I say that? Don't say it yet.
Don't say it.
So he's a rape... So, of course, his standard... I don't know what he's accused of, so I'm not actually going to say, but...
Ethan brought on a former partner of Noah to basically just shit-talk him and say that he's a bad partner. But that's all that Ethan was able to extract out of it.
You are not accusing him of committing any crimes or doing R-word or anything like that. The accusation is that he's a sleaze.
Absolutely. Noah Samson, as far as I know, is not a rapist.
Fuck you to Noah Samson.
There's that shit on his face.
He's not just a liar and a scumbag, but also a creep. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
Now let's talk about... the left-leaning Democrat.
He presents himself as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat.
Yeah, no, his son doesn't present himself that way. Like, he's made it clear, like, yeah, like, I'm far left, dude. What's up? I'm, like, as far left as you get. Like, yeah, Hassan makes it clear. Like, I don't know how the fuck maybe he's so stupid as to think that he's just, like, a regular old liberal. Like, no, you're an idiot, Ethan. You're dumb as fuck. You're either lying or you're dumb as shit.
Who supports basic things.
The thing that made me start to question Ethan's intentions is that when he was suggested to talk to Sam Cedar, a fellow progressive, a guy that Ethan respects and looks up to.
He works with Sam Cedar at the Majority Report. I respect him and what they do there.
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar.
I think that's, like, a good idea. Like, if Ethan respects Sam Cedar, then... yeah, that'd probably be a good conversation if they disagree on that shit, right? That'd be like a good convo.
Are very thoughtful, very kind, Zionist Jews out there that he could.
I don't think it has anything to do with him being Jewish, but like, yeah, I think it's like a reasonable convo for them to have. I don't see why he doesn't talk to Sam Cedar about it.
Dude, I don't think that
either is such a baby, haha. Yeah, I
will
don't
be
know.
able to.
Like I'm coming away from this not siding with either person.
Reach him.
Like,
What's the insinuation that I only listen to
I
other
don't know. I've just been shitting on everybody.
Jewish people? You need to talk to my pre-approved list of Jews that like agree with me on everything. You know, it doesn't matter if they're Jewish, dude. It doesn't matter if they're fucking Jewish.
I think most Jews.
I don't think Jews
this
at
is
large
crazy.
view it. I don't think that is the.
In what position are you to even say that?
It was
You
not
speak for my
motivated by
entire
myself.
ethnic
It's
group.
motivated
That's
by
crazy to me.
Jews against anti-Zionist
No,
Jews.
seriously, how can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you.
Yeah, okay, Ethan's a hypocrite there.
This is like step one of having a leftist ideology is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our...
Yes, but be careful not to indulge in identity politics and be like, well, the reason I know about this is because this is my identity or whatever, right? And therefore I'm more correct about it, right? Now you could have a position that's partially conformed as a result of your identity. That could be why you care about a particular issue. That could be why you've become more informed on it or have experience with it, right? But it's not the end-all be-all. So just be careful because the correctness of an argument is not contingent upon whether or not you're a part of a marginalized group or not, right? Just be careful with that.
Our experiences as people.
That's the reason why it'd be better served to.
Right? Like, it's gonna be the case that, like, I don't know, somebody like me is probably gonna have a better stance about systemic racism than Candace Owens. Doesn't matter that Candace Owens is black. Her position is still fucking dog shit, right? And one that would actually be more likely to undermine the broad, not the broad experience, right? But like the experiences of people that are actually impacted by systemic racism, right? Like she would most likely deny its existence outright. Because I'd be like, no, this is like a real issue, right? At no point would it be logical or fair to be like, actually, Candace Owens' position on this matter supersedes yours, and she's more qualified to talk about it than you because she's black. All right, that'd be fucking stupid.
To have this conversation not with myself, but with an anti-Zionist Jewish person.
Why does it matter if they're Jewish?
Because I'm not Jewish, and you've said in this conversation that, like, how can you tell me how to feel about the situation?
Yeah, but how is one person a representative of Jews at large? I'm just telling you how Jewish people around the world interpret that phrase.
So
okay, yeah, Ethan's a fucking
yes,
idiot.
Ethan, on occasion, you might be suggested to talk to someone who has some crossover with you. It doesn't have to be your ethnicity. It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender. I think Ethan understands this concept very well. He listened to these women on his show when they told him that he shouldn't be calling women bitches.
This bitch is intolerable.
I'm gonna be real. I call women bitches all the time if they are. But to be fair, though, like, I don't know. Maybe Ethan's doing it
You are
differently.
such a nasty fucking bitch, Ken.
I don't know if you can call her a bitch though.
She is a bitch. She's a fucking bitch. You're right. I call her a see you next Tuesday.
Listen,
I'm curious what do Lena and Sam think about it.
I wouldn't be okay with that.
Yeah.
I feel like that it's for the girlies, Ethan. But I
So
agree.
you guys also.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, no, because, like, what about gay guys? I feel like it's, like, I don't know. I feel like the way that gay guys say it is, you know, I don't know. Because, like, gay guys say it in, like, a similar way. Like, they use it in a similar light. I don't know. I don't really have an issue with the way that Ethan said it either. I'm gonna be real. I don't think it's an issue. But, I don't know. Maybe it's because I grew up with male privilege most of my life before I inevitably transitioned anyway.
Seem to be in consensus that it's in poor form. I think to respect the women here in the room, I'm going to have to pass on saying that.
Yeah, which is fair. Like, if people in, like, like within your friend group or whatever, within the same room as you, or the people that you're hanging out with are like, hey, I'm not comfortable with this, then, like, yeah, obviously, like, change your behavior, right? Like, unless it's something, like, super ridiculous or whatever.
The of Ethan Klein is fucking nauseating. He's not a child. He is absolutely capable of looking into Hassan, learning about his politics, interviewing, doing loads of things to figure out where he stands.
He presents.
I guess, yeah. I would disagree with this critique, except for the fact that Ethan Klein was acting as if, like, oh, I had no idea that Hassan was far left.
Himself
like, okay.
as someone like me, a left-leaning Democrat who supports basic things. And for the
no, like he makes it clear that, like, no, he's like a far left socialist. That's what he calls himself. He calls himself a radical leftist.
first time I noticed an inordinate amount of radical, hardcore leftists. I mean,
that's what Hassan calls himself. He refers to himself that way. It's not a mystery.
I thought we were social democrats, not what.
No, you're dumb.
Whatever this was. This comment from Hassan really started to sound some alarms in my head. I was already getting uncomfortable with our partnership. I started to wonder if I had any idea who this guy actually is.
You made how many episodes with Hassan? Like, this guy made a fucking program with the biggest mega leftist on the platform. Now he's acting like he was tricked and he was incapable.
Yeah. Okay. Now iDubbbz is spitting again. I think this might be one of the better segments. Like the segment of like about the button, that was fucking stupid. It was the worst segment. This is probably one of the better segments, if not the best. Like, yeah, what a fucking idiot. If you unironically were surprised by Hassan Piker, a self-proclaimed far leftist, over him being a far leftist. Like, come on.
Of figuring out what this guy's beliefs were. Bro, I didn't make the fucking leftist program. You did. You made fucking, what, 60 some odd episodes of this shit for hours talking to this guy? You didn't have a problem with any of it until, Ethan talks about being aware of Hassan's 9/11 comments and then sort of leaves it at that. Like it was just a joke. Actually, I think Ethan describes them as edgy moments or jokes.
You might remember him from such classics as
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together.
Yeah, I mean, in all fairness, that does come across as a joke,
Because
right?
who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that.
Oh, it's not a joke? He just, like, thinks that, like, okay.
That's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism and terrorism. You could have looked into that. You could have talked to Hassan a little bit more and found out what his...
Yeah, but you would agree that, like, yeah, that might be the issue that he's, like, talking about or critiquing or whatever. But at the same time, like, you know, he's, like, making a joke about it. Like, those aren't mutually exclusive.
International politics opinions are, but you wouldn't even need to do that. You can look at it online. You're not a victim. You weren't tricked. You made 60 some odd episodes. If you didn't want to go down this route, you shouldn't have done it. But that was your fucking choice. You did it. You are an adult. When Ethan and Hila are watching Matt Lieb saying that one state doesn't represent all Jews, they cannot wrap their heads around the idea.
No. Dude, we've been going for 3.5 hours. I think I might just end stream.
Person represents all Jews.
Her mod crew is funnier, Femyoz more serious. I guess today, like, I'm trying to, like, genuinely in good faith, like, respond to the things that Ian is saying, and, like, I don't know. The video is just, like, way too serious. Maybe that's, like, I don't know. Usually I sort of reflect energy back at the video I'm responding to. So I guess the energy I'm reflecting back is, like, more serious or whatever. I don't think I would be getting my point across very well if I was, like, being, like, goofy as fuck the whole time, and then, like, Ian is being super serious. But... no, a lot of the time, keep in mind that, like, my mods have, like, the same sense of humor as me. Like, I make a lot of the types of jokes that my mods make. It just depends on my mood. You know what I mean? I mean, please don't think that I meant that in a bad way. I love you, girl. Well, thank you. I'm like, the reason I'm pointing it out is not because I think you meant in a bad way. It's more like it depends on the day. Depends on what type of content I'm doing for the day. You know what I mean? Large tire? Yo, that's true. That's literally facts. I agree. Yeah, that's what I said. I think Femi is funnier. Yeah, like today I'm probably not funnier. Like I'm probably less funny today than like, I don't know, other days. I don't know. Maybe that's just me. Who knows? But, you know, if it's something like her playing any games, she is funny. I don't usually play games. Usually it's more along the lines of like, when I'm reading chat and I'm like high energy, or like if I'm reacting to like some like insane far right glup shitto or whatever. You know what I mean? Like it depends on like what content I'm doing. If it's something like today's serious, like today's stream, then it's serious. Yeah, I wasn't even meant to be a serious stream. I just like, I don't know. It depends on what I'm in the mood for. Femyoz doesn't play games because she's dog water and can only play Minecraft. Yo, that's cap. I would never. I remember when you played Fortnite before. Well, that's not true. I've never played Fortnite on stream. I've played it like a couple times in the past. You know? When I was like a kid. But I just thought it was boring, so I stopped playing it. When John Pork calls, I should catch you more. I haven't been recently. I don't know if you remember me from previous lives. I just found out I'm actually trans. Well, congratulations, Bree. Congratulations, Brie. I can't say I remember you from previous lives, but if you stick around and keep chatting, then I probably will remember you. I used to be a Fortnite pro. Well, damn. I see. I don't know. Do we finish the iDubbbz video? I don't know. I don't know if I wanna. We could watch a little bit more.
People around the world.
Hey, thank you, Batal Crafter, for the $5. You beautiful fucking bastard saying W stream. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Very much appreciate it.
World, interpret that phrase.
No single person represents all Jews, as no single state.
Yeah, I should probably like decrease the amount of delay on the donos, because I'll read the entire dono and then it'll be like a delay and then it'll be like, and then the dono. Like 10 seconds later.
Represents all Jews.
This is another weird thing.
Oh my God.
Israel, this is a lie that I see Hassan and people pander. They say that Israel's going to war on behalf of Judaism. They have never, I don't believe that that's ever been stated. And
I have no idea.
I don't think Israel ever explains that it's like, I think Israel says it's a place where Jews can go.
Israel's just a place Jews can go?
Yeah, I don't think that's like a... Well, I mean, to be fair, if we're talking about like what the IDF says or like what the Israeli government says, like I wouldn't necessarily trust that, like especially for like, you know, I don't know, criticizing them for their actions, not their words. Like they could say things that are correct, like, oh yeah, Israel is a place where Jews can go, and that's true. Jews can go there, right? But it's not addressing the crux of the issue.
With that slogan, we might actually have peace. You know, if that's all you're defining Israel as, is a place Jews can go. Like, sure, it sounds like America to me. Like,
sounds like America to me, all right.
I don't think that Israel said they represent all Jews. I don't think that's a stance. We're like, hey, displacing Palestinians is all Jewish people.
Ethan is being so disingenuous here to suggest that he doesn't understand what Matt Lieb is saying. Like, he's making a semantic argument. Like, I don't think Israel has said that it represents every...
Yeah, I'm gonna be real. These arguments are a lot more boring than, like, anything previously done in a content cop. Also, that is truly an incredible freeze frame. I gotta save that in case I ever make it into a thumbnail. You know, some good stuff. Gotta save that frame, of course. Oops. Not what I meant to do. Ah. Trying to, like, get, like, a better frame of it. So it's, like, less blurry. To see if I can. Save video frame. Blah, blah, blah. In case I make a video on iDubbbz at some point, I'll have some, like, good-ass fucking screenshots. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, dude.
Ass Jew on the planet.
I wasn't even, like, trying to get a good freeze frame. Oh, wow. You can get a lot. With iDubbbz. Still has, like, very dramatic facial expressions, which is cool.
They're not going to say that their most genocidal behavior represents anything to do with them, okay? But what they are going to do is they're going to inexplicably link Israel and Jewishness together, so when they're being criticized, all of a sudden, they have the perfect defense. Oh, another thing I need to mention. There was a tier list. It was called the Who Can Say Habibi tier list.
Okay. What is this? Arab coded asks perms. Thinks it's a slur. Loves Sabra. Okay.
It was presented at TwitchCon as like a panel that was just meant to be lighthearted and fun. And
I don't know what. Okay. I don't really
Ethan
care.
Klein saw that and he decided that it was anti-Semitic.
Tier list, and we're going to need your help
Wait, how is it anti-Semitic?
to discuss and figure out who can say Habibi and who can't.
And also, like, we have
Okay.
tiers. We have Arab coded. They ask permission to say Habibi. You know, like you got like a white guy's like, can I say it? Is it slurs? And then Love Sabra, which is they're not Arab coded at all.
Now, when I first saw this tier
okay.
list, I immediately knew what it was doing. I was like, oh, it's a play on the who has the N-word pass and who doesn't tier list. Granted, Habibi is very different than the N-word, but it is a cultural word amongst Arabic-speaking people and Muslim people. Like, that is a word that's used. Habibi.
Okay.
It means my love. Oh, no, don't do that, Habibi. Oh, yes, Habibi. You're my Habibi, I'm your Habibi. So, yes, it's meant to be
Wow, I can't believe he's saying the Arab version of the N-word. That's fucked up.
one way that these Arab content creators can express their Arab culture and be proud of it and happy about it. Because it's not like they have massive representation on the platform.
Making a tier list based
I don't know if I agree. I do think they have decent representation on Twitch. I don't agree that they don't, but I don't have a problem with the tier
on
list.
race. And nobody has a fucking problem with that. Okay, you have a tier list based on race. Where's
Based on a race? What? It's just like about like Arab culture. I don't see what the issue is.
The Jewish panel. Where's the Jewish panel? Where at the top it says Jewish. It's a tier list based on Arab to Jew. He's Arab, which is good.
I don't know, like if somebody made like a Jewish tier list or whatever, where it's like at the top, it's like Jewish is like S tier, and then Jewish coded, and then like asks perms to like, I don't know, say the K slur. I don't fucking know. Probably not that one. Like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't have an issue with that.
That's the best thing you can be on this. That's the best. This is racist.
I will say that conveying information through a tier list is not the most effective thing, but Ethan should understand this principle. He did a white slurs tier list with Hassan.
Cracker.
I mean, you know what my take is.
We can't put this as an F. Cracker. I mean, that's got to be at least a D, right?
Pale face motherfucker.
Pale face. I mean, again, I think that's an F. Hog.
So hog is my favorite. I use it all the time.
Him and
Is that a cracker slur?
Hassan feel as though they're white guys, so they felt very comfortable talking about white slurs on their tier list.
Sleep? I don't need sleep. That would be crazy.
I think I'm more
I probably will go to sleep
white
soon.
than you. What do you think?
I think I'm white. Like, I'm super white.
Can you understand?
Dude, I will say that Hassan seems to be Schrodinger's race, where it's like, you know, he's either white or something else, depending on what's convenient in the moment. You know? That's all I'm gonna say.
Why Arabs might feel comfortable talking about Arab
Which, I mean, fair enough. I don't really care, but...
shit on their tier list, Ethan. You're the white guy. You think you're more white than Hassan.
I think I'm more white than you.
So, yeah, the white guy can say all the things that he wants, like cracker. But the Arabs can't have their tier list.
I would put him also in Arab. I know Turkish...
So I don't know how I would feel about, like, the weird equivocacy or whatever. Like a white people slur tier list where... I mean, you would agree that, like, white people slurs aren't, like, particularly offensive. Like, you would agree that, like, okay, those aren't, like, the same as, like, slurs that are used for black people, right? The ones that are used for black people are obviously a lot worse, right? I guess if black people were to, like, if two like, black people were to, like, make, like, a slur tier list, then, like, I guess it'd be fine, but, I don't know. Like, oh yeah, the N-word, hard R. Fucking A tier. That one's a classic. I don't know. That'd be like a weird... I don't know. It'd be kind of funny.
People are different.
Notice how they dropped the premise almost immediately that it's about who can say Habibi, and then it's like Hassan. Okay, actually he's Arab.
Like it'd be like I'd be fine with it, but like I wouldn't say it's like equivalent. I guess.
Fucking love him. He's dope. He's Arab.
Habibi is an Arabic word. That is an Arabic word, Ethan.
Funny about this whole thing is that they say Habibi in Israel. Again, people underestimate just how like mixed Israeli culture is. Like
we say Habibi in Israel. Yes, Ethan. Another piece of evidence as to why it isn't anti-Semitic.
This is racist!
If you're not Arab or understand Arab culture at all, which is a lot of Americans, and Ethan Klein presents you...
yeah, I don't know. I wouldn't say it's racist. I think Ethan's just being sensitive.
...this tier list and calls it anti-Semitic, you're just gonna eat it up. It's not. Ethan is just proving his location on this tier list under Love Sabra because he doesn't understand Arab culture. There's a lot of Arabs who eat Sabra. There's a lot of people like me who eat Sabra. A lot of the times it's all that's in the store, and I'm gonna buy it and I'm gonna eat it, but it is not the good shit. Like the average Arab American, they're gonna go in the store and the only option they have is fucking Sabra. And that sucks that that's the only option, right? Arab communities and distribution facilities are not widespread across the US. So what are they left with? They're left with a common, relatable, shitty hummus, which is Sabra. And what's so fucking pathetic about this whole thing is after he was able to get these Arab creators banned off of Twitch for 30 days, he goes on to talk about how bad Sabra hummus is on his...
Like, R is like a joke, because it might be A or B, because race jokes are kind of funny, but if it's not as a joke, then F-. I'd say, like, if it's, like, not as a joke, if it's just, like, used to demean somebody, like, definitely F-. As a joke... usually it's gonna be like F tier. Like most people that say it as a joke just like aren't funny. But I don't know, I don't know, I'm not gonna make a blanket statement. Like there have been times where like, yeah, okay, fine, it's funny. But like a lot of it depends on the context. iDubbbz more to the left than Ethan is a thing I never thought would happen. I guess. I don't know if I'd say iDubbbz is more to the left. I'd just say he's aesthetically more left-leaning. That doesn't really mean anything. I don't know.
His show.
I don't think anybody wants to...
I don't know if I want to finish this.
Prefer Sabra over homemade, like, restaurant quality hummus. You know, it's what's there.
Like weirdly fluffy.
It is fluffy.
Weird.
Yeah.
I would buy it sometimes and eat it. It's not the best.
The problem is with Sabra, in my...
Because if they're saying that it's, like, kind of mid, then, like, that's the point?
My opinion, it's only good for the first 2 days.
For some reason, like when you eat this Sabra shit, it just feels so much heavier. And imagine eating a whole fucking vat of Sabra.
Okay, yeah, then Ethan Klein's a fucking idiot then. Like, he agrees that, like, okay, yeah, this shit's kind of mid. But, like, makes sense that it would be at the bottom of the tier list, right? Like, this is gonna be relevant to, like, Arab and Israeli culture, I would presume. I don't think there's making a statement about Jewish people, though. It's like an Arab tier list or whatever, right? So it'd be like, okay, Sabra, that's like the like, kind of like shit food that, like, Arabs will eat sometimes that they don't like as much as, like, I don't know, better Arab food.
Bro, that's crazy.
Yeah. I've never liked hummus.
Oh, okay.
Well, you hate Jews then.
I don't.
And Arabs.
Yeah.
This is racist.
Yeah, it's almost like you can have a discussion about Sabra hummus being a bad hummus without it being at all related to a Jewish thing or an Israeli thing. He can have that discussion as much as he wants on his podcast because we all know.
Yeah, I don't know. Unless there's something I'm missing. I think that Ian is correct on this point.
His intentions are anti-Semitic.
This is what he did. He hit his heart hard.
Let's go.
The Zionism is leading to not
Dude, it's almost like context matters, though.
accepting other cultures, embracing their own culture, and
I don't think that has anything to do. I don't think that makes Ethan a Zionist. I think it just makes him dumb and spiteful. I don't think he's, like, saying that it's anti-Semitic because he's, like, a Zionist or whatever the fuck. I think he's just being, like, spite-driven and being like, wow, that's racist. I can't believe you would say that. As, like, a way to, like, try to, like, virtue signal. I literally just think he's virtue signaling for the sake of it.
that is an attack on you. There's this incident on the podcast where
I don't even know if he thinks it's an attack on him or if he's just virtue signaling, but
they were reacting to Cutie Cinderella and Ethan was laughing during it. So that ended up being a pretty important wake-up call for Ethan. He made an apology video directed at Cutie Cinderella. And
I don't know anything about this.
It was graded by a professional psychologist, Dr. Kirk Honda of psychology.
Dude, he graded an apology? Who
in
cares?
Seattle. And Ethan got an A+ rating.
In terms of a public apology, this is A+.
Damn, that's like the best YouTuber apology there
Ethan
is.
won't stop talking about his A+ rating.
You know he rated my apology to Cutie Cinderella a perfect score? A perfect 10.
A perfect 10 out of 10?
Literally 10.
It doesn't seem like he's making this as like a serious point, though. It just seems like he's joking about it.
10 out of 10. Go back. I can teach you how to make a good apology. I'm the best at
10 out of 10.
Like, he's just making jokes about how he's like the best at YouTuber apologies, which are like notoriously bad.
I know what a perfect apology is, lady. You fucking don't.
Oh, dude, what an interesting note to end on.
Is my perfect apology in this PowerPoint? Dude, I got a perfect 10 out of 10.
This one is actually best apology, so.
Ethan Klein, you guys, oh my God.
I was trying really hard to think about an impactful moment during this video. Like, could I do something that would really wake Ethan up? And I don't know if this came from a good place or not, but I came up with the idea of getting Ethan's grade changed from an A to a B at least. So I went to visit psychology.
Why? I don't think it was like a serious thing though. I don't think it like got through his head. I think he was just like saying it because like, I don't know, it's like a funny bit. Like, yo, I'm the best at YouTuber apologies, which are like notoriously bad.
In Seattle. I'm not confident that Kirk will change his grade, but it's worth trying. And, you know.
Why? I don't know. This just comes across as dumb and petty.
We might learn a thing or two.
Xander! Probably get pretty low marks. Unlike me, perfect score, 10. I said, hey, Lud, no wig drama. Why are you such a spineless coward of a person? Now,
also, this wouldn't be a rating of the apology. Like, this is like, will you change this apology based on things that aren't the apology? Well, no, that's not what you're grading it off. You're not grading it off of other things. You're grading it off of the apology itself.
You've inserted yourself and your girlfriend into this conversation.
Okay, iDubbbz, I hear you. You're in the room with me right now. I hear you. I hear your request. I understand it. I can understand where it's coming from. And I guess have a policy that when there is a grade for an apology, I am just grading that discrete apology as I see it without
which makes the most sense.
Taking any consideration of prior or future behavior. If you're wanting me to comment on the overall behavior or the recent behavior from the clips that you have shown me, I believe that Ethan is a good person and that eventually he will feel sorrow and will feel sorry and will apologize. And
doesn't seem like the response Ian was looking for.
I will be there to evaluate that apology when it happens, which I know it will.
Oh, brother, this guy stinks!
Unfortunately,
for not giving you the response that you wanted, he was like perfectly fair.
Kirk did not change his grade, but that's okay.
Okay, why does he have to? It's fucking dumb.
Because this is the internet. Anyone can have their own official apology rating system. So I'm going to rate Ethan's apology a B-. That should.
Okay.
Based on my own feelings and my own rubric. When Psychology in Seattle was watching these video
Can we see your rubric?
clips of Ethan, he said that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug. Now, of course, it kind of pisses me off to hear that shit, because I'm like...
Why? He probably could use a hug, right?
What are we doing? What are we saying? He needs a hug? No, he doesn't need
Ian, what happened to being
a
empathetic?
hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Okay. You haven't really provided
I think
that.
something that's very important to me in bringing back Content Cop is to be fair. I think that was something that was not illustrated in previous Content Cops.
No, I think that the criticism was fair in previous Content Cops. Like, did he go fucking hard? Yeah. Yeah, he did. I don't think that anything he said was, like, unfair. I don't know, maybe some of the shit in the Tana Content Cop might have been unfair, but, like, other than that, like, I don't know. Like, all the shit that he was saying was fair.
I think should have been, and probably wouldn't have left me with so much regret. Ethan...
Like, this feels way pettier than anything in your previous Content Cops. Like, the criticism in this was worse.
Deserves all of the criticism that he's getting. I think it's very valid. But I also think...
that's a fair assessment.
At the end of the day, we should acknowledge that he's human, because he is human.
Okay, well, that's good. I'm glad that you don't want to, like, dehumanize the person that you're talking about, and maybe that was something that you did in your previous content that you regret, and that's fine, right?
And he is in a situation that's making him extremely scared, paranoid, defensive, sensitive, and I'm sure other features and feelings.
That's fair. I'm glad he acknowledges that, I guess.
In the spirit of Kirk saying that it looks like Ethan could just use a hug, I have challenged some of his most powerful haters to put down the haterade and just say something nice and charitable about him, because I think he deserves it.
I just wanted to say that I respect that you are genuinely yourself on the internet. I think a lot of other people respect you for it as well. I think that's a big reason why people were drawn to your content in the first place. I think that's a lot of the reason why your employees chose to work with you over anyone else.
Ethan, I think it's respectable that you even began this journey to
I don't know who this guy is.
behind the anti-SJW crowd and step into a more empathetic worldview. I know it's not easy.
Ethan Klein, I think that when
fair, cool. I don't know who this
you
guy
are
is
being
either.
goofy, when you're being silly, when you are being lighthearted, and just having fun with your friends.
I agree. I also think that applies to iDubbbz as well. Like, I feel like he's in his element when he's just being like a goofball, when he's being just kind of silly.
I think that is when you're at your best. So I'd love to see more of that. That'd be sick.
I will be reading my letter off because I don't want to sound robotic. HJ
Okay, I recognize the program.
sports very good that I used to watch. I hope that one day gets back to what I remember. You were one of the inspirations for me to start creating content, so all this has stung. I hope you really hear this, and I wish.
Audio mixing's not the best.
I think Ethan Klein rocks a buzz cut pretty good, and I think he's got a good choice of facial hair. I think it's really cool what he did 8 years ago.
Better choice than you know, I'm sorry.
Fighting that frivolous lawsuit. That was pretty fucked up, and fighting it, he changed YouTube for the better. And I thought that was cool, because I thought it was like, he was fighting.
He looks like he has a gun to his head, I'm not gonna lie.
Free speech.
I also see the dynamic of Ethan and Neela. Like, it's really hard to be a couple online and see people attacking your partner, and it's like, okay, like if you come to their defense.
Okay, I do kind of like that Ian is opening up here at the end.
If that doesn't always help them, right? Sometimes that makes it worse for them.
And I have been kind of slipping into a very unhealthy place where it's gotten worse.
I do think that Ian is more open about his emotions for sure. Like, I don't think that's a virtue signal at all. Like, I don't think he's just saying that. Like, I genuinely believe that he is.
Worse, and I get criticized more and more, and I get more defensive and more pulled up. A feeling of almost infallibility, that I could take anything on. It led me to make a lot of mistakes, and then when I was criticized for those mistakes, then I would act extremely defensive and nasty and not really processing them in a...
How old is this clip? Because it's like his old setup, right? Okay, interesting. Well, that's the content cop, I guess. That's the entire thing. But yeah, I left a comment. If you look here, 6 hours ago, alright, and this is sort of still how I feel, right? Regardless of the fucking criticism and whatnot, right? Which is, iDubbbz isn't as funny as he used to be, but he's also kinder. I have mixed feelings on this. Great comment, Femyoz. I agree. Better smash like. And then this person responded by saying, it's meeting the high school class clown after he's gotten a job. And this other person said this video felt more like BreadTube slop. I don't know if I agree with either of those comments. Like, I do think that, like, it's good that, like, iDubbbz is, like, I don't know, like, more empathetic or whatever. Like, I'm not gonna, like, shit on him for that, because that's, like, a good characteristic to have, right? I do think that's genuine, right? But he's also not as funny. Some of his criticism isn't as good, right? Like, some of this did feel really petty. And I think that a lot of it is he's letting his emotions do a lot of the talking, which on one hand is like progress or whatever, because like, you know, he seemingly used to be repressive. I think that was an issue that he had based on what I've observed, right? But now that he's not repressive, he's letting a lot of, like, he's letting his emotions sort of guide his behavior more than anything else. And I think that can be a detriment. Like, you gotta find a good balance. Like, you gotta make decisions that balance both your heart and your head, right? Like, you can't just exclusively rely on one or the other. Like, you need both. Ideally, both at the same time will inform you, right? And that's my position on the matter. And that's something that I've struggled to find the right balance of, for sure. In fact, there was, you know, a point in time where, like, I was making decisions exclusively emotionally. A point before that where they were entirely logical, right? But at the end of the day, you need, like, a good balance. But yeah, anyways, that's my opinion on it. Regardless of, like, how valid the criticism is. I think that, I don't know. Like, I mean, I was pretty critical of it. I was also critical of Ethan. So, I don't know. I think I've been fair. I think I've been, very, very fair. That was, like, a little under 1.5 million views. How many did the H3 dude, how many views did the H3 podcast episode responding to it get? Oh, man. Okay, so that's interesting. I would think that it's more, but that maybe it's like, I actually didn't watch the whole thing. I just saw like a small segment of it live. Like when it was live. This is like a bit before stream, I think. Maybe like a while before stream. Which is Ethan reacts to iDubbbz content cop. 390k views. I would think that it would have more, because like he had like over 60,000 concurrents. There are so many comments, I can't find yours. Yeah. We might have to like search for it or whatever. I have no idea. But yeah, there are a lot of comments on there. How many fucking comments does he have? Because this is a controversial ass video, right? But keep in mind, this has like, not only does it have like nearly 1.5 million views, but that's within like 8 hours of it being posted, right? Like that's like posted 8 hours ago, right? That's like really good, especially considering how fucking dead his channel is. This video's very successful. But yeah, like if you look at the top comments, right, they've got like 35k views. Like damn. Since the last content cop, I've gotten 2 degrees and had 3 children. Damn. Since the last content cop, I became addicted to drugs, got clean, got extremely fit in the gym, got a job, got promoted, relapsed for a year, lost everything, and got clean again. Dude, maybe I need to leave a comment that fits that format. Since the last content cop, I became a femboy, then started taking HRT, then came out as a trans woman. What else? What else have I done? I graduated high school, of course. Let's see, what else did I do? Do I put gained 49,000 subscribers? I don't know. That seems like a little bit, like, cringe. Like, gained 49,000 subscribers. I mean, that's like a big accomplishment, but like, I don't know. I don't want people to think that I'm like self-promoting or whatever. Boy. Moved. Became a leftist. I guess. Started taking HRT. Then came out as a trans woman. I became the very thing I swore to destroy when I was 13. Now I am 20 and do not care. Dude, I don't know if that's a good comment. You know? It could be good. I mean, this one got 18 likes, so I don't think anybody's gonna see it. But, like, what happens if we sort by newest? 8 seconds ago, 21 seconds ago, 31 seconds ago, 31 seconds ago, 33 seconds ago, 34 seconds ago, 34 seconds ago, 35 seconds ago, 37 seconds ago, 40 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago, 45 seconds ago, 50 seconds ago, 51 seconds ago, 57 seconds ago, 59 seconds ago, 59 seconds ago. Like, holy shit. And then 1 minute ago. Like, how many fucking comments within 1 minute? Like, just, like, a minute. Like, damn. This is so embarrassing. Far cry from his former self. Content Ops is just a bit rant. There's barely any structure. Feels like he's talking in circles. Yeah, I don't like the way it was structured. Like, I felt like this could have been like a 20-minute video and could have easily been condensed. It did not need to be over an hour long. It was not necessary. I guess. Apparently Nick DiOrio is talking about it. I'm guessing that like Nick DiOrio is gonna like defend Ethan Klein on like every point. I'm guessing. It wouldn't surprise me. Like let's scroll back a little bit. I guess maybe. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do this.
Go find peace, and we can like reach.
You have to go to therapy with therapy with me and my Californian wife, okay? And only then, when Dr. Shitburger tells you that you're mentally stable, can we resume our friendship.
Dude, Dr. Shitburger.
Our friendship.
Dude, Nick DiOrio is higher energy than me today.
So that's been
what an.
I don't know. This shit made me fucking depressed. Just like seeing people that I used to be like huge fans of or whatever, like I don't know, like going at each other. You know? Maybe I'm just too parasocial for the shit.
My approach.
To be fair, it's like I grew up with these people, so I feel like it's different. Like if it was two people that I like, I don't know, like started watching as like an adult and then stopped watching or whatever, then I feel like that'd be different. Like, I wouldn't have that same sort of parasocial attachment. But like, I don't know, it's weird because I like I grew up with like Ethan and Ian like in my early teen years. You know what I mean?
Thrown a joke Ethan's way in the form of Hassan Piker versus Ethan Klein for boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this. Wait, stupid. It's not a fucking petty beef. It's like this guy is evil. And
Wait, wait, that's not a real statement, right? I found a way that we could settle this. You guys could punch each other in the face. Like that sounds like a joke, right? Was it like a legitimate suggestion?
Piker versus Ethan Klein.
Yeah, obviously that's a joke.
For boxing.
I like iDubbbz. He's a good guy, but I don't like this. Wait, stupid. It's not a fucking petty.
Yeah, Ethan is okay. Is he gonna acknowledge the fact that Ethan's a fucking idiot for taking this seriously?
It's like this guy is evil and he's doing anti-Semitism, and also he's way out of my weight class.
He didn't like that, but fucking sometimes you gotta just throw.
Dr. Lipschitz, was that the one from? That's the one from Suits, right?
Because he's just not gonna mention it. I guess. I don't know. And he's here to sweep for Ethan, which is fine, I guess. I don't know. Like, I don't even think that like Ian's video was that good. Necessarily. I think it's kind of dog shit for the most part. Well, I don't know. Maybe not for the most part. I think half of it was dog shit. I think the way it was structured was entirely dog shit. I think that the points he made, like half of them were good and half of them were shit. I don't know. It just made both of them look really fucking whiny. You know what I mean? Like I don't look at this and think like, oh yeah, dude, either of these people are like clearly and unambiguously in the right 100%. Like, I'm like, okay, these people are whiny as fuck. Like, they be taking shit way too seriously, and they didn't used to. But then again, I don't know. Maybe I took it too seriously. So, at the end of the day, I guess maybe I'm part of the problem. I don't know, it's just, like, difficult to, like, respond to, like, a serious video, like, with a serious tone. from somebody that like I looked up to for like many years, and I just like not take it seriously. I don't know, that would feel weird to me. I don't know, maybe that's why it was a serious video, is because it was like on Ethan Klein, and that's like somebody that like was friends with him or whatever. But I don't know. If I was gonna prepare a video like that, I would try to make it more comedic. But I don't know. It just felt like a rant. Like it felt like a live stream almost. Like it felt like I was watching Ian live stream. Or like a few good clips in there. I don't know. Good point. Yeah, who, me? Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Not entirely unself-aware. Not entirely unself-aware. Like, I'm aware that, like, yeah, I'm, like, a little bit more parasocial when it comes to iDubbbz, because, like, I don't know, he was my idol. I used to want to be, like... It wasn't that I wanted to be like him necessarily. It was more like I wanted to emulate his style of comedy and, like, his confidence. Like, that was what I admired about him, was his comedy and his confidence. And, like, it feels weird and depressing to see him without that. Because those were always, like, the two characteristics that I really, really, really admired. And, like, I feel like those are gone now. You know what I mean? I don't know. Maybe that's just me. It is formatted perfectly fine. What, the iDubbbz content cop? I don't know. It felt lengthy and drawn out. I feel like a lot of the shit could have been cut out. I feel like he could have been more concise, if that makes sense. Like, I would understand if it was like, I don't know, maybe like that, or like a little bit longer if it was like a live stream. Like, if that was like a live stream, then that would be pretty fucking concise, right? But like, when I see a content cop, like, I expect it to be like packed with like useful information and not super fucking repetitive, right? Maybe there are like a few points that are repeated but with different evidence. Like, maybe there's like an overarching point that he makes about Ethan Klein. But like, each time he brings it up, he like presents new evidence, right? That's not what I was referring to. It was someone else in chat, Femyoz. Oh, okay, fair. I thought you were referring to me. That's my bad. It's formatted perfectly fine, which is in response to. Anyways, I'm confused. I'm confuzzled now. Okay. Anyways, hello, Billy Mays. I deserve my mod back. Lost my old account's password? Aw, shit, really? Aw. Can you, like, DM me on Discord so I can, like, know that it's you? Because, like, I just want to make sure. Gotta be careful. And then if it is you, then I will know because you DM me on Discord saying that it is. Give me a minute. And then I'll make you mod. I just have to make sure that it's you. Gotta be careful. Because, like, obviously, like, you know. Just gotta make sure that, like, it's never, not somebody, like, role-playing or whatever. As, like, you know. I want mod. Of course you do, Florida man. Yeah, can I have mod? Great question. Great stuff. Anyways. No, Florida man, you are a biological gray name. Nice necklace. Did your top give it to you? I am not a bottom. What do you mean? I'm a big, strong top. I'll have you find. That's right. Can I unhave mod? That's a crazy question. How do you feel about me not sleeping for 5 days? I think you should get some sleep. Can I have the channel? Stop spreading misinformation from us before we protest you. Nah, I'm gonna spread more misinformation, actually. I think the more misinformation, the merrier. Or something. Oh, nice. Okay, that's a different thing. Sorry. But yeah, no, it's not a bottom response. You look like Draco Malfoy's dad. You know, that guy has a name, you know. I don't remember what it is. You know, he's not just Draco Malfoy's dad. He's his own person, okay? Alright? I don't want to hear this disrespect. It's fucked up. Yo. Come on. Oh, there we go. The new account is being... Okay, alright. Give me a sec. Let me mod. Oh, wait. I need to go over here to do it. Hold on. Billy Mays. Okay. Give me a minute. Okay. Add as moderator. Standard moderator. Congratulations, Billy Mays. You are now a standard moderator. Wait, why aren't you in Femtards anymore? Did you leave? Oh. Oh, man. Anyways. Did Femtards just become too cancerous? Let me know if you ever want to re-invite or whatever. He was in Femtards a second ago. His only mutual server is Keldoge's Dank Den. What? It doesn't show up as in... What? Oh, he must have just left it like a second ago. I don't think I did. Did somebody kick you? Server settings. Bans? No. I don't see it. Automod? No idea. Audit log? No, I don't know. I'll send you another invite. I have no idea, just disappeared. I invite people. That's really weird. That shouldn't be an issue. I don't know why that happened. That's weird as fuck. Sorry for the mis- Oh, sorry. I had long hair and thought girl... long hair too. And thought girl thoughts. What? What does that mean? I actually don't know what the fuck that means. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean, girl thoughts? Sorry for this, femme? Yeah, no worries. That's weird as fuck. I don't know why this is like a... Dude, what? Huh? 10:36. And then it disappeared, I guess? Alright. That's weird. Is it letting you join? It should. I don't see why it wouldn't. You're banned? No, you're not? I know for a fact you're not, because I looked at the... That's really weird. No, you're definitely not banned. I'm looking at the Yeah, no, I'm looking at all the banned accounts. Nope, you're not one of the banned accounts. That's really weird. Damn. What the fuck? Okay. I have no idea. That's really weird. I know you're not banned from Femtards. Like, it doesn't show you as being banned. But I'll just make a new account, Fem. That's fucking weird. Okay. Strange. Huh. Did you ever get banned on, like, an alt account or something? Or... Because you don't show up as a banned user. There's, like, only a few banned users. I don't know why you would be banned or why it wouldn't let you join. Did you try, like, restarting Discord? That's so weird. That's so weird. Open in mod view? What does that mean? What if I open this person in mod view? Okay. No idea. It shouldn't be an issue. Oh well. I don't know why the fuck it's broken. Damn. That's unfortunate. Oh well. Also, mod is an 18+ role? Yes, that's true. It didn't used to be, but then we were like, you know, I feel like it's better if we make it that way. I don't know. Here, Bree, you know what? I'm feeling nice today. Feel free to join the server. Add me on Discord. Femyoz. Femyoz, the same as my YouTube channel. I'll add you back, then say who you are, and I'll send you an invite, because I'm feeling nice. Your hair is so luscious. Thank you, on Pause. I appreciate that. I appreciate the shit out of that. But yeah. I'm just feeling very nice. So I may as well. I don't usually do this. But, I mean, the server's kind of dead. Also, Dianosaur, are you in the server? I don't remember. Also, Femyoz Enjoyer. If you're not in the server, same goes for you. Wait, Falpitch, you're in the server, right? I presume? I actually don't know. No? Oh, shit. I gotta invite you then. I thought you were in the server. Invite people. Wait, hold on. Verification. Invite. Sir Billy Mays. I'll try inviting Billy Mays again, and then I'll copy this. And I'll send it to Lichfalp. Da-da-da-da-da. Alright, just don't, like, spam or be annoying or anything. I guess. It's really weird. Are you gonna react? React to what? React to the video? I already reacted to the video. What? Yeah, okay. Lichfap had no problem joining the server. Alright. Verified. Yeah, that's really weird. And for the other people, of course, just add me on Discord. Who is this? Who is Ban19? Who is that? Any and all pronouns. Joined on March 16th, 2023. Who is that? I'm not sure who this is. Just say who you are. Okay. Let me send you an invite. Cool. Invite people. Invite. Congratulations, you've been invited. Can you react to the Little Yos allegations? Where are those allegations coming from? I would never be a little... That would be crazy. I'm like... Not a little. Alright, congratulations. Let's see. I left because I got overwhelmed and was having a wee bit of a breakdown. Alright. I'll invite you back, I guess. If you want. Wait, hold on. I'd have to search like this, right? I don't know what you are on Discord. I actually have no idea. I don't know what your Discord is. Is that this one? No, I don't think so. That's a different person named Diana. I actually don't know. Oh well. Alright, well, you know, if you DM me, I'll do it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why somebody named Soul Reaper, of all people, is like, the name Dianosaur is, like, cringe. That's so cringe. I'm Ban. Oh, yeah, I saw. You're Ban 19. I guess. Anyways. How many do we get mod in the server? No, most people don't get mod in the server. Just because you have it on stream doesn't mean you get in the server. There are plenty of people that have mod on stream, but not in the server. Anyways. Oh, it is Dinosaur? It's the same as your YouTube handle? Okay, it didn't show up when I don't know why I can't find it. Do I not have you on Discord and maybe you unadded me or something? Dinosaur. Add friend, Dinosaur. No. You're not accepting friend requests, I guess. Alright, you'd have to add me. Yes, I know you're banned 19, Bree. I know that now. I invited you. You're in the server. I'm well aware. Are there any funny memes on the server? I'd say so, yeah. I'd say there definitely are. Yeah, we've got the breathing thread. We've got the breathing apparatus section and the breathing thread for breathing. Hold on, wait. I gotta like make it in italics. I forgot to do that. There we go. Gotta exhale over and over again in the breathing thread. Which you get to see if you go to the breathing apparatus section in the server. Yeah, okay, yeah, you might have accidentally unfriended me, so you'll have to send me a friend request, I guess. Alright, Ace Lucas. Congrats. You know what, you get to join because you're like a channel member. So, why not? I don't know if I'm going to do that for all channel. I might have a member-only Discord at some point, though. Can I have it on stream? Wait, have what on stream? I'm confused. Dude, I'd be inviting new people to the Femtard server. Let's go. Add a role. Verified. Congratulations. Dude, we've got some new people. Just here for memes and maybe of just chatting? I bet. Congrats. Dude, I'm just unkilling the server. Bukwone, Elon was funny though. Great way to end my time on Discord. Why, did your Discord account get like banned or limited or something? I don't see why it would. I don't see why that would be an issue. What if I ping you? Don't ping me, that's annoying. Don't do that. Don't be cringe. Although the easiest way to get removed from the server is by pinging me 1 billion times over dumb shit. If you ping me, it better be something I care about. Otherwise, I'm just gonna get annoyed. If you're like flooding my pings with dumb shit. So, take that information for what you will, I guess. Dude, who are these people that are adding me? I don't know who these people are. These other people from like a day or two ago. Okay, Dinosaur, congrats. You're in the server, invite people, blah, 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 copy. Okay. Wait. Wait, fuck. I have to go here. Is it this one? Yeah. I think it's this one. Okay. Okay. Congrats. Alright, you're back in the server. You're so cute. Thank you. Free H3. Yo. Let's go. Oh, what else? Dude. We've had 64 concurrent viewers for a while now. Holy shit. We're very consistent today. Hold on. Let me edit the description for when I end stream, it'll be like, it'll say that like I'm gonna add timestamps or whatever. So 0:00, and then like obviously we gotta do like timestamps will be added soon. ... Okay, that should be good. I think, yeah, there we go. Get it to 69. Yeah, we've had consistent viewers for a bit. Like, not like super, like high or anything, but not like going down that much. Okay, now it's at 76. It does go up and down. Do you ever add timestamps? Sometimes. I used to more. But I don't know. I don't remember if Dinosaur had 18 plus rule. Yeah, I don't think so, because I never got like a... I have no idea, honestly. I want to be so real. I don't know. We do ID verification at this point, just because, like, I don't know. I don't want to deal with shit. It just as like a precaution. Because I've had people, like, lie about their age in the past and shit, so... Yeah, I don't want to risk anything, so it's like, okay. We do ID verification here. You gotta DM me, like, a selfie with, like... Just, like, you can cross off everything in your ID, except for, like, your face and your date of birth. You can remove everything else. And blur it out or whatever. You know, I've just gotten to that point where it's like... I don't know. Like, is it a bit much? Yeah, probably. Most servers don't have, like, ID verification, but... I don't know. I feel like it's a good thing to have. I think it's just, like... You know... ID verification is crazy, but smart. Yeah, like, I don't know. I used to be, like, against doing ID verification. Like, I used to be of the position of, like, well, you know... If somebody lies about their age, then that's not my problem, that's their problem, which is kind of true, but people would find a way to make it my problem, I'm guessing. Like, I'd rather just not have to deal with it. You know what I mean? I just feel like it's easier to manage. They knew I was part of the reason Dinosaur left? Wait, what? I think I did do ID verification, just not with, like, a state or country ID. I just used what papers I have at the moment. Gotta love when your mother steals all your papers from you for confronting her. Did I verify you as 18 plus? Because I want to, like, take away a role that you had. I don't know, because I don't see anything in DMs. Of you, like, verifying it. But, like, you might have, like, I don't know, deleted it after I verified you or whatever. I have no idea. First time I was in a foul mood and defended kinda schizo. You gotta see my face. Well, basically the reason that I would want somebody to take a selfie with, like a photo ID, is just so that I know, like, okay, this is their ID, and I know how old they are, and I know that they're at least 18. So I can give them the 18 plus role. Like, I'm not somebody that's gonna fucking leak that shit or whatever. Right? You could just, like, delete it after I give you the role. Like, it doesn't fucking matter. Like, I'm not gonna save it. Femi, what if your Discord gets hacked? You mean my account? Well, that's, like, if that's, like, a concern that you have, you could just, like, delete the, you know, your, like, photo ID or whatever. Once I give you the role. That's, like, a thing you can do. The card in the face, right? Yeah, and like, basically, you can, like, blur out or, like, censor all of the information except for your date of birth and your face. Basically. Those are the two things that you have to include. I think in my server rules it says that. So, yeah. Again, it's just, like, an extra precaution that we take. Just because, I don't know, I feel like I gotta be extra careful. You know. Yeah, 18 plus gives you access to the horny chats as well. But that's the thing is, like, I don't know. Like, if people are gonna post in the horny chats, then, like, I want to know, like, 100%, like, okay, this person is, like, a legal adult. You know what I mean? I don't know. Your Discord also stores images locally on your PC. I guess you should try and use some other file hosting site for that, not Discord. Maybe. I don't know. What about the diaper chats? Huh? Oh, I see what you did there. Yeah, good joke. Good joke. I see. I see. I trust you, Femi. Where do I show you my face and ID? Just in DMs. Just like DM like a selfie of yourself, like just like holding your ID. Like you can censor all the information except for your date of birth and your face, basically. And I'll give you like the role, and then you can like delete the message or whatever. If you want, you guys can also show me your credit card info. You know, I'm not gonna stop you. You know, if you really want to do that for whatever reason, you know, you're more than welcome to. But yeah, I'll take a look after stream or whatever. If people wanna verify or whatever. Yo, your channel name Dinosaur. You really think you got room to talk? Yeah, I think she does. I think Dinosaur is a way better name than Solar Reaper. Fucking Solar Reaper? That shit is fucking cringe. You just come across as like a tryhard. You take EBT cards? What is an EBT card? I don't know what the fuck that is. I'm gonna be so real. Do I have to wear a skirt while showing my ID? No. My god. No, it's just like a simple fucking ID verification thing. What goes on in the 18+ chat? It's a mystery. Anyways. It's like a food stamps card? Would that be a way of proving somebody's age? Of course you don't know what an EBT card is, Femi? You're a rich snow bunny girl? Yeah, I guess my privilege is showing. Dang, imagine having Femi clown on you. Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of an accomplishment. Requires effort, I think. Hi there, didn't watch the content cop. Could you summarize it? Or at least the big stuff? I don't know. It was like kind of boring for a content cop. I agreed with like some of the points that Ian made and disagreed with some of the others. If you really want to know like what my like in-depth analysis was, then like I would just like recommend watching the VOD and like rewinding after I'm done streaming. But I guess like a summary would just be like, it was kind of mid, I guess. I don't know. My channel was supposed to be Soul Rapper. Oh wow, that's so much better. But I might stop and type Soul Reaper by mistake, and now I don't know how to change it. Okay. Alright, sure. Who cares? Still a shit name, no matter what. Soul Rapper, Soul Reaper. Both dog shit usernames. I don't think that makes your case any better. I think chat is dead. Could you fix chat? What? What do you mean you think chat is dead? You mean like it's not moving fast enough? What do you want me to do? Like, get 200 viewers again? Like, yeah, I would if I could. I don't know. The algorithm is mysterious. You know? It's like the kid that just has his pants down and accidentally clicked on a prawn link. Anyways. There's a new content cop. Yeah, it's not that good. It's kind of boring. You know, I almost fell asleep multiple points. I think that some of his arguments were fine, but like, I don't know. It didn't feel like a content cop. You know, a small part of me was excited. You know, the last time I saw a new content cop or whatever, like right as it came out, like on the day it came out, I think that would have been Was it the Tana one or the rice gum one? It might have been the rice gum one. Was the rice gum one before or after the Tana one? I think the rice gum one was the one after. I think. And like, I think I watched it like in class or something. I think I was like watching it like on my school iPad or phone or whatever. Like I was watching it on my phone because like I got the notification for it. I think I either watched it like at lunch or during resource. I think I watched it during resource, if I'm not mistaken, instead of doing any actual work, and it was totally worth it. Okay, what are all the ones for? I'm so confused. Okay. One in chat, if Femyoz should make us watch Mike and Melissa, parentheses, the mango vid? No, please, no. No. I will never. I refuse. You know. Maybe that's just me personally. Yeah, so-called freethinkers when chat is saying one. Nah, for real. I abstain? Yeah, me too, me too. Doesn't matter how many ones you say, I'm not fucking watching that shit again. Dude, as soon as I put that shit on, y'all are gonna be like, turn that shit off. Or something. I don't know, maybe I should put it on. Like, maybe there'll be some people that are like, I will pay you money to turn it off. And you know what? Maybe that's a good idea. I don't know. Let's see here. Now we've got some more random numbers, like 10, 11, 9, and a bunch of ones. Funny numbers, yeah, for 2069. Dude, those are the funny numbers. That's like the funny sex number and the funny weed number. But that's why it's funny, actually. Dude, we've got so many random numbers. This is a very incoherent chat. What can I do? What can I say? You know, we've been going for a while, actually, on this stream, which I think is pretty cool. It's midnight now. Yeah. It's 4/17 now for me. Just realized it's 12:04. I really should unstream, but like, am I going to? I don't know. I guess I could keep going. We're not doing so bad. Man, they're being weird, I think. Well, yeah, no shit. My audience does that. Love my audience, though. Do you have an opinion on the slop streamers who mainly do weird shit for money? If you come to mind. Like, if you come to mind, but mainly just slop streamers in general? I guess it depends on what you classify as a slop streamer. I feel like the term slop has become very broad for a lot of people. Like, what kind of slop are we talking about? Like, generic slop, commentary slop? There's a lot of different types of slop. Like, I think there are good and bad ways to do slop. Like, I wouldn't say that all slop is bad. Now, there's some, like, low effort shit that's pretty enjoyable. I don't know. I'd consider some of the stuff that I do to be slop. You know? But, that doesn't mean it's bad. It just means it's, like, low effort or whatever. You know what I mean? Femyoz ransom all the gray names by making them watch Mike and Melissa till someone sends $100. I think that is what we did. You know. I think that Mango came up with that idea. I think he was like, yo, we're gonna keep playing this until somebody donates $50. I think it might have worked. So maybe we'll do that. What kind of streamer are you? I don't even know. Femyoz is a rich girl? I don't know if I'd say I'm rich. I kind of wish I was. But she's one of those rich suburban white girls who has a black BF, me, that her parents probably disapprove of. Okay. Please verify me as 18 plus. Hold on, let me go take a look if you need that right now. Okay, hold on. What is that? Oh, okay, that's the year. Okay. I think I'm like, okay, yeah. No, let's see. Give me a sec. Verified 18 plus pass. Congratulations. You are now 18 plus passed. Okay. I just gotta be careful to not show it on screen by accident. Okay. Sorry, that shit fucking... That would be bad if I, like... I don't know. So literally making noise for views, that kind of thing? Oh, yeah. No, that shit's fucking dumb. Leak the ID. No, I'm not leaking somebody's ID. That's fucking dumb. Bree, up to some devious shit? Yeah. Just really wanting the 18+ role ASAP. Damn, a not crazy person found while scrolling live is very rare. Oh, if you think I'm not crazy, boy, do I have some bad news for you. You know, I'm deranged. I'm just better at hiding it. Don't you worry. Well, anyways. Yeah, play Subway Surfers at the bottom of the screen. Yeah, that's a great idea. Dude, I'll get like 10 times the concurrence. Instead of getting 91 concurrence, I'll get 910 concurrence. At least you're crazy in a non-slop-tent way. Yeah. This is boring. Why? Due to the lack of Subway Surfers? Of course. Dude, I'm tired, okay? It's like late at night. Alright? I guess hasn't been like a particularly high energy stream. Maybe that's why I've been able to go longer, is because I've been, you know, conserving my energy a little bit better. Damn, I didn't think you'd still be alive. Yeah, I'm probably gonna end stream soon. Stop fighting stuff that will give you millions of views, Femyoz? I doubt it. But, you know, I'll react to it eventually. Probably. When I'm in the mood for it. React to the heated debate I sent you? I don't have the energy for it. It's a heated debate. I don't know. Maybe I'll react to part of it. I'll react to like 5 seconds of it, alright? Oh, also, Ben19, you can... Hold on, wait. Okay, yeah. Yeah, you can delete it. You're 20 years old. I got you. Let's see. Alright, let me go over to Let's Faup. Is it the Power Slap cards are crazy? Is it that one? Okay. I'm guessing. Yeah, that one? Alright. I don't know if I want to watch this. I'm gonna be so real. Are you an Autobot or a Decepticon? Maybe I'm both. Alright, I'll watch like 5 seconds of it, alright? And then I'll end stream or something. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea.
Okay.
So you can actually talk to him in the flesh.
Yeah, fuck you. I don't even care, dude. You all
Whoa, that's not very
you
nice.
do is chap. I seen you cheering my downfall. Look at that little fucking pretty face.
Dude,
Dude, a little pretty face? Damn.
It's gonna be just as pretty if I put you on that fucking floor too, dude. You're gonna
don't you have an imagination? Look at how cute you are. Go play with your little action.
Okay, this is very homoerotic. What the fuck? This is like... Dude, I thought this was a debate, not like homoerotic, like...
figures and your little Pokemon and shit. Shut the fuck up, you little Dungeons and Dragons clown.
You fucking soft. You blocked me the moment I fucking commented that you were the only.
Dude, I think I'm rooting for the guy on the left because, I don't know. He, like, is better looking.
You do is comment.
Yeah, the sexual tension in the web call.
Sign the
That was very gay, not gonna lie. Gotta agree with
Power
that.
slap. Power slap. I will take this fucker out. I will take him out, sign the motherfucking contract. Him and his little gay gestures, I don't even care.
Him and his little gay gestures, dog. You were just like talking about how his face is like super pretty and stuff. I don't think he's the one doing gay gestures.
I guarantee you.
Why would he ever want to risk harming that face? I don't know.
Had sex with many men, bro.
Twink will win this for sure, dude. I'm rooting for the Twink.
Many men.
Yeah, you just complimented another man, I know.
Gonna be on a 3 fuck.
And then you like project and say that the other guy is gay, and it's like, no, dog, you were the one saying homoerotic shit. And I'm like, what did he do? Like, do this fucking motion. Like, okay. Apparently that motion is gay, but not the homoerotic
fight KO streak backwards.
Yeah, you're wrong.
Yeah,
I hope you fucking keep that same energy, motherfucker. Keep that same energy, you fucking little clown. I know how you are in real life. You cheer.
You little clown.
You cheer for people's downfalls.
Neckbeard Twink is fucking hilarious.
I told you power slap.
Can Liam Donovan fight him next? Dude, that'd be great.
I wanted to whoop you, and I'm still on that tip.
Okay.
Energy hasn't changed.
You can't even knock anybody out. You can't knock anybody out, especially when I'm healthy, mother.
I mean, in all fairness, like the one thing that this guy has going for him is this guy on the left is definitely a bottom. I want Lolicon Liam to fight in Power Slap. Oh yeah, true. Lolicon the Ricks. Dude, he can get his ass beat. I feel like that'd be like such an easy thing to like win in a debate. Like you just be like, dog, didn't you like Lolicon on Twitter? And it's like, yeah, he did. It's just like easy to win that debate. You know, that's why Lyrics will never let me call in on his stream, is because I'll probably ask him about that shit. Like, yo, what's like this like weird like lolly shit that you were liking? I'm like, what the fuck, man? You're like trying to cover it up?
Motherfucker, I'm gonna eat you alive.
You'll be the first one. Keep covering that glass chin and some hair. It ain't gonna help you.
This is not to cover the chin. You can't really protect yourself from impact. It's for more of an aim.
You can't really protect yourself in general.
Yeah, I'm gonna show you what's up, you little bitch.
Oh.
Yeah, go collect your little fucking whatever your little bobblehead things. Leave me the fuck alone, dude.
Your bobblehead things? What the fuck does that
You
mean?
irritate the fuck out of me.
Does he collect bobbleheads?
You don't want to be on the stage with me.
Anyone who points out that KO Chris messes up irritates the fuck out of him.
Dude, Slap News Corey bobblehead? Wow, what a promo.
Hey, I follow the rules. You don't.
No,
I guess I don't know your match.
I follow the rules. Wow, dude. You owned
You
him.
just suck. I'm not talking about.
Fetal Alcohol Syndrome Fighting Championship.
I'm talking about this little fucker down here right now.
Yeah, this is like very gay. This is so homoerotic.
Anyways, sign the paper, dude. I never said no to you to a fight. Never once.
The bottom left guy, Chris DeBow, collects action figures. Oh. Damn, what a roast.
I would gladly show up and put you out. And I want you to test.
Who is the woman in the top right? I guess that's their DEI hire, because they're like a woman or something. I don't know.
It's a glass chin.
You think so?
And the guy on the right slap Nick Fuentes? I feel like they would just enter a gay relationship.
I know so. Look at me in my fucking eyes. I know so. I'm done with your
Look at me in my fucking eyes on Discord. Wow, dude, so
guys'
threatening.
little fucking games, bro. Go get stoned. I don't even smoke weed anymore, you fucking clown. Go get stoned.
Get stoned? I don't even smoke weed anymore? Damn, this is sad.
So you might need to be smoking some weed or cover some brain cells.
I don't need shit. I don't need shit. I don't need.
Dude, these people suck at insulting. This is horrid.
Did you tell me anything anymore? Like, you're nothing to me, bro. I'm KO Chris for a reason. I'm going to show you.
You're on your way out. You're KO.
It's like if you put like two kids with like Down syndrome against each other and like make them fight. Like this is the result. It's like, damn. It's kind of sad.
Code Chris.
I'll never be out of Power Slap. I'm the first of everything, you cunt. The first of everything.
I mean, maybe. I mean, you look old enough to be.
I'll never be out. My fucking
Also, Femyoz, I have a clip of the two of them knocking each other out.
history has been made.
They must be so evenly matched then, or something.
I helped start it.
History. There's no future. It's just history.
Okay. Anything else? Anything else, baby girl?
Nah, you're soft, baby.
Dude, baby girl? Dude. But apparently the guy on the left is the one that's gay. When you're like calling him baby girl.
Baby boy, I'll see you hopefully in a month.
If they allow it.
Yeah, they might just want to give you the fuck out of there in general. We'll see you in another
This is the gayest shit ever? Yeah.
year or so.
No, I'll be there next month.
They take turns hitting each other kinky? Yeah. Very homoerotic.
Oh,
Sign the contract.
Why are you looking so stressed, my guy? I'm just tired.
Yeah, sign the fucking contract.
I just imagine them pacing around the rooms, yeah.
Give me one. Give me one to sign.
Call them. Tell them. I mean, sure, this will be out too, Erica. I'll fucking put this dude out.
Soft.
You need
Soft
to go
as
down to
butter.
155, Bubba.
You
I had to
can go
cut like
down to
30
whatever
fucking
the fuck
pounds
you're
in 2
doing.
months advance just to get down to 170.
So?
Yeah, you're gonna get me. You're not gonna get me off the couch. I'm gonna tell you that, big boy. All right, I'm done with this dude. I can't even stand his face. It looks soft.
I can't stand his face. It looks soft. What? Are you gonna like accidentally bust one or some shit? Like what? Huh?
Oh wow! Wow, he
my
gave me the
face
finger.
looks soft, and you're the only one in
Oh,
this
wow.
chat that's been knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, you.
Maybe his face looks soft, but it's like better looking than I don't know whatever the fuck your face is. I'm gonna be real. Like guy on the left looks way better.
Look at you. You got sat down too. At least I show up. I fight
difference
anybody.
is?
I take
You know what the
anybody. I show up to
you know what
anybody.
the
That's the thing. I
difference
don't
is?
fucking skip out.
You know what the difference between getting set down is when I got set down, I stood back up. You just stayed down there because the mats were soft and nice.
No, I was out.
You know, if the mats are soft and nice, I mean, why not lay on
Are you
them?
fucking dumb? I was sleeping, you fucking idiot.
Dude, you were sleeping? Dude, they must be some really comfy mats if you fell asleep
Fucking
on them.
dumb. How the fuck?
Femi, your face looks soft? Wow, I can't believe you would say that. How very mean and evil of you. What an insult.
But I stay.
Then the right is about to assault him?
If I could get up, I'd
probably in a sexual context.
get up. You fucking ding dong.
We ain't gonna be able to.
Don't
You fucking ding dong. Dude, this guy's like 50.
use your wrist either. Like your boy.
Like, dog, don't you have like a wife and children? What are you doing?
Anthony Blackburn, he's a wrist fucking pussy. Like some of you guys like to lead with your wrist like little bums. Use your hand.
Yeah, I don't even smoke weed. Quote. I was sleeping, you fucking idiot. Yeah, dude, terrifying.
Says the dude who opens his hand and throws a hook. You club you fucking club.
My fucking slap is crisp. It's crisp.
Dude, my slap is crisp.
I've been studying it. I don't know what you guys are talking
Dude, I've been studying the art of slapping people.
about. It's because I bend my arm a different way. My fucking slap is crisp. Most of the time.
My slap is so crisp. You're gonna be no match for my slaps. They're like so crisp.
I only have to hit with the top of my fingers and fucking put you fucking jelly beans out.
I could knock you out with the top of my fingers. Like, dude, I'm sorry. This is like the least intimidating shit ever.
Mm-hmm.
I'm done talking.
Dudes, you knocked out a bunch of dudes who didn't know what they were doing.
You'd be an easy win back. That'd be fucking the best comeback fight ever.
You knocked out a bunch of dudes.
Dude. Greatest fight of all time.
Didn't know what they were doing. Got the belt off Jesus. And then after a year off, once you fought people who had some experience, you got laid the fuck out. And that's going to happen.
I went
again.
6 rounds off of just getting off the couch. Didn't even work out. Cut 22 pounds, went 6 slaps.
So
you're going to get the best of me. All right.
Yeah, bro is spending all this time slap fighting when he should spend his time and money at the orthodontist instead.
All right, boys. Appreciate you both. Much love. We'll talk.
All right, much love, Corey. Nice meeting you.
Let's sign the contract. Let's make it happen.
Yeah, fuck. What an easy fucking win.
All right, Brittany. I love it. I didn't have to do.
Wow, I love it. That was some riveting content. You're so fucking hot, it's insane. Thank you. Nah, they already had brain damage, dude. Maybe they just got slapped so hard. Bottom right knocked out the bottom left guy out. Go check out the short clip I sent. Dude, I mean, if I had to choose between one of them, like, I'd be rooting for the bottom left guy. So, apparently this is what happened, I guess. This is this, I guess.
Here comes KO Chris on 2. He's got to get it together. Oh, Chris!
Wait, no, I think you had it backwards.
Is back! That is what he...
Oh, you had it backwards. Like you said bottom left guy won. Or did I misread that? Oh, bottom right knocked out bottom left guy. Okay, I'm like illiterate. Oh, man. I said bottom right guy won? Okay. Damn, that sucks. That guy was like more annoying. So, I was rooting for the other guy. Man. Anyways. Chat, how much longer do I stream for? Dude, I've been going. Maybe we go to the 5-hour mark. I'm thinking we go to the 5-hour mark and we call it quits, maybe? I don't know. I kind of want to go to the 5-hour mark, though. Another 40 minutes? Dude, I don't know about that. No, go to bed. I want to do a Discord VC first. No, we're not doing it. Sorry, I meant to say, okay, am I back? Oh well. Dude, in the middle of me reading a dono? But yeah, thank you, Tron Stamos, for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard, saying, alright, I've said enough. Hope you figure it all out, and live a super happy life. Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. But yeah, thank you. But yeah, I think it's Prigover. It is Prigover. It's very Prigover, dude. Okay, wait. Is it gonna connect to the Wi-Fi correctly? Hold on, let's see. Dude, I don't know why it's not working. Oh man. Can it, like, not be weird? Oh. Alright. Dude, if my Wi-Fi is gonna just like shit itself, then I might just end stream now, since we're basically at the 5-hour mark, okay? We hit the 5-hour mark in spirit, okay? We spiritually hit 5 hours. Oh, I think. Yeah. And you know what? I think that's what counts, is we're spiritually at the 5-hour mark. Opinion on Brianna Wu, R.I.P. Femi. Yeah, I think it's so sad that she died and stuff. But yeah, anyways, I don't know. I'm gonna go. Bye, y'all. R.I.P. Brianna Wu, very sad. Goodbye.